Yo guys, what's up? Weeb here with part 1 for What If Naruto Had Ultra Instinct. So this will be going for a while. I hope you guys like this series. Let's get right into it. If you guys want to know more about the explanation, comment any questions you have down below on how Ultra Instinct works in Naruto. And I'll try to explain as best as I can without spoiling anything I have planned for going or future events that'll be going on. Anyway, let's just get right into it. I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. The pale silver light of the moon covers the entire landscape, as we see valleys, trees, oceans, and we see two statues, one of a man known as Madara Uchiha, and the other of Hashirama Senju. Long ago these two battled, and we see them begin to come into view. Madara, why did you abandon the village? We could have run it together. Wood style! As he uses the wood style deep forest emergence jutsu, we see that the first Hokage, as he rushes towards Madara Uchiha. As Madara waves his Bansho fan, the two of them continue to battle. Many years later, we see moss growing on their statues in this place that had become to know as the Final Valley. Several miles away, we now see what would be known as the Leaf Village. There we see what would be known as the Leaf's Yellow Flash, or now the fourth Hokage. Many battles have taken place from this point to now, where the Village has taken its strong point in the Land of Fire. Minato is just about to have his first son with his wife Kushina. Nothing could be better. All this is witnessed from that of the eye of Toneri. Toneri Otsutsuki is watching from up above. On the moon, he's watching the earth below, as entertainment sort of, while he awaits his time, as he has not found a Byakugan pure enough or perfect enough for him. As he continues looking down at the world below, we then see that several months later, as the moon's light glows over the village, a red shine begins to emanate off of it, as the tailed beast bomb explodes, causing massive damage. We hear Kurama roar in anger as we see the Sharingan in his eye, him being controlled by Madara Uchiha. As we see the Kyuubi rampaging throughout the entire Leaf Village, we then see the Yellow Flash, Minato. As Minato appears, he would then use quickly his Raijin style, as he uses the Flying Raijin to remove the Kyuubi from the area, as well as the Tailed Beast Bomb to get it out of the village. Hiruzen the third Hokage, as well as the rest of the shinobi there, continue to push it back as they force it away. Minato, now being all alone, would only have him, Kushina, and their young son, Naruto. As Naruto's hair is golden blonde at this point, we then see that Minato has only one choice left. I'll have to bequeath everything to him. I believe in Naruto, Minato would say, as he sees the future. We see Naruto now from our time, as we can see him standing there in the distance with his Kyuubi chakra mode activated. This quickly flashes out of Minato's mind as quick as a vision. He turns around, seeing the Kyuubi about to finish him and Kushina off, as Kushina says the final things to her son that she always wanted to say. Eat your vegetables and be healthy. Make lots of friends, but make sure that they're good ones. And most importantly, always know that your parents, we did this for you. Suddenly the Kyuubi's claw bursts forth as it rises through Minato and Kushina's chest, killing them. In Minato's last instance, he can grasp hold of Kushina's essence as well as his own, as he imprints the last of their chakra into their son. With this final act, he then summons him, the Reaper. As the Reaper is summoned using the Uzumaki ancient jutsu, suddenly Minato feels something different. As he's about to use the Reaper jutsu, Toneri interferes. Toneri sends some of his Otsutsuki chakra into Minato, which overpowers the jutsu. What's happening? Suddenly, as the Reaper is about to be summoned, we see a glitch, a flash, as something different emerges. We see something white and silky with pale skin, along with silvery white eyes. It looks at Minato. Minato has never seen this creature before, or what it could be called. All that he could think of was sleek, slender, the epiphany of beauty and the ulterior motive of a devil. As we look up, we see that this creature has brilliant white wings, as well as hair that spirals around its entire body. As it holds its own staff, similar to the Reaper holding its blade, it then can sense what Minato wants it to do. As suddenly, it grabs the Kyuubi. It can feel its chakra being pulled from it. "Damn you, Minato," Kyuubi would say, as the Ninetales Kurama is stolen from its body, as all of its chakra is imprinted inside of Naruto. Minato quickly takes half of the chakra from the Kyuubi and implants it into himself before he goes. As the tax is about to be tasked, however, suddenly the angel would then say that the cost to summon me is greater than that of the devil. The Reaper is nothing compared to me. As she touches Minato, he can feel all of his life force draining away, as his body is completely sapped of its strength. He and Kushina's chakras implant into Naruto. Just as he passes out, however, he sees something. For your son, he'll carry the curse of all those who summon the angel. As the angel disappears back into its ethereal form, before going back to a different dimension where it had been summoned from, Toneri would snicker as he'd actually interfere in this just for fun. As he then fades back into the moon, where he decides to take a nap for a few decades to see how everything goes. Naruto's once golden hair begins to change, as it becomes darker and almost more silver-like to that of the angels, more gray. As his hair begins to change, he then feels himself as he begins to cry, as the young baby Naruto doesn't know what's going on. Naruto's emotions are being suppressed, as he has been cursed with a power of an angel, the power known as Ultra Instinct. Naruto would stop crying immediately, as all of his emotions that had been inside had been suppressed by this power. Hiruzen would find the baby, covered in the blood of its parents, completely in no state at all, simply staring off into space as if it's indifferent to the world. "Here, grab the baby. We'll have to get away from this." Apparently, the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself for him. Hiruzen would think this must be Minato's son, and he wonders why he has hair like that when neither his mother or father did. He sees Naruto's eyes are silvery white as well, and as they go to grab him, suddenly he moves out of the way. All of the shinobi give it a shot as they try to grab Naruto from the basket, but not one can do so, as he seems to almost teleport as he moves away. Suddenly, Hiruzen tells him he'll do it himself, as he picks up the blanket and gently tosses it not as a threat, as it covers Naruto. He gently picks up the blanket as Naruto falls back to sleep. As he falls asleep, his hair would go back from the silver down to gold, as if though this curse has been lifted by the gift of sleep. As Naruto's asleep now, his golden hair returns for a while, and his eyes return to their normal blue color. Hiruzen would take him back with him, as he decides he'll have to raise the boy for a while to make sure he's alright. He would then help Naruto learn his languages, how to speak, as well as writing, basic stuff that he would have taught him in the original. Naruto in this version, however, as we see Naruto growing up slowly, we would then see him with a blank expression. Everything he seems indifferent to at this point. Color has lost its meaning, as the world only shines to him in gray and white. This would all change one day, as Naruto is attending the academy. "Look at that kid. Yeah, I heard my mom and dad told me not to talk to him at all. Yeah, he's weird." Naruto would hear all these things, and inside he was screaming and raging, but his body wouldn't move. It wasn't logical. He had no threat against him, and so he didn't move. He didn't do anything. As Naruto is then fighting Sasuke Uchiha, we see them have to do the unison sign. "Naruto! Naruto!" Naruto would snap back in focus. He said, "Yes, Iruka-sensei?" Iruka would then say, "You're always spacing off. Do the unison sign of Sasuke as your guys' fight's about to begin." This is when Sasuke would look at Naruto with disdain, as his eyes are filled with something that Naruto had never seen before. Something red? Naruto sees color for the first time in his life, as his mouth drops. Suddenly something changes in Naruto, as he's finally met one of the requirements in order to loosen this power. Naruto's hair turns to a darker black, mixed with gold, as he now has attained his own version of what we would known as Omen Ultra Instinct. In this form, Naruto can finally feel things. Naruto is shocked, and as Sasuke goes to attack him, he feels immense joy. As he rushes forward, about to attack Sasuke, he then realizes, I can't attack him. In Ultra Instinct Omen, Naruto's body is only able to defend and dodge. Sasuke is shocked as Naruto's body is evading every single attack from him. What the? Sasuke is thinking. This guy. As he continues to punch and attack, Naruto is dodging every single move while staying within the barrier circle. As Iruka is shocked, he's doing flips, spins, all with ease. As he moves out of the way, Naruto is shocked. Of course I couldn't be normal. As Naruto continues fighting this, he finally is continuing to push back against Sasuke. He focuses all of his mind into just getting one hit. As he focuses, he realizes that the more he focuses on something instead of letting it all go, instead of spacing out like he usually does, the more and more he can break out of this power. Until eventually, something shatters. Naruto's hair goes back to straight blonde, with everyone gasping in surprise as he lands a flying kick on Sasuke, sending him out of bounds. Sasuke would lose this fight, as he has no chance against the power of the angel, of which Naruto has now finally freed himself of for now. Naruto would stand up, shocked that he actually been able to do it, and Iruka would be surprised that his hair color just suddenly became blonde. Naruto would smile for the first time, and everyone would be shocked, as Naruto's eyes are filled with glimmering tears. He would attempt to do the unison sound of Sasuke, who would, in this version, be annoyed more at Naruto than Naruto running after Sasuke. Sasuke would eventually tell him that if he can beat him in a fight, they'll fight again one time, and this time he has to take him seriously. Sasuke would have a friendly relationship with Naruto, though he still has that same red in his eyes. Naruto would smile, as he then is thinking as he runs home that can see things. He can see things. As Naruto is running home, he would see Ichiraku ramen. As he stops in, he would get a bowl to eat. As he smiles as he helps pay for it, he would then thank Mr. Ichiraku for everything he had done for him, which he couldn't do before. He just seems completely different, ecstatic. As Naruto runs home, he would train even harder for the next few years. Naruto would still have sudden instances where if he was asleep or he had lost focus, he would snap back into that gray land. It took almost everything he had and all of his focus in order to stay out of that dark place. Several years later, Naruto is now taking his examination, and his chakra control is terrible. He's considering it. He's considering if he should maybe let it go. He then remembers what it was like back then and snaps out of it, saying he'd rather fail 1,000 times than ever go back to an existence like that. As Naruto tries his best to create a clone jutsu, Kurama's chakra is interfering with him too much. He can't do anything. Damn it, Naruto would think, as he fails the graduation test. Miyuki would then tell him about this other way of passing. If you can steal the scroll of sealing from the Hokage's office, we'll give you your headband as well as allow you to become a genin. Naruto, who isn't in his Ultra Instinct power, would be thinking about this non-logically, as when he's in this form that has been gifted to him by the angel, he would then not be able to actually think illogically. He's basically more like a machine, and he basically doesn't talk or do anything. But in this normal state that he is in, he thinks this is a perfectly great idea, as he decides to go steal the scroll of sealing. Everyone is shocked when Naruto steals it, as most of his life as a child, he had always been meager and done anything he had needed to do at most. As Naruto had stolen the scroll of sealing, everyone went to go look for him, including Iruka. Naruto would be sitting there as he says, I'm going to prove to everyone that I'm not just some dull freak, and that I can do my best and become the strongest ninja too. I'm going to become the Hokage someday, in fact. Naruto would think this, as he looks through the scroll, eventually discovering the Shadow Clone Jutsu and learning it. Miyuki would eventually show up when Iruka comes and Naruto decides he's going to fight. As Miyuki decides to battle Naruto, Naruto says, not this time, as Iruka watches in awe as Naruto lets it all go. Naruto creates 4 shadow clones as he closes his eyes. As he opens them, they glow a silver, as black and silver hair mixed with his gold begins to form. Miyuki-sensei, you tricked me. Congratulations. Well, I guess it's time to take you out of this world. Suddenly, Naruto teleports, faster than Miyuki or Iruka can even see. As he's suddenly behind Miyuki, Miyuki's standing there and says, What did you... Suddenly, several thousand fists of silver hit Miyuki from the front as he's knocked out instantly, his eyes turning back white. As he falls to the ground, Naruto closes his eyes as he concentrates. Ultra Instinct would suddenly fall out of him as he phases to the ground and begins to feel something. What? Naruto began to feel immense pain as black surges of energy would arc across his entire body. Naruto would feel immense pain as he realizes what happened. I take damage from the shadow clones? Naruto would think this, as he has no idea about the curse that he wields. When Naruto uses Ultra Instinct on all of him and his clones, the backlash that happens when you turn off Ultra Instinct is applied to all 4 of them. Naruto, if you haven't already guessed, has been feeding off the Nine Tails chakras every time he's been using Ultra Instinct and reverting back to it. But not even the Nine Tails can heal Naruto at this fast-paced rate, even though he's an Uzumaki from having 4 of them in that state. Naruto would be in immense pain as Iruka asks him if he's alright. Naruto would say he's fine, as he told Iruka that he heard everything he said up to Miyuki about him, as he gives Iruka a hug. Iruka would smile as he gives Naruto the headband and says that he really earned it. Naruto would smile as he looks up and cries, telling Iruka thanks so much for everything. Naruto would eventually show up tomorrow the next day, as he makes it inside of the building and sees Sasuke, Sakura, which would be his future Team 7, as well as the rest of his class. Everyone says hi to Naruto, as they then go back to what they're doing, with Hinata watching in awe. We see a fast flashback of Hinata and Naruto when they were younger. Naruto still has white hair all the way, as he's fully in Ultra Instinct, not even able to convey his thoughts or emotions. However, something about this, as he sees this young girl being abused by these older ninja, just gets under his skin. Even through Ultra Instinct, he knows what he has to do, just as a normal person. Suddenly a flash of light later, and Naruto's standing on the ground, as all 3 of them are on the ground, suffering in pain as they feel the fists having hit them faster than they could have seen. Naruto would hold his hand out as he then says, "Hey, are you alright?" He says this in the most dull tone that Hinata had ever heard from anyone. She then remembers what her parents had said about avoiding that boy, as he walks straight through the streets with people crowding away from him, with him not acknowledging them at all. Naruto will be screaming inside, as he just wants to tell everyone how he feels, to be acknowledged. He wants to do something, but he can't. Naruto is now back in reality, as he now can do those things, where we see the teams beginning to get associated. Team 7 will be Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. Sasuke would be thinking, perfect, I can get revenge for that time that he beat me so easily. Made a fool out of me with all of that dancing around in that circle he did before. I'm gonna show him that I'm a way better ninja than he ever could be. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would then meet up with Kakashi after he finally gets there. Naruto would sigh as he says, "Kakashi-sensei, you took forever to get here." Kakashi would laugh as he then says that he had gotten lost on the path of life but had found his way again. As he gets in, Naruto would have played a prank on him, and he would have thought, wow, this is going to be a real handful. Kakashi would then instruct all of them to get up to the roof, as Naruto eagerly rushes up there, with Sasuke and Sakura close behind. As the 3 of them get up there, Kakashi would begin to ask them about what their likes are, their dislikes, and their close hopes and dreams. Naruto would say that his dream, as he wants to go first, would be that he really wants to master his power, for one, but he also wants to become the greatest Hokage ever, and he wants everyone in the village to respect him. Naruto would say this with a big smile, as his eyes sparkle. Sasuke would then say next that he doesn't really have any likes or dislikes, and he doesn't really have a dream either. However, he does have a goal, or it's more of an aspiration, as it's going to become true, unlike a dream. He's going to have a certain someone that he's going to kill, because he's an avenger. Sasuke would say this quite seriously, as he stares off into something that only he can see. Sakura would then say that her dream is as she looks at Sasuke, with basically no attention being paid back to her. Kakashi would sigh, as he then says that those are some pretty interesting dreams, before he then says that they're going to have a test before they become his Team 7. If they really want to get in, then they'll have to do their best. Meet up with him tomorrow at the training fields. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto would do this as they head home. Before Naruto goes to sleep that night, he stares up at the silver moon. He thinks about what he's going to have to do for this test tomorrow of Kakashi. As Naruto falls asleep, he would wake up as he runs towards the training fields. This is going to be more of an in-depth explanation, as part 1 for what if Naruto had Ultra Instinct is now over, so if you guys want to leave, go for it. But if you want to hear the explanation to why Toneri is involved with this, then here, I'll get into it. So, Toneri is from the moon, from the branch family that had stayed on the moon from Hamura's family, and now I'm going to explain more about that. I'm going to say that the Otsutsuki, which we already know, have immense chakra abilities, and we already know that the devil is a summoning jutsu that the Reaper is. So the way that I created Ultra Instinct in this universe is that Toneri's, like, he's lived on the moon for a long time. Toneri is watching the Earth before Naruto the Last, and at this point he wants to destroy humanity still. So what he did is he threw his hat in the tosser almost, as he decided to interfere with some of Earth's history or what would be going on. Of course, he didn't know that Naruto would be the person to oppose him yet, but he thought it'd be funny to give it a little shot, as he hadn't tried this before. And so we don't know what would happen if an Otsutsuki actually interfered with a Reaper, like Death Seal. So this is how I legitimize that. If you guys like what I'm doing too, with Ultra Instinct being like an emotional seal as well, and for the backlash, if you guys want to know more about that, Kurama is a lot more compelled to help Naruto, because he knows what it's like to be put under something against his will, like being sealed inside of him. And Naruto doesn't know that he's cursed by an Otsutsuki clan member. But this will be interesting, because after we finish the series and we get to Naruto the Last, that's going to be interesting. Naruto finally makes it to the training field, as he sees Sasuke as well as Sakura already waiting there, with Kakashi to be nowhere in sight. As Naruto runs up to his 2 new teammates, he would ask if all of them are ready for today's examination with Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke would nod, while Sakura would just sit there, pretty much ignoring Naruto, like she usually did. Naruto would sigh, as he says that there's no way they're going to be able to beat Kakashi if they can't all work together. As Kakashi arrives at the training fields, Naruto would look up to Kakashi-sensei and ask him why it took him so long to get there. Kakashi would say he was busy getting lost on the path of life, but he found his way again, and now he's here to take their examination with them. As Kakashi then pulls out a set of 2 bells, he would say that all 3 of them, well, 2 of the 3 of them would have to collect the 2 bells from him, and that the one who didn't would be sent back to the academy. With Naruto determined not to go back, he would ask Kakashi when they're ready to go. Kakashi, not knowing how seriously Naruto was taking this, would tell him that he'll give him a countdown. As all 3 of them get ready to go, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura would all get ready. Immediately as Kakashi says 3, 2, 1, Naruto had ran off just before he was about to say the last number. Kakashi appears directly behind Naruto. However, Kakashi is shocked to see Naruto's eyes had followed him the entire time, as Naruto had kept eye motion connected with him as he had moved. He was surprised that Naruto was able to keep up with his speed, as Naruto would then ask Kakashi what he's doing. Kakashi, who was about to use the 10,000 years of death, would say nothing as he sweats, going back to position and telling Naruto not to go off count. As soon as he counts down this time, 3, 2, 1, everyone goes off. As soon as Sasuke and Sakura who dive into the forest, Kakashi thinks that was smarter than them. Naruto, on the other hand, stands there as he creates the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Multi-Shadow Clones. As he creates 5 Shadow Clones who all go rushing towards Kakashi. Kakashi would say this is child's play, as all of them are running towards him. As Kakashi moves, seemingly faster than either Sasuke or Sakura can see, Naruto would be able to see through this easily, as Naruto's heightened senses are all due thanks to him being an Ultra Instinct for so long. Naruto's instincts itself are just better in general. Naruto, who isn't in Ultra Instinct at this moment, would still be outclassed by Kakashi, as he easily destroys all the Shadow Clones. As he is fighting Naruto, Naruto's actually keeping up to pace with him fairly well for a Genin, as he's actually blocking some of Kakashi's attacks. Kakashi finally catches him in that trap they did before, and hooks him up to the top. As he's then dropped to the floor after releasing himself, he decides he's going to go find Kakashi for real, as he decides this is going to go down. As he finds him just about to take prey on Sasuke, Naruto would power up as he says, "Alright, just a little bit." As Naruto lets go of his focus just a little bit more, Naruto would dive deeper into the power of Ultra Instinct. Naruto enters Omen mode, as his hair begins to turn darker black as the white energy of Ultra Instinct begins to surround his entire body. His eyes becomes crystalline and silver as he looks up at Kakashi. His entire facial expression goes numb, as everything inside and outside begins to fade into merely a gray and blue embassy, where all Naruto can think about now is his opponent. As he sees Kakashi, he would then tell Sasuke to move, with just one word: move. A burst of chakra would explode forward, as Naruto's entire body shoots forward faster than Kakashi can even counter. As Kakashi is moving towards Naruto, Naruto's attacks are inefficient. As we already know with Ultra Instinct Omen, Naruto's attack is severely weakened, while his defense is heightened incredibly. As Kakashi tries to combat Naruto, Naruto's fists are flying at extremely high pace, similar to what we know of Goku from Dragon Ball Super, what he was doing with Jiren during the UI Omen fight. As Naruto is flinging his fists at Kakashi at full speed, Kakashi's barely able to hold his block up for long before he gets pushed away. As Kakashi decides to fight back, he fights Naruto and tries to attack him. As soon as his fist is about to touch Naruto, his entire body teleports away, as if though he can't even be touched by Kakashi. Kakashi is continually going after Naruto, who's dodging, weaving, and escaping all of his attacks with ease. Kakashi is impressed that a Genin could actually master their defensive so well, as he's never actually been able to not touch someone before. As Naruto's untouchable at this point, Kakashi is still fighting with everything he's got. He decides that he's going to actually have to use his Sharingan if he wants to take down this kid, as he opens his eye, and he utilizes his Sharingan. As the Sharingan's red light pierces watching Ultra Instinct, suddenly Kakashi is shocked, as he can't track his movements. Ultra Instinct Naruto, even in Omen mode, is so powerful that at this point Kakashi has no way of touching him. Suddenly Naruto appears behind Kakashi as he snags one of the bells, easily. Damn it! Kakashi would think. Kakashi had been so off guard with Naruto not being able to track his movements with a Sharingan that he hadn't realized that Naruto had actually moved behind him. Naruto would fall out of Ultra Instinct Omen mode, and as he does so, his focus regains as his hair goes back to its normal blonde and gold color, with his eyes returning to their normal blue as well. I made it out, Naruto would say, as he almost lost focus completely again and would have accessed full Ultra Instinct, which took him many years to actually go back to his normal self from. Naruto would sigh as he's relieved, sweating. He would tell Kakashi that he's really strong, and that no one's ever been able to actually evade for him that long, even though his attacks were pretty ineffective. Kakashi would tell Naruto that his speed is incredible, and ask him why he didn't do that from the beginning of the fight. Naruto would sigh and say it's not that simple, as Sasuke and Sakura would be shocked that Naruto actually got one of the bells. Kakashi would be surprised too, as no one had ever actually taken a bell from him in any of the examinations he's held. He remembers back to when he had been fighting Minato-sensei, back when he had first taken his bell exam. Kakashi would then look back as he tells that he can use his Sharingan to see them now, with Sasuke being shocked that Kakashi actually has a Sharingan, not knowing about Kakashi the copy ninja. Kakashi would then go into the forest and tell Naruto to wait there, as he still has one bell left. Naruto would sigh as he laughs, telling him alright, as Sasuke and Sakura are prepared to defend themselves from the wrath of Kakashi. As Kakashi goes into the forest, he immediately puts a Genjutsu on Sakura, knocking her out, taking her out of the fight. Sasuke would begin to battle, and Sasuke does his best to fight off Kakashi, but he's no match for Kakashi in his speed or defense, and has none of the same physical taijutsu prowess that Naruto did. As Sasuke is kicked to the ground, he's then finally put out of commission by Kakashi, who has his fingers held against his forehead, telling him that he is down for the count. In this version, Sakura would be the one to actually be tied up in the wood block, while Sasuke and Naruto enjoy their food. Kakashi would tell them that they shouldn't feed their teammate no matter what, as she had done the worst in the examination out of both of them. He tells Naruto that he can keep that bell for now, if he wants. Naruto would smile and say thanks, as he then tells Sasuke how he'd actually gotten the bell. "You went into that mode, didn't you, Naruto?" Sasuke would say, as he then recalls his battle with Naruto from many years ago during the academy. "Yeah, I had to. That guy's way too strong. Jonin are way crazy off of the power scale in my opinion. It was like no other fight I've ever had. I actually was trying," he would say, as Naruto laughed. Naruto would continue eating his lunch when Sakura is sitting there kind of sad. Naruto would offer to give Sakura some food, but she would refuse. Sasuke would sigh as he gives Sakura some of his food as well. Naruto would share too, as Kakashi would come running out of the woods telling them that they passed. All three of them would be happy that they'd actually passed, as he explained that the whole original point of the examination was to see if they could master teamwork. Teamwork? Naruto would say, as he hasn't actually ever had to use this word before, or ever had to use it. Kakashi would nod as he says that in most fights of other ninja and shinobi, you'll be required to work as a team to take someone down, especially if they have powerful ninjutsu skills. Naruto, even though you took me out and took one of my bells, you won't be able to have a fight like that, and the people in the actual world, other shinobi will try to kill you. Naruto would sigh as he whispers under his breath that they can try. We then see a flashback as we see Naruto as a younger child. Naruto, at this point, is trying to, well, he's done. At this point, Naruto's mental health was far below what it originally would be. Combined with what everyone in the village had said about him, and also having Ultra Instinct limiting him to where he basically had no attention besides being the weird kid. Naruto, as a young child, would actually have tried to free himself of his mortal coil. We see Ultra Instinct Naruto with his silver hair and silver eyes as he's holding a kunai trying to point it at himself. Naruto would close his eyes as he thinks, this is it. I have to do this. I can't live like this anymore. As he tries to pierce the kunai into himself. Suddenly, as he's about to, his hand stops him before he can do it, just before it's about to touch him. The blade inches away from his heart. Naruto would be raging inside, as he can't even do this to himself. Damn it, I hate this, he would think. As we then see Naruto in tears, without being able to shed a single tear from his actual eyes. We see Naruto inside of his own mental consciousness, thinking about why he has to be like this way. We then end the flashback as we see him now sitting there finishing off his lunch, asking Kakashi what their first mission will be. Kakashi said that they should all report to him tomorrow and he'll have their first D-class mission for them. Naruto would pump his fist into the air as he smiles, saying, alright, as he heads home getting some ramen to eat before he goes to bed. The next day, we then see from Naruto's perspective of view, as we see a cat running through the forest. I got you now, he'd say, as he runs up a tree and runs, jumping over to the cat as he grabs it. As he grabs the cat running back to Kakashi, he then says this is the 5th mission they've had to help old ladies across the street, or help find their old cat, or help someone getting groceries. He asks Kakashi if this is really what shinobi do. Kakashi would sigh as he takes the cat from Naruto, with Sasuke and Sakura also being a bit bored. He would say that he supposes they could ask for a little bit of a harder mission, as they report to the 3rd Hokage. Naruto would ask in a calm tone of voice, he says, 3rd Hokage, do you think we could maybe get a slightly more difficult mission than what we've been doing? This is when Hiruzen would laugh, saying that he gets where he's coming from, but he has actually one mission that they could perhaps do. It's a bodyguarding mission to escort a bridge builder back to the Land of Waves. It shouldn't be too difficult, but it would help for them to get some more battle experience. Naruto would smile, as he then says that that's something that he's more interested in, as Tazuna comes into the room, completely drunk. Tazuna would ask if these kids are really going to protect them, with Naruto saying it's nice to meet him, not realizing that he's being kind of mean, as Naruto didn't have much interaction as a young child, which we already knew. Naruto would then have Sasuke and Sakura follow him, as he tells them that they gotta protect the bridge builder when they run out to go after them. Team 7 exits the gate with Kakashi in the lead, as Tazuna is now protected on all 3 of his 4 sides, with Sakura in the back, and Sasuke and Naruto on the sides. As suddenly, Sasuke, Kakashi, and Naruto all sense something. Sasuke, do you? Yeah, I hear it. Suddenly, 2 shuriken would come flying out of nowhere as they pierce into Kakashi, causing him to fall down, appearing to be dead. Naruto and Sasuke would jump into action as the 2 demon brothers come out of nowhere. The 2 Chunin of the mist would come flying out as they attack the team with the bridge builder on it. Naruto would immediately go into action as he goes flying, as he jumps into the air and kicks one of them in the stomach, sending them flying into a tree. Sasuke would pull out one of his own wired kunais, he wraps it around him, the other one, and ties him up to the limb of a tree. The same one that, in fact, that Naruto kicked the other brother into. As the 2 demon mist brothers are sent down into the ground, both of them have now fallen and are knocked out. Kakashi would appear from behind a tree as he uses substitution jutsu, clapping as his other substitution disappears. Both Naruto and Sasuke would be surprised that he'd actually substituted, as they hadn't seen this jutsu until now. Kakashi would explain what he'd done with Sakura still being by Tazuna, and they would continue on their way. After a few hours of walking, Naruto would ask if he thinks they're going to have to fight any more high-level Chunin ninja like that again. Kakashi would sigh as he thinks this mission might be a little bit more difficult than he actually interpreted, as it was supposed to be a C-ranked mission, but based on those Chunin arriving, it could even be an A-ranked. Suddenly, Naruto would say, "Everyone get down to the ground, now!" As Naruto grabs Tazuna, Sakura, and Sasuke, he uses his full body mass to pull all of them to the ground. Kakashi having already gone to the ground as he had heard Naruto's instructions, not judging his actual thought process. About maybe 2 seconds later, a sword comes flying over and dislodging itself into the tree, directly where their heads had been before. Naruto would get off the ground and ask, "Who are you?" Zabuza of the Mist would suddenly appear, as he stands there tall on his executioner's blade. "I am Zabuza Momochi, and you are my prey." Zabuza would begin to attack formation, as Kakashi would still be on the ground. "Everyone get back," Naruto would say, as Zabuza begins attacking Naruto. Zabuza would be way too fast for Naruto, as he continues to get pummeled. Naruto would use the Shadow Clone Jutsu to try and defend himself, but that has no effect, as he continues to get pummeled by Zabuza, him swinging his blade at Naruto. As Naruto is sent flying, as Zabuza uses one of his stronger jutsus. "Water style! Water Dragon Jutsu!" Zabuza would say, as he shoots the Water Dragon directly at Naruto. Naruto is hit full force by it, and as he goes into the tree, he is completely knocked out. "Naruto!" Sasuke would say. Kakashi would get up, prepared to fight. However, suddenly, the music begins to play, as Ultra Instinct Naruto awakens from his long-since slumber. Perfect Master Ultra Instinct Naruto would appear, his eyes seeming shallow, as the actual Naruto is knocked out, not able to concentrate. His consciousness is now returned back to its original state, as Naruto's white hair glows. Zabuza Momochi, identified as Blood Ninja of the Mist. Zabuza Momochi. Target locked on. Naruto's vision would completely focus on Zabuza, as now all three, Kakashi, Zabuza, and Sasuke, are watching in awe. Naruto pulls himself out of the tree, as his body's flickering now with the light of Ultra Instinct. Zabuza would ask, What's going on?" as Naruto would walk forward calmly. Annihilation compatible. Starting process. Part 1, beginning. As Naruto then goes into a complete analytical mindset, as he continues rushing forward, he basically teleports behind Zabuza in a flash of white light. As his silver hair streaks over his eyes, his fist would then begin to cascade as it goes into the back of Zabuza's spine. Suddenly, a hole would appear in Zabuza's chest, as a burst of blood would come shooting out of the front of him. As an entire cascade of blood, Zabuza's internal organs, as well as his entire face would go in shock, as he couldn't even feel himself dying before it occurred. Zabuza now taken down. Naruto would fall out of complete Ultra Instinct as he goes back to his normal self, now completely knocked out and out of power, as his chakra levels have now dropped. Zabuza would fall to the ground as he begins to die slowly. This is when Haku would appear, as Haku grabs Zabuza and gets out of there as fast as possible, with now Zabuza on the verge of death. Naruto would be completely unconscious, as he's out of chakra. Kakashi, on the other hand, would have no recovery need. Kakashi would pick up Naruto's body, as he would then take Team 7 back to Tazuna's house for Naruto to have a chance to recover. As Naruto spends the next week recovering from his chakras being completely drained by Ultra Instinct, Naruto would finally open his eyes, as Sasuke Sakura had already mastered the tree walking exercise, putting Naruto behind again. Damn it, Naruto would sigh, as Sasuke shows off what he can do that Naruto can't. Kakashi would begin teaching Naruto how to do the tree walking exercise as well, before he could finally do it. Naruto would not pass out in the woods this time, as he doesn't fully master the tree walking exercise just yet. However, he can do it for several minutes before he falls. And his chakra control's a lot better in this version due to Ultra Instinct. However, it's not the greatest, so it's pretty mediocre still. But that's only because Kurama is still interfering with Naruto's chakra paths, so Naruto still has a grip on it though. We then see Haku, who's caring for Zabuza. As Zabuza had just been taken back, there's still a hole in his stomach. As Zabuza coughs up blood. Haku, I never got to tell you, but you have to continue to survive. You have to finish what I couldn't do. And Haku, never let yourself be used like that. Don't be a tool for anyone else. As you, Haku, you're special. You're different than I am, and I've always known that. Haku would reveal this as he finally passes on and dies. Haku would be enraged as he vows to take revenge on the person who killed his beloved Zabuza. Haku would then go to the bridge, as the rest of Team 7 would as well. The mist would roll over the entire bridge as Naruto walks in wondering what's going on. As we then see that Kakashi would be ready for the fight, he'd activate his Sharingan. This would be the first time we get to actually see Kakashi fighting for real. As Haku in this version is much stronger than he was in the original, with his rage fueling him. Damn you! Damn you! Leave Shinobi! Haku would scream as he says that you killed Master Zabuza. He would go rushing into battle as he activates the Demon Crystal Ice Mirror, surrounding the entire team, including Tazuna this time. Tazuna would be protected on all sides as Kakashi tells them to get ready for a fight. Naruto would hold up 2 kunai along with the rest of Team 7 as Sakura actually has to do something in this version. As Haku continues to throw Senbon faster and faster and faster, his kind, gentle heart, which had been nurtured by Zabuza, who had only wanted to protect Zabuza, had broken. All that we could see of Haku was his rage, as Haku continuously blasts Senbon with ice and attacks towards Team 7 and the Leaf Shinobi. Eventually, Senbon began to hit Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto would say to the rest of his team that he can't go back into that mode for a while, or he could truly lose himself forever. Kakashi said that he can handle this as he uses his Sharingan and creates the Lightning Blade, using it to shatter one of the ice mirrors as he escapes Haku's jutsu. Suddenly, the mirror reappears as Kakashi is just trying to grab everyone out of the mirror jutsu. Sasuke would get pelted with all of the Senbon as he's taken down, with Haku saying that now Naruto would feel what he had felt when he had killed Zabuza in front of his very eyes. As he sees Sasuke fall to the ground, Naruto would feel something he had never felt before. Complete rage. This is the opposite of Ultra Instinct. If Ultra Instinct is a cool, flowing river of which allows no emotion to get through, this is a torrent of a storm, as rain begins to fall inside of Naruto and the thunderclouds clap. Damn you! Damn you! Sasuke! Sasuke would say one thing to Naruto as he's about to die. Finish my dream for me. Kill. His name is Itachi Uchiha. As Sasuke falls unconscious, his Sharingan just activating before he goes, Naruto would break, as something inside of him would be completely different than Ultra Instinct. Something would begin to rage, as he feels it, the Nine-Tails chakra beginning to rage out of him. Damn you! His eyes would glow red, as the Nine-Tails power overpowers Haku. No, not again. I won't be defeated by you. I will avenge Master Zabuza! Naruto would scream in an animalistic tone, as he now feels the opposite of what Ultra Instinct is. Pure, raw emotion. The steel in his stomach, which is usually a silver from Ultra Instinct, begins to fade, as it's now being overpowered by the Nine-Tails releasing chakra. The Angel's chakra, which she had given to Naruto, which was binding him into the Ultra Instinct mode, was now being forcefully opened by the Nine-Tails, as his rage was overpowering Haku. Haku! 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 You killed Sasuke! He had a dream. He had emotions. He had a goal. Unlike your master Zabuza, all he sought to do was kill for a hired tool. Naruto would scream this as he rushes at Haku, pummeling him with his fists, as his fingers and his nails become more claw-like, while his teeth turn to fangs. He would growl at Haku as the two get into a taijutsu fight, Naruto pushing Haku back as he falls to the ground. Naruto would slash Haku's face, causing 3 scars to appear across it as blood soaks out of it. You wouldn't understand anything about Master Zabuza. How could you? All you ever knew of him was him being used as a tool. While all I sought was for Master Zabuza to be using me to protect him. He would push off Naruto, sending him flying as he uses an ice mirror to hit Naruto to the ground. Naruto would growl more as he goes rushing towards Haku on all fours, as he slashes at Haku, fighting him. Fine, 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 Naruto would scream as he uses his shadow clones. Shadow multi-clone jutsu! As he creates 1,000 shadow clones, they all jump on Haku and begin pummeling him into a bloody pulp. As now Haku is on the ground, bleeding, Naruto's Nine Tails chakra is beginning to run out, just as the One Tail was beginning to form. Naruto would be breathing heavily, as now he falls to the ground on all knees and his hands. Haku, you killed Sasuke. He would be breathing heavily, while Kakashi comes over as he finishes Haku off. Lightning Blade. Haku, your master Zabuza, he had betrayed his own village, and had followed Gato, one of the most evil gangsters in this area. I don't know what you saw in him, but you must have been truly loyal to him. As he finishes him off with the lightning blade, Naruto passes out as the Nine Tails goes back to sleep. The seal surrounding Naruto's stomach, which contains the Nine Tails, begins to glow silver again, as Naruto in his sleep-like state goes back into Ultra Instinct mode. As Kakashi attempts to pick Naruto up, Naruto's body would inadvertently roll out of the way. As he finally is all out of energy, he lays there as his hair is flickering in colors back into and out of Ultra Instinct. Kakashi would pick Naruto up, as he then puts him on his back, carrying him along with the rest of Team 7, which would follow Kakashi, as they finally defeat the rest of Gato's men, with Sasuke finishing Gato off. Sasuke, who had actually recovered after the battle, with Kakashi's help since he was still there, had several cuts and bruises from all the kunai inside of him, but he was pretty much fine. Haku had now passed away, as he and both Zabuza had gone to a different place. Sakura and Sasuke would be kind of terrified of what they'd seen Naruto become, as Sasuke had seen the power that Naruto wielded. Naruto has a very interesting ability, he would think, as he says that he either has no emotions, or he has all of them. As they continue walking away from the Land of Waves, they would thank Tazuna and tell him congratulations on now being able to complete his bridge. Tazuna would tell him that he'd be naming it the Great Naruto Bridge, after seeing that awe-inspiring battle that he had completed in order to protect him. Naruto would finally wake up several days later, as they were now on their way back to the Leaf Village. "Kakashi-sensei?" he would say, as Kakashi would nod, telling him that he had a good fight. Naruto would rest, as he thanks Kakashi for helping him out and Team 7 when he had gone, and as he falls asleep, he would think that Zabuza and Haku had been a great first fight. However, he would then ask immediately as his eyes wake up and ask if Sasuke is alright, having seen him fall to the ground. Sasuke would pull on his leg, as he's still on Kakashi's back, and would tell him he's down here, loser. Naruto would laugh as he says he's glad to see him alright, as now the rest of Team 7 head back to the Leaf Village. Naruto last time had slayed the Demon of the Mist, Zabuza. This had also gotten him written into the bingo book as a slayer of one of the 7 demon swordsmen of the Mist. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist are pretty famous, so having Naruto taken down one, he'd be put in the bingo book as having taken out Zabuza. Haku would have also been slaughtered by Naruto in the last episode, and now Naruto had spent all of his chakra, was pretty much passed out. Team 7 was pretty much all unharmed except for Naruto due to his recklessness, and so they decide that they'll take him back to the Leaf Village with them. Naruto would be back in the Leaf Village now and basically be at full recovery. He'd go out for a walk with Konohamaru and Sakura, with Sasuke following close behind. Naruto's memories of when he had gone into the fox-tailed state when he had Kurama's chakra are very foggy, so he doesn't really remember them, but Sasuke and Sakura would have described to him what he had done to Haku after the battle. Naruto would now run into Gaara and his team. As Konohamaru bumps into Kankuro, Kankuro would turn around and ask who this brat is and how he should look where he's going. He'd pick him up by his scarf as he looks at Konohamaru in the eyes. Naruto would be calmly analytically analyzing the situation, as he would then calmly say for him to put that kid down, as that's actually the third Hokage's grandson, and we wouldn't really want to have a problem here now, would we? As Naruto says this with almost no tone directly in his voice, Gaara's eyes would flick upwards, as he can sense that something about Naruto is different. Naruto would meet eyes of Gaara, and as the two lock, they would know that something about each other is very similar. Gaara would be curious about this kid, what's up with him, and what makes him tick. Naruto would adversely be wondering the same thing about Gaara. As the two of them are staring at each other for several seconds, Gaara would ask what his name is. Naruto would answer that his name's Naruto. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. And what would your name be? Gaara, without missing a single beat, would say that his name is Gaara of the Sand. As Gaara turns around, he tells Temari that he and Kankuro should leave, as they're going to get out of there now. He would then look up to the tree where Sasuke is currently watching them, as he would then say that he can see them too there, the one with the black hair. Sasuke would jump down as Gaara flicks his eyes away, not too interested in Sasuke this time around, as he can sense Naruto is far stronger. As Gaara walks away, Sasuke would wonder what that was all about, as Team 7 would decide to go meet up with Kakashi to interrogate him on why there's people from the Sand Village here in the Leaf. As they go to meet up with Kakashi, Kakashi would begin to explain about the Chunin examinations this year, and for this quarter of the year, they'd be held in the Leaf Village itself. Naruto and Sasuke would inquire on if they could actually enter these Chunin exams, as Naruto would want to fight Gaara, as well as Sasuke for ignoring him. Kakashi would say that the Chunin exams will be taking place in around 4 days, and if they really want to participate, all they have to do is tell them that they would like to. Naruto and Sasuke and Sakura would think about this, with Naruto and Sasuke both accepting pretty fast. Sakura would follow in Sasuke's lead just like she did in the original, and Team 7 would be signed up for the Chunin exams. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would then train for the next 3 days. Naruto and Sasuke would actually train together, and we'd get this animated as a sort of filler scene, or you could consider it canon depending on how you like it. As we see Sasuke throwing shuriken at Naruto, with his eyes closed, his ears muffled, and all his senses pretty much blocked. Naruto dodges every single kunai and every single projectile thrown at him instantly, and Sasuke is dramatically impressed. Naruto's raw instincts, without even being in Ultra Instinct, are so much higher in this version than the original, just to his body having been adjusted to Ultra Instinct for over 5 or 6 years before he could master turning it on and off. This experience of having his body always in a high state of stress and being in Ultra Instinct allowed Naruto to have a special capability, a sixth sense you could say, where he can feel airwaves. Naruto can sense and feel whenever a projectile is being thrown at him through the waves of air that are being pushed forward and touching gently the skin of his face and all of his body. That's how he's dodging out of the way of them. At least that's how he describes it as when he explains it to Sasuke. This means that Naruto's normal ability to dodge and just attack in general, even out of Ultra Instinct, is much higher. 3 days have passed, and Sasuke's accuracy as well as Naruto's instinct and raw talent at dodging have got increased, with Naruto and Sasuke doing some sparring in the meantime. As now the 3rd day has come, Sakura would meet up with her 2 teammates, as they're all ready to get into the Chunin examinations. They head towards the tower that Kakashi Sensei had explained to them, as he wishes them good luck on their Chunin examinations. As Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would enter the building, Sasuke would immediately pick up on there being a genjutsu. Naruto, as he walks into the building, would feel himself vibrating almost, as if though something was altering his body. As he enters, he would ask Sasuke if he can feel that. Sasuke, who can tell the difference in the air as well, from it changing to be more still, along with Sakura, who is just generally good at identifying genjutsu, would all 3 of them would notice that there's a genjutsu placed on the building. As they climbed to the 3rd stairway, they would then find the 2 Chunin standing outside the door. As Naruto would ask Sasuke if he wants to deal with them, Sasuke would deactivate the genjutsu, allowing Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke to enter. As they get into the room, Rock Lee would suddenly come from behind with a flying leaf kick. As Naruto's head is just about to get hit, Naruto easily dodges, moving his neck to the side. As Lee goes flying past, Naruto quickly pulls his arm out as he grabs Lee's leg and spins him, throwing him around like a rag doll. "What was that for?" he would ask, as Rock Lee would say he was trying to catch him by surprise. Lee would say that he's heard all about the exploits of Naruto, who had actually slain Zabuza, one of the 7 deadly ninja swordsmen of the mist, and he wanted to test his power for himself. Lee would then say this as he smiles, his eyebrows going up and down. "Bushy brows, huh? That sounds like a good name for you," Naruto would say, as Lee would then comes flying towards him with another kick. Naruto would be dodging and weaving out of all of Rock Lee's taijutsu without even blinking an eye or having to enter Ultra Instinct. Naruto would easily block and dodge all of these, as his ability and physical status is much higher. Naruto's just normal physical base stats are around equal or even higher than Rock Lee's without entering the 8 inner gates. Naruto would actually win this fight as Lee tries to use Leaf Hurricane on him, and as he does so, Naruto would hold up one hand as he grabs the attack and reflects it back, pushing equal force onto his arm and sending Lee flying backwards. Guy Sensei would, just as Lee's about to activate one of the gates, would tell Lee as he kicks him in the face to hold off for now. Lee would say that was a good fight, and he tells that Naruto that he's going to beat him next time. Sasuke and Sakura have a small flashback to seeing Naruto enter Ultra Instinct mode when he battled against Zabuza and Haku. Naruto would smile as he says sure, as he then walks away coolly, with Sasuke and Sakura on his right and left respectively. As Naruto enters the room itself, his eyes flick upwards as he sees the building as well as their instructor. As he walks into the room, he would see that the instructor had gone in just before they had. The rest of the Genin had already arrived, and with them being almost last, besides Neji and Guy's team. As Naruto enters the room, he would declare in a calm tone that he'll be the victor of this examination, and that everyone here is just an obstacle in his path. Naruto in this version is a lot more cool-headed than the one in the original, as we already know, because he had a lot of traumatic stuff happen in both timelines, but Naruto in this version, his emotions, he's already mastered controlling his emotions as he had to in order to be able to turn off Ultra Instinct, which had been a curse from an Otsutsuki summoning the angel. Naruto, as we get into the examination itself, would cause some intimidation amongst the Genin, as they had heard about what he had done to Zabuza. A Genin being put into the bingo books at such an early age was not heard of before, not since the likes of those who were destined to become a Hokage. As Naruto takes a seat down, Hinata would be impressed with him, just like she always was in the original. The examiner would begin to explain this test. They would have to submit and finish all these questions for this test, and if they're caught cheating, then they're kicked out. As in order to be a shinobi, you have to be able to answer at least some intellectual questions. Naruto would look down his question sheet as he scans through all of them, quickly thinking on what he can do and what he can't do in the most efficient way. As Naruto looks up to the top, he would begin to answer the questions to the best of his ability, not sure if any of them were really right. Naruto would then decide to double check his answers. He might have to cheat a little, as he would determine that this is a test to see how they can gather information as shinobi. Naruto would close his eyes as he focuses all of his strength onto his senses, as being an Uzumaki, his natural sensory abilities would be higher anyway. Even though in the original he doesn't display them, the Uzumaki clan is naturally gifted at sensory anyway, so I think it makes sense. Naruto would close his eyes, as I've said, as he then focuses on everything around him. He could feel many air motions, as airwaves throughout the room be flicking away from pencil by pencil. As Naruto begins to read the airwaves, he can compare them to his own when he writes any sort of letter. He then, or number even. As Naruto then finally realizes what's going on, he could hone in on a certain target, as he listens or feels the airwaves that are hitting him. Got it. Naruto would check his answers, realizing that he almost gotten half of them wrong, before re-changing them to the correct answer. He would smirk as he then says that was almost too easy. Gaara would be impressed as he'd be using his Sandai and would watch Naruto in complete stillness, as Naruto had almost been in a meditative state for most of the session they'd been there. Naruto would finish his test, as he would then look up to see that he was one of the first people to finish. Sasuke and Sakura wouldn't be too surprised, as Naruto, even as a younger child, had always been the quiet, smart type. Naruto would then turn his test in, as everyone else had, as the final question doesn't even faze him. Naruto would pass along with Team 7, as everyone else would leave. Anko would enter the room as she then explains that it's her turn for her part of the tuning exams, and to get everyone else out of there. She would then say that they're heading towards the Forest of Death for a more physical examination. As Naruto would stand up and start walking away, Hinata would wish him luck as she waves. Naruto would say thanks, Hinata, as Hinata would then blush, thinking that was stupid of her, her being shy. As he then walks away, Naruto would look around, seeing how everyone else had done, quickly scanning Sakura and Sasuke's sheets, and then realizing that Sasuke had gotten the same score as him, with him smirking. Sasuke and Naruto would then finally make it to the Forest of Death, as Anko would explain the rules. In this version, no situation with Orochimaru, Anko, and Naruto happens in the original. As Naruto and Sasuke would get into their position with their scroll, they'd be ready to enter the forest. As soon as they enter, Sasuke would tell Naruto to start scanning for enemies, as Naruto would close his eyes and tell him to give him a second. As Naruto activates Ultra Instinct Omen by closing his eyes and calmly relaxing into that state, he would then tell Sasuke that he can feel people maybe 300 kilometers away to the left. Naruto's sensory abilities are good, but unless he accesses Ultra Instinct, he's not able to really feel the presences of other people's chakra or anything in general, unless he accesses this extreme boost, which Ultra Instinct is. Naruto would say that they need to head north, as he would then direct Sasuke and Sakura, before he closes his eyes and relaxes again, pulling himself out of Ultra Instinct and focusing. Naruto would be breathing heavily as he can feel a small amount of kickback from accessing Ultra Instinct. He can sense a little bit of pain inside of him, and as he feels his cells taking damage. Damn it! he would think, as he remembers what had happened last time. He can't use this form and just turn it on and off. If he's going to use it, he's going to have to use it the whole time, and afterwards would be some serious kickback. Naruto would vow that he is not going to access Ultra Instinct unless absolutely necessary. Team 7 would continue to head forward into the forest. As Naruto would decide he has to go to the bathroom, he would tell Sasuke and Sakura that he's just going to take a second as he walks into the forest. Almost immediately, he can tell that someone's standing there, with just their breathing. "I see you're there," he would say, as he turns around looking directly at them. Naruto would kick off the ground faster than he could see, as he lands a flying kick to their head, knocking them out. As Naruto lands, he grabs their scroll and finishes his business, then walks back over to Sasuke and Sakura. "Got the scroll," he would say. Sasuke would ask what happened, as he would say that he had ran to a little company. As Sasuke and Naruto would continue walking forward, Sakura would run up behind them, asking them if it's really okay just to do that. Sasuke and Naruto would turn around saying that Anko had told them to take out anyone who had offered their scroll to them, even if they had tried to take their scroll or not. Naruto and Sasuke would continue to go through the forest, as they see many creatures as well as climb up the trees using their chakra control. As the three of them now are almost all the way there, they would see that something is about to happen. 3 minutes before what would have happened in the original, Naruto is almost crippled as he falls to the ground, coughing up blood, as he looks up, telling Sasuke and Sakura to run. "Run! Run! Something big is coming," Naruto would say. His body would begin to vigorously shake, as he is thinking about accessing Master Ultra Instinct. "Should I do it now? I don't know if I can get out of it again," he would think, thinking about what had happened with Zabuza, and if he gets himself knocked out, he might not be able to finish the rest of the Chunin exams. Damn it, what do I do? It took him almost a week to recover last time he'd accessed it to that amount of power. Naruto would hit his fist into the ground, as Sasuke and Sakura are standing there asking what's wrong. "Run, damn it!" Naruto would say, as suddenly a giant snake comes crashing through the forest, as Orochimaru looks down at them. Naruto is shaking as he looks up, standing at Orochimaru, saying that there's no way they can win, as Naruto can feel his chakra rising like a wave of an ocean. Sasuke would ask what he means when suddenly he can feel it too. The amount of bloodlust, this pressure, not even being a sensory type. Naruto and Sakura and Sasuke are all under crushing pressure. As Naruto stands, he would then tell them that he'll buy them some time. They need to run now. Sasuke would nod as he then says that Sakura should run, and that he and Naruto can take care of this together. Naruto would grit his teeth as he tells Sasuke that even if he's there, there's no way they can win. Orochimaru would then whisper as he says, "Ah, yes, Sasuke. My dear, sweet Sasuke. I've been looking for you for so long. I've been almost aching to find your body." Orochimaru would say this, giving off pedo vibes, as he did in the original, while Naruto is standing there asking what he wants of Sasuke. His fist begins to shake as Naruto decides that even though he's afraid, he has to try his best to protect his friends. As Naruto would stare into Orochimaru's eyes. "Oh, it's you, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki," Orochimaru would be thinking. Naruto would have to come up with a plan, and quickly. He would think, I can use Ultra Instinct Omen. That's the only way. If I use half of my power, then I might be able to finish off the Chunin exams, but I won't be able to use it again. He would be thinking, as he's having to come to the decision on if he wants to go full power on this guy, or if he wants to be able to finish the Chunin exams. Damn it, you would think. As he then charges into battle. "Sasuke, Sakura, cover me behind kunai and projectile attacks. Sasuke, use your fireball jutsu now." Sasuke would quickly create the fireball jutsu, followed with the Phoenix Flower jutsu, setting them behind Naruto. Naruto would quickly cover his hands of chakra, as he grabs one of the fireballs and throws them at Orochimaru, redirecting it towards him. How interesting. I've never thought that a Jinchuriki would have such intricate chakra control. Very interesting indeed. Naruto would then power up as suddenly a blast of white and blue light would explode over the forest, as chakra would be raining all around Naruto, as he accesses Ultra Instinct Omen. His hair would now be black and gold, mixed with the light bluish-white aura of Ultra Instinct, his hair flowing around him as his eyes have turned a bright silver. His voice now reverberating, as it's become more and more separated from himself. "You will fall here." Naruto's voice takes this turn, as he suddenly teleports with a fist in Orochimaru's gut. "Ugh," Orochimaru would say, as he quickly uses his snake skin molding to escape his body so he doesn't take any damage. Orochimaru would attempt to punch Naruto. As his fist is flying towards Naruto's face, suddenly, he disappears. "What?" Orochimaru would think, as Naruto comes up from behind, kicking Orochimaru in the back, as he then throws a flurry of punches, as fast as a perfect mechanism of a machine. Or Naruto would scream as he continues flailing against Orochimaru's punches, continually dodging and escaping all of Orochimaru's attacks. Orochimaru summons a giant snake which comes barreling towards Naruto. Naruto's body moves out of the way on its own as he then blasts the creature. Putting chakra into his hands, he punches it, sending the snake tumbling back into the forest as it's turned back into its original chakra and dust. Orochimaru would now be sweating as he just needs to implant the curse mark on Sasuke and he can escape. You won't be getting out of here alive. And that's what Naruto says as he comes flying in, sending both of his knees directly into Orochimaru's chest cavity. No, Orochimaru couldn't escape this one. It was too fast. As Orochimaru continues to be beaten down by Naruto, Naruto would tell Sasuke and Sakura to run. No way. I'll have to get this kid somehow. As Naruto continues to battle against Orochimaru, he has an idea. This kid, whenever I throw an attack, he instantly dodges out of the way. But what if? As he then turns around, ignoring all of Naruto's attacks, he goes flying towards Sasuke. Damn it, Naruto would think, as he now falls out of Ultra Instinct Omen, having focused too much, as he had an original. Yes, as long as I can get him to focus on me, on his friend Sasuke, then he'll lose the ability to dodge and only have the focus on the battle. Orochimaru would quickly analyze this, as he bites Sasuke with the curse mark. Get away from him! Naruto would scream as he falls back into Ultra Instinct Omen, punching Orochimaru in the neck as his head is pulled from his body, decapitating him. Orochimaru would quickly have used the substitution jutsu to escape, as he laughs. Damn it, Naruto would say, as he falls to the ground, him beginning to feel the backlash as he coughs up blood, and he can feel his stamina draining. Naruto would fall to the ground in pain, as he is passed out, having used more than half of his chakra just using Ultra Instinct Omen. Sakura, Sasuke, you have to get out of here, Naruto would say, as Sakura and Sasuke would ask if Naruto's alright. Naruto would pass out, as he falls into a dreamlike state. Leaves rustle, as well as sticks on the forest floor begin to move, as we see Sakura coming into view, sweating with dirt marks all over her, as she's running, or trying to, while carrying her two teammates Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke passed out almost immediately after Naruto, with whatever thing that guy had done to him. She would wonder, as Sakura was staring back, worried about both her teammates, especially Sasuke not knowing what had happened to him, and Naruto was almost completely exhausted. She would continue to carry both of her teammates as she finally finds a safe grotto that she can leave them at to let them recover for a little bit. As Sakura lays the two down and rushes off to go get water from the stream on a cloth to cool down their foreheads as both of them are beginning to heat up. Suddenly, some rustling in the trees would come in. As Sakura would hear, she turns around. Suddenly, 3 sound ninja would come into view, as the 3 of them must begin to shout, Sasuke! Where are you, Sasuke Uchiha? Our master has determined that we must find you and finish you off now. As they are screaming this into the forest, basically alerting every other team that's there that they're looking for Sasuke, Sakura would hide as she's scared, as we can see her eyes are wide open, watching carefully as her pupils dilate back in and out from fear. As the 3 would come into view of the grotto, suddenly Sakura would gulp as she decides she has to go and protect her teammates and fight off these 3 to prove to Sasuke and Naruto that she's useful. Yeah, right. And as she walks out there with her kunai in hand, she would claim that she's going to defeat them there to protect Sasuke. As Sakura would say this mumbling, she would then rush into battle, running as fast as she can, which is slow, not very fast, to be honest. As Sakura goes running towards the 3 sound ninja, they easily dodge out of all of her slashes and attacks, as eventually she gets grabbed from her hair by behind. As she asks what's going on, she can't see as she's being pulled backwards as they're shouting and looking for Sasuke. As Sakura's crying out, Rock Lee would come to save her as he feels that something's wrong and decides to go check up what's going up over there. As Lee would rush through the forest, jumping into the grotto area below, he would see the 3 sound ninja bullying Sakura. Sakura! Lee would scream in anger as well as defensiveness. He'd rush in as he tries to save her. Sakura would have cut her hair already as she was trying to fight off the one female sound ninja who was basically bullying her. Lee would come in with a flying leaf hurricane kick, knocking one of her out instantly, while Sakura is now defended by Lee. Lee, she would say, as Lee comes into view, telling Sakura he's there now and that she doesn't have to worry. Sakura and Lee would try to hold off the other 2 sound ninja who are still conscious as the fight gets more intense. Lee is about to get taken down as Sakura isn't very useful as backup, as basically Lee's taking on the 2 of them by himself, and both of them are fairly strong to be honest. Suddenly, a dark energy would come swarming off from the grotto in the entrance of the forest where she had left Sasuke and Naruto laying. Sasuke would begin to pull himself off the ground, and as he sits up, black markings on him would grow over him, with his black markings becoming more and more clear on his skin, as now the curse mark has spread across his entire body. As soon as Sakura turns around to see where Sasuke was, Sasuke would be in front of her, as she turns around bumping into him. Sasuke would walk forward calmly, as he grabs one of the Sound Ninja's arms, as he begins to twist them. Liu would ask Sasuke if he's alright, with Sasuke being unresponsive. As he slowly begins to continue twisting and twisting his arms, this Sound Ninja would continue to scream in agony as he can feel his very bones breaking, as the windpipes that he had been gifted by Orochimaru begin to shatter inside. Sasuke Uchiha, damn you! Sasuke's cold eyes look down into his, as he then pulls his arms behind his back, puts his leg up and begins pushing onto his spine, slowly dislocating his shoulders from his arms. The pain and severe burn he could feel in his limbs was unimaginable, as Sasuke continues to completely beat down the Sound Ninja, with the last one being able to escape Sasuke's wrath. As Sasuke is just about to go after him, Sakura would finally do something useful, as she comes from behind and hugs Sasuke from behind, telling him that's enough. Almost immediately, as soon as Sasuke had gained the curse mark power, Naruto had woke up. As Naruto had woke up, he realized that he was back to normal, and his chakra had almost refilled. What had happened, he thought, as now we see what had happened to Naruto inside his dream. Inside Naruto's dream, we see multiple different colors, different shades of colors, flowing in and out, purples, blues, yellows, greens, aquas of any kind. As we see different shades of colors flowing all the way around him, suddenly, as soon as Naruto had fallen out of Ultra Instinct and had passed into this dream, it all became white and silver, dark and empty. It's almost the opposite of what had been before. We're inside of Naruto's head, his emotions, his thoughts and feelings. Almost nothing is there now, as Naruto's in a dreamless state of emptiness. This is where we hear her voice, the angels, in a melancholy as well as almost empty with no remorse or care in the world, saying, "I suppose, then, you have gained more mastery over it." Pfft, what a shame. As soon as she says this, however, Naruto would have woken up back in the grotto, as we now are back at present, him having forgotten everything that had happened during his dream, as well as the strange things he had seen. As Naruto was now on his way, with Team 7 having said goodbye to Rock Lee, on the way to the tower to complete the second part of the Chunin exams, they would inevitably run into Kabuto. As Kabuto meets Naruto again, Naruto would greet him, along with Sasuke, who would still be in pain after having the curse mark receded. Sakura would also say hello to Kabuto and ask what's going on, when Kabuto would explain that there are many other shinobi camping out around the tower in order to pick others off, and that if they really wanted to get inside, then they'd probably have to team up in order to take them out. Naruto would agree with this plan of action, as Naruto's analytical mind is much sharper in this version of Naruto. He would agree that having more numbers would be beneficial as well, as his chakra pool has been halved, and probably will be so for the rest of the day, hopefully not having to finish the entire Chunin exams today. Naruto would then say that it's a good idea in his opinion, and that they should continue all four of them. Kabuto would join along with Team 7 as they run into the Mist Ninja and would take them out very swiftly. Naruto can use Shadow Clones whenever he's not in Ultra Instinct, so he'd mostly just use Shadow Clones Jutsu as his main ace up his sleeve to take people out. Naruto also has much stronger physical capabilities, as I've mentioned before, and his sensory abilities are off the charts. Naruto could easily pick out where the Mist Ninja would be, as he and Sasuke, along with Kabuto, would help take them all out. Kabuto would only use Taijutsu, as he doesn't want to reveal his cards just yet. As Naruto and Sasuke would finally make it to the tower, Kabuto would rush off somewhere, having completed with his scrolls. With now Naruto and Team 7 having also taken their scroll and completed the mission, they would see that they were one of the last teams to get there. As Naruto would sigh, saying it was that one guy's fault, because we see a flashback to the fight between him and Orochimaru. Iruka-sensei would be proud of Naruto, and Naruto would nod, thanking him. Iruka would say that the next part of the Chunin exams would be taking place soon, and they should rest up. Sasuke would tell Naruto and Sakura to not tell anyone about what had happened in the forest, and to leave the mark alone, as he pulls his shirt over it so no one can see it. As Sasuke would then tell them that the fights will be starting soon, they should get some rest, Naruto would hop up to the stand as he lays down, falling asleep almost immediately to regain his strength. Luckily, Naruto and Kiba's fight would not take place for around another 13 minutes. After that time had passed and everyone had deducted that all the teams had been there, now the tournament would begin for the preliminary rounds of the Chunin examination tournament. Kiba and Akamaru would be tasked to fight Naruto. As Naruto is woken up by Sasuke telling him it's his turn, Sasuke would nod, telling Naruto to do his best. Sasuke would then smirk as he then tells Naruto he already knows he'll win though. Naruto would nod as he laughs, saying this will be a cinch. As he jumps out into the arena down below, Kiba would look at him with his eyes getting already narrowed as he knows what Naruto's thinking. You think just because you have stronger sensory abilities than I do means that you're going to beat me? Well, don't you forget that I have Akamaru here with me. Immediately as Akamaru and Kiba come flying towards Naruto using their Fang over Fang attack, Naruto looks up with his one eye as he stares into Kiba's eyes, tracking him through the spinning. Kiba just is about to connect against Naruto, then moves out of the way suddenly as he knows. As he's sitting against the wall, his eyes look terrified. As Naruto then asks, "What's wrong, Kiba?" Kiba would turn around as he can sense danger and smell it all around Naruto. Every time he attacks, Naruto would then see Kiba flying a Fang over Fang, dodging out of Naruto's range almost instantly as soon as he gets within it. Naruto would smirk as he then asks Kiba if he's really that afraid of him. Everyone in the stands would be watching, as Kiba's beginning to sweat already, as Kiba's just about to throw a punch towards Naruto. Naruto would continue staring him down, his eyes locking into Kiba's, when Kiba's knees would fail him. He'd fall to the ground as he punches it, saying he can't do it, as he still sees the red signs all around Naruto, saying from whatever side he'd attack, he would fail. Kiba would voluntarily give up, with Naruto not having to move the entire fight. As he walks away, he would then throw him a bone, quite literally, as he then says that Akamaru actually did a pretty good job, though, with him laughing as he gets up to the stands. Kiba would be ashamed of himself, with Naruto helping him up anyway, as he had told him that if he really wanted to get stronger, he has to fight opponents even if they are going to beat them. If you don't try, you'll never know, right? Kiba would sigh, as he knows that Naruto had completely taken him in that fight. As Naruto goes to the stand, Sasuke would be in awe, not because of Naruto exactly, but because of the way he had won. He'd think that he destroyed Kiba by literally standing there and doing nothing, and Sasuke would hope to get it just as awesome of a victory. Sakura wouldn't care, but Hinata wouldn't even offer the cream in this time, just because Hinata doesn't really think Naruto needs it. He did nothing. Anyway, Sasuke's fight would begin with that other sound ninja who had been there, who has the ability to drain chakra. And as he touches Sasuke, Sasuke would lose some more of it. Sasuke is forced to use taijutsu the entire fight and would never really defeat him, just like he did in the original. As Sasuke finishes his fight, the fight with Gaara and Lee would come up. Lee and Gaara's fight would go pretty much the same in the original. However, in this time, Naruto, who would be sitting there almost indifferent against the fight, 3 seconds before Gaara was about to crush Lee's leg, Naruto would stand up as he grabs the railing, yelling out loud for Lee to hear. "Lee, get out of the way! He's about to..." Just as he says these words, however, Lee would look up as the sand crunches around his leg, crushing his leg bone. Naruto would be in shock as he had no belief that Gaara was actually going to do that, but every sense in his body was saying that the bloodlust coming off of Gaara was 100% real. He could feel Gaara's bloodlust from here, as Gaara looks up at Naruto. Naruto completely grinding his teeth as he tells Gaara that was unnecessary. Gaara would walk away as Guy helps Lee up and asks if he's alright. Lee be taken to the infirmary with the medical ninja immediately, as he had his left leg damaged badly. Naruto would tell Gaara that he's going to pay for that, in a soft tone of voice, as he stares him down, his face not even trembling with rage, and just staying absolutely still. However, this would all change during Hinata and Neji's fight. As Naruto sees Hinata and Neji, he actually is quite interested in this fight due to seeing their gentle fist style, which is very similar to Ultra Instinct in the fact that it's precise movements and tries not to waste any motion. However, as Hinata and Neji's fight continues, Naruto would be watching as he can sense and see the damage that Hinata is taking. "Neji, stop, you don't need to..." As Neji's about to land a few more hits, he can see he's about to use one of his tri-palm attacks of the Hyuga clan. This time, Naruto doesn't hesitate, as Kakashi watches with interest as Naruto suddenly moves forward, kicking his feet off the rail at faster speeds than he had ever seen before. As Naruto moves forward at full speed, just as the last tri-palm is about to hit Hinata, causing her severe damage which could almost cripple her, Naruto would come in as he grabs and blocks every single one of the trigrams with equal speed, not even having to use Byakugan. Neji would be locked eyes with Naruto, Naruto having been there immediately between Hinata and Neji. You know, after seeing the last fight of Gaara, I think you know that you've gone too far, Neji, Hyuga. As he would say this, Neji would sigh, as he says that he shouldn't get involved in others' fights, as destiny had provoked that he would defeat Hinata this way. Just as Hinata's about to fall to the floor, Naruto would help Hinata from behind as he catches her and lays her down softly on the ground. Neji walks away, with Naruto following him with his eyes the entire time. Medical ninjas show up as Hinata thanks Naruto, with this time her not being in such a critical state. Naruto on the inside would be furious, however, as he looks at Neji, and he vows that even though he had almost let two of his friends suffer the same fate of being destroyed in just a tournament fight, he won't let that happen again, no matter what. Naruto would then go back up to the stands, jumping high as he catches onto the ring and grabs himself over the railing. As he pulls himself over, Sakura would be watching and saying that was unnecessary, with Naruto giving her a look as if though she was joking. Sakura would huff as she then looks at Sasuke and asks how he's doing. Now Sasuke and Kakashi would go down to the basement floor below, as he would then take his sealing on him. As the seals used on Sasuke's curse mark would be sealed, Orochimaru would confront Kakashi and Sasuke just like in the original, and then he would flee. Now, the tournament was basically over. All the matches would be decided now in 1 month. Naruto would breathe out with ease, as he had almost used up all his chakra in that last stunt he had used with catching all of Neji's attacks. Naruto looked down at his hand and he sees he has one small cut. Naruto would be shocked as he sees his own blood for one of the very few times he's ever seen it. Naruto, like Gaara, is not used to seeing his own blood because of the ultimate defense he had with Ultra Instinct for such a long time. So Naruto smirks when he's impressed that Neji might actually be able to defeat him if he can do more hits like this. Naruto would get up as he says goodbye to Kakashi and Sasuke, saying he's going to go work on his own for a while. As Sasuke would then say goodbye to Naruto, telling him he'll meet him back here in a month, back for the Chunin exams, Naruto would nod, as Naruto, Gaara, and Neji all lock eyes for 1 second before they all leave, with them eyeing each other down. As Naruto leaves, with him being clearly in a bad mood, he would then go into the forest. Naruto, who now can let down his cool demeanor, then punches a tree. The tree would get ripped out of its roots as it goes flying, with him screaming, "Damn it!" as he sees Rock Lee's leg getting crushed in his mind over and over again. After he had vowed that he wouldn't to let any of his friends get hurt back in the forest of death against Orochimaru, he let it happen again by someone else. Bushy brows, Naruto would say. As Jiraiya is watching from a distance, Naruto would then continue walking away. Jiraiya would approach Naruto as he asks him if he would be interested in training underneath him, with Jiraiya actually being more interested in Naruto this time around than Naruto following Jiraiya. Naruto would ask what's up with him, old man, as Jiraiya would laugh, saying that he's Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage. Naruto wouldn't know who this is, as he didn't know who the Sannin were in the original anyway, but he would still consider it and say if Jiraiya can land a single hit on him, then he'll train underneath him. Jiraiya would smirk as he says if this is really a challenge. Naruto would nod as the fight between him and Jiraiya Sensei would begin. Jiraiya would lurch forward as he tries to land a kick on Naruto. Naruto slightly moves his face backwards, not even getting scratched or hit by his attack. As Naruto and Jiraiya continue to fight in taijutsu, Naruto dodges out of the way of all of Jiraiya's attacks, not having to even go into Ultra Instinct yet. As Naruto continues to dodge, suddenly Jiraiya decides to pick up the pace and decides to take this a little more seriously. Jiraiya throws a serious punch towards Naruto's chest. As Naruto's eyes widen, Naruto's barely able to get out of the way in time. However, I win, Jiraiya would say. Naruto would be shocked as he looks down, seeing that one of Jiraiya's legs had kicked him in the side of his left ankle, causing Naruto to fall over. Wow, old man, you're actually pretty strong, he would say, as Naruto had gone completely serious in that fight, trying to evade Jiraiya in every which way. Jiraiya would smirk, saying he is one of the legendary Sannin after all. Jiraiya in his head to be thinking, though, that this kid is ridiculously fast, and that for being so young himself, his strength is off the charts. Naruto would then tell Jiraiya he hadn't even been using most of his power yet, but if he had, he probably wouldn't have used it against Jiraiya anyway. Jiraiya would ask what he means when Naruto would explain more about what had happened to him as a kid, and why everyone had always avoided him and called him weird. Jiraiya would tell him that he doesn't think he's weird, and that if he really was weird, he should just be who he is anyway. As Naruto would say if he really thinks it's that easy. Jiraiya would tell him to come with him as they go out into the mountains together to train for the next month. We see fragments of their training as Jiraiya is trying to teach Naruto the summoning jutsu. As Naruto tries to bite himself, Naruto realizes that he can't do it to himself, as Naruto already has that instinct that has been put into him since a child that he can't harm himself. Jiraiya, if you wouldn't mind, could you... Naruto would pull his hand forward, as Jiraiya would gently cut his thumb for him, as Naruto would say thanks. Naruto would use the blood, of which is very rarely seen, to summon the Toad summoning. As he summons Gamabunta without even needing the Kyuubi's chakra, Gamabunta would ask who had summoned him. Naruto would say it was him, as now the challenge to see if Naruto can stay on Gamabunta for one whole day without falling off would begin. Naruto would stand on Gamabunta with 2 feet, standing up, not even holding on, as he purely uses his chakra to attach himself to Gamabunta. Do what you want, Naruto would say, as Gamabunta begins moving around fiercely. Immediately as Naruto is being jostled around, he doesn't even move from his spot, as Naruto's chakra connection to Gamabunta is now completely set. Naruto closes his eyes as he focuses on his chakra connection the entire time, keeping his connected to Gamabunta the entire day. Gamabunta would be sweating and coughing as he says that this kid is really unshakable, and he tried everything to distract him, but it just didn't work. Naruto would open his eyes as he tells Jiraiya that he's passed now, as he desummons Gamabunta. Jiraiya and Naruto begin to come up a way for that Naruto to be able to use the summoning jutsu. However, until then, with them having more than half a month left to train, Jiraiya would begin training Naruto in the power known as the Rasengan. The day had finally arrived, as Naruto is walking calmly into the stadium. As Naruto now has a new jacket with a hood on it, similar to the one that we can see in the thumbnail, Naruto now calmly lifts his hood, as his actual jacket jumper suit from before had been destroyed during training with Jiraiya. Naruto then hops up to the arena stage. Naruto would greet Sakura and ask if Sasuke is there yet. Sakura would say she likes the new look, and then tells him that Sasuke hasn't arrived yet. Little do they know that Sasuke's got a new outfit as well. Anyway, back to the Chunin exam itself. We see that Naruto, as well as Sakura, would witness the first fight between Shikamaru and Temari. It would go the same as the original, Shikamaru giving up and proving that he knows when to flee, as the third Hokage would put it, with Shikamaru being definitely declared as a Chunin. Suddenly, after many rounds, it's finally time. Naruto's turn to fight. Naruto would be fighting Neji Hyuga. Naruto would smirk as he says he's really ready to try this one now, as Naruto jumps into the arena below, now containing his emotions and feeling it himself. He decides that he'll give Neji a good scare, as he hasn't ever seen this before, and he decides he wants to flex his power to the stadium, just to show everyone that even though he was the weird kid, and even though he is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which he's now learned from Jiraiya himself, that he can still defeat one of the legendary Hyuga clan. As Naruto walks into the side of the arena from his side, and Neji does as well, the announcer begins to state his claim as the fight is about to begin. Everyone's ready for this fight, as they've heard that Naruto is the person who actually defeated Zabuza, one of the demon swordsmen of the mist, and that Neji is one of the strongest of the Hyuga clan. This is one of the most looked forward to fights other than Gaara versus Sasuke. It's easily almost tied, actually. As Naruto and Neji's fight begins. So, Neji Hyuga, Naruto would say calmly, how do you want to be defeated? Will you let me at full power, or would you want me to go easy on you? Both of them will be just as humiliating and painful, after I'd seen what you've done to Hinata in front of everyone. Neji would laugh. He says if he really thinks he can defeat him, then he should go at him full power. Naruto would smirk. He says that he's going to regret that. Suddenly, Naruto would begin walking forward, calmly, with slow steps at a time. 1 step, 2 step. Neji would then ask what he thinks he's doing, as Naruto's hair begins to change colors as Naruto's eyes have closed. His eyelashes and eyebrows begin to glow, as Naruto now accesses his full power as he activates Ultra Instinct. Naruto opens his eyes, with them now shining pure silver. Naruto now flashing between Omen, Ultra Instinct, and Mastered Ultra Instinct. Neji Hyuga, I'm going to defeat you with 1 finger, as Naruto holds up his pointer finger. Neji would now be scared as he just sees Naruto change his hair color, and ask if that's all it does, with him now beginning to feel a bit shaken. Suddenly, Naruto would move forward almost instantly, as his finger is now directly at Neji's forehead, his fingernail pressed into the leaf headband. Neji would have no time to react as everyone in the crowd is shocked, with Naruto having been almost 50 meters away from him and almost instantly teleporting towards him. As Naruto says nothing now, him now falling completely into Ultra Instinct, holding on just a bit so he can turn it off after the fight's done, Neji would begin to fighting back. as Naruto dodges out of every attack. 64 palm strike, as Neji begins turning and using all of the palm strikes he knows in the gentle fist attack. Naruto dodges out of every single one, moving faster than Neji can even see with his Byakugan. As Neji continues to spin and use his ultimate defense that he has, Naruto continues to easily dodge out of the way. Neji spins to block any kunai that Naruto would throw at him at fast speeds. However, this is just a ploy. As Neji is now spinning, Naruto would walk forward as he takes his one pointer finger. Naruto, like a physician or a surgeon, would then gently take his one finger as he then tells Neji that it's over. Neji would then momentarily ask what's going on, when suddenly, Neji would pass out. Naruto, like a surgeon, had carefully used his finger to go and chop through Neji's defense, as Naruto easily defeated it, causing Neji to go spinning backwards as he goes flying to the wall. Neji completely knocked out with one hit. Naruto Uzumaki is the winner. Naruto would deactivate Ultra Instinct as he then feels it. Naruto would then begin to concentrate as he needs to conceal Ultra Instinct immediately, as turning it on and off so suddenly would be his undoing. As Naruto then contains Ultra Instinct, he pushes all of his chakra against her power. I don't need it anymore. Right now, I need to turn it off. Naruto would be focusing as hard as he can, when suddenly, he then breathes out. I did it. The angel will be smirking and is also a little annoyed as Ultra Instinct hadn't been able to overpower Naruto in this instance. Naruto would hold his hand up smiling as his hair is now back to its normal golden color. Naruto would walk off the arena as Neji Hyuga is staring at Naruto from behind. Naruto would turn around as he tells Neji that he knows why the Hyuga clan is how it is, and he'll change it one day, for sure. Naruto would walk off stage, and many of the girls in the crowd would say that he's so cool, with Sakura not getting it at all. As Naruto has now defeated Neji, Gaara would be immensely impressed with this, and also worried. Having seen his speed and power for himself, Naruto defeated one of the strongest Genin in their year with one finger. Suddenly, Sasuke Uchiha would arrive, as the fight begins with Gaara. Sasuke comes tumbling down the side of the wall of the arena, as he activates the Chidori just as the match begins. He runs straight towards Gaara, with the lightning arcing across his entire body. Naruto would watch this technique with much interest as he sees Kakashi-sensei holding his arms, nodding his head. As Sasuke comes rushing down at full speed, using the momentum of his fall and gravity, he crashes into Gaara, who barely has time to create a sand shield defense. As Sasuke's Chidori plows through Gaara's sand, Gaara's sand shield is completely destroyed, and he's cut. Blood begins to flow down the side of his right cheek, as he would scream in anger and horror. Gaara would then power up as he begins to be taken over by the Shukaku, as he begins pelting Sasuke with sand attacks, fighting far more ferocious as well as animalistic. As Gaara is beginning to lose his sanity, continuing to battle against Sasuke, the Konoha Crush plan would begin, as Naruto would look up immediately as a Genjutsu is about to hit the arena. Naruto, who would have sensed this a few seconds before, would instantly create the hand seal to block out the Genjutsu, as he then tells everyone around him to get ready for a Genjutsu. As the Genjutsu hits, Kakashi as well as everyone near Naruto would have gotten out of the way of the Genjutsu and survived the impact of it, without being put to sleep. As Naruto is then prepared to battle, seeing what Gaara must have been used as a distraction, Gaara would bust his way out of the arena with Sasuke close on his tail, right behind him. Naruto would ask Kakashi if he can handle what's going on here, with Kakashi nodding, saying that him and the rest of the Jonin should be able to wipe out the Sand Ninja that are invading. Naruto would nod as he's going after Gaara and Sasuke. He would jump off the side of the arena as he then rushes down below. Naruto's hoodie flows in the wind as he then pulls it over himself, pulling on the strings tighter. He would then rush forward as he jumps from tree to tree, him flying between each one at fast speeds. After a few minutes, he would see that Sasuke as well as Gaara were catching up. As he was catching up to them, they would see that there were some Sand Ninja that were trying to jump Naruto so that Gaara could fight Sasuke alone. Naruto would wipe these guys out easily, as he uses his new technique that Jiraiya taught him, the Rasengan. Naruto would crash into 20 of these Sand Ninja at a time, taking them down easily with just the Rasengan and his massive chakra pool. Naruto continued to run forward at faster speeds, as we can hear his shoes hitting the wood tree branches. Suddenly we get to an open clearing where we see Sasuke jumping from tree to tree at fast speeds, using his second Chidori that day to try and pierce Gaara. Gaara would then shoot out sand spears as they go flying everywhere, one about to hit Sasuke. Suddenly Naruto would move faster as he uses his full power to jump forward from the tree, causing a crack in the wood. Naruto would just get there just in time as he grabs the sand spike out of thin air, turns around and throws it back at Gaara, piercing him in the shoulder. Gaara would scream in pain as his own sand had actually injured him. Naruto and Gaara then begin to face off, along with Sasuke and Naruto fighting together for once. As Naruto and Sasuke are tag teaming, both of them begin to fight Gaara, with Sasuke taking him from behind and Naruto up front. Every time Gaara tries to attack Naruto, Naruto easily dodges out of the way, predicting these very simple-minded attacks. However, this would change when Sakura arrives. Gaara would take Sakura hostage without Naruto being able to get there in time. Gaara would tell Naruto to leave his fight with Sasuke alone, and that if he doesn't get out of there, then he'll kill both of them and this girl. Naruto would have no choice but to stand back for the moment, and just as Gaara turns his head, the instant he does, Naruto would create the massive Rasengan as he pulls a ton of chakra into the Rasengan, creating a large ball, as he then slams it into the arm of Shukaku. Shukaku's sand arm gets completely ripped off and destroyed, as Gaara yells in pain, the sand beginning to reform his arm. Gaara would now begin to pass out, as his rage has caused him to become exhausted, forcing him into the full Shukaku state. Naruto would then decide on how he's going to approach this, as he then tells Sasuke he'll need his help with his Chidori. Sasuke would power up with his last Chidori he can use that day, and tell Naruto he's ready. Naruto would then tell Sasuke that they have to do it together, as Sasuke and Naruto would first use their ever team attack. Naruto would jump forward, with Sasuke in front, as Sasuke's about to pierce the Chidori into the giant Shukaku monster, with the Shukaku screaming. Naruto would then create a massive Rasengan behind him. Sasuke, move out of the way now. As soon as Sasuke moves out of the way, the Chidori just hitting into Shukaku. Just like a hammer to a nail, Naruto would use his massive Rasengan to shove the Chidori at fast speeds directly into Shukaku, causing a humongous lightning storm explosion, as Naruto falls back, not taking any damage the entire fight. As Naruto and Sasuke fall to the ground, Gaara's sand begins to disappear, as Gaara's body begins to fall to the ground. Naruto would rush forward as he grabs Gaara out of thin air, jumping out of a tree in order to leap and save him. As he lays Gaara down, Gaara would ask why, and Naruto would have that flashback. This time, however, we see Naruto with bright white hair, and his eyes are silver. Naruto is sitting there while people are throwing things at him in the street. Naruto simply walking and dodging out of the way of every single thing. As Naruto's walking along, and someone tries to throw a punch, he easily disappears behind them, continues walking. Naruto was, at this point in his life, shunned and considered the weirdest person in the entire village. Everyone had hated him, not just for being the Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails, but also for whatever this was. Naruto had always been treated differently. He'd been treated like a monster, and Gaara had too. Gaara knew exactly how Naruto felt, and he and Naruto had that same bonding moment, as if though they were the same person for that one instant. Naruto and Gaara would then, with Gaara passing out, Naruto would pick up Gaara, with Sakura thanking Naruto for saving her, actually, in this time. Sakura would then tell Sasuke he and Naruto did a great job, with Sasuke being super impressed with Naruto's attack, asking what it was. Naruto would smirk as he then says that's his new technique, the Rasengan, that Jiraiya-sensei had taught to him. Sasuke, who would have known about Jiraiya just by being more knowledgeable, would say that Jiraiya is one of the legendary Sannin, right? Naruto would nod, saying that that's true, and that his Chidori was impressive himself. Sasuke would hold his hand behind his head, thanking him, as the three of Team 7 get to head back to Konoha. As now Team 7 has arrived back at the village, they would see the destruction that the Sand Village had caused, as well as them seeing the final battle between Orochimaru and the Third Hokage. Because Naruto and Sasuke dispatched Gaara faster in this timeline, the Third Hokage is still alive when Naruto returns. As Naruto sees the barrier surrounding the Third Hokage and Orochimaru, he would then see something. As immediately as he sees that Hiruzen's about to use the Reaper Death Seal, something in him would snap, as he has no idea yet, but this very same jutsu had been used in order to seal the Nine Tails within him, as well as Ultra Instinct having been given to him by the Otsutsuki clan. Naruto would then rush forward as he falls back into Ultra Instinct Omen, and then quickly to Master Ultra Instinct. Third Hokage! Gramps! Just as Orochimaru turns around seeing Naruto, this is when the Third Hokage would say his chants as he thanks Naruto for this final time. He would have flashbacks of seeing Naruto as a child. We see the starry night skies, we see Naruto alone, cooking a fish as he's about to eat it. The Third Hokage would come up and ask how he's doing, with Naruto looking up asking what he means, in that same dull tone that he always has. This is when Hiruzen would say that he's wondering why he's out here all alone. Naruto would look down, his silver eyes looking at the flames, the opposite of his own color of gray and white of emptiness. Well, he would start, with that same monotone voice as always. I was hungry, he would simply state. Hiruzen would laugh as he then asked if there's any fish for him, with Naruto offering him one. As Hiruzen and Naruto would eat under the stars, Naruto's eyes begin to fill with tears as he falls back out of Ultra Instinct, not being able to make it in time. Reaper Death Seal, Hiruzen would say as he uses the Reaper Death Seal to kill himself and take Orochimaru's arms. With the distraction that Naruto had caused as he had screamed out Hiruzen's name, Orochimaru had been distracted enough for him to actually be beaten by the third Hokage. Damn it, Orochimaru would say, as he'd been distracted by some brat. The sound forward would then turn around as Naruto was ready to get into a fight, with Orochimaru saying they need to escape. The sound forward would take Orochimaru along with Kabuto as they retreat with the Konoha Crush plan being a success with the death of the third Hokage. Naruto would scream in rage as he punches his fist into the barrier, shattering it just as the sound forward leave into little bits. As he rushes forward, asking Hiruzen if he's alright, he sees the light left his eyes as his soul had been taken by the Reaper. As Naruto holds Hiruzen's body, tears begin to flow as he remembers all the good things that had happened, that Hiruzen had tried to help him when he was younger and still couldn't feel any emotions, when he had been shunned by everyone in the village. Naruto would then put Hiruzen down, as well as the other Jonin would arrive to see where the third Hokage had fallen. Naruto would walk away, with Sasuke and Sakura not really knowing what to say, as the two would go off on their own. Naruto would be sitting there for a while thinking about what had happened, as the third Hokage's funeral would come. To dry his tears, Naruto during the third Hokage's funeral activated Mastered Ultra Instinct. For the next 2 weeks, Naruto never left it, as his same self from long ago of being an empty shell had shown. Whenever anyone talked to him, Naruto felt that same emptiness, the melancholy of someone dying. Naruto felt like this for 2 weeks, until eventually Jiraiya would come and knock on his door. "Hey, Naruto." Naruto would ask in a monotone response, "What do you want, Jiraiya-sensei?" Jiraiya would come in as he sees Naruto with his pure white hair. He would then put his hand on Naruto's shoulder calmly, as Naruto looks up at him. Naruto would ask what he wants, when Jiraiya would say that the third Hokage's death wasn't his fault, and that Hiruzen had known what he was doing. In fact, Naruto had helped him complete his mission as a shinobi, and that a shinobi's mission was to die in battle to protect his village. Naruto would say that isn't logical, and that death should never be the option. Naruto would say this in a calm voice, but inside he's still enraged that he had failed to kill off Orochimaru in the Sound 4 in the time before Hiruzen's death. Naruto would then look down, and as Jiraiya would put his hand on his shoulder, looking into his eyes, pulling his head up and saying that there isn't a way for you to bring the dead back to life. However, you can still protect the ones that are here. And it wasn't your fault that Hiruzen had died. He knew what he was doing. Naruto would look up at Jiraiya as he then falls out of Ultra Instinct, asking, "Jiraiya-sensei?" Jiraiya would hug Naruto for the first time, as he tells Naruto it's alright, with Jiraiya just having a single tear fall down his face, as he remembers having what his teacher Hiruzen taught him, his friend Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Back to Tsunade, actually. He had asked Naruto the reason he had really come here, besides to console him on Hiruzen's death, was that he was wondering if he wanted to come with him on a special mission. Naruto would ask, inquiring about what the special mission was. "We'll be going to look for the next Hokage. The 5th Hokage, Lady Tsunade." Naruto would be questioning about this and who she is, when Naruto would then remember about the 3 Sannin, and how Orochimaru and Jiraiya were 2 of them. "Is this Tsunade another one of the legendary Sannin like you?" Jiraiya would nod. He said that she's a master healer, and that if anyone can fix any wounds fast, it'd be her. Naruto would nod as he says he's willing to come with. As Naruto and Jiraiya would head out, Naruto would say goodbye to Sasuke or Sakura, thinking it'd be a short mission. As he heads out, however, Sasuke would then learn of something having occurred in the village. Kakashi had been attacked by Itachi Uchiha, as well as his new partner, Kisame. Damn that Itachi. He must be looking for He'd remember that Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto! Sasuke would head out as he quickly runs over to see where the fellow Jonin were at the gate and ask where Naruto went and if he'd gone through here. Yeah, he and Jiraiya-sensei had actually left earlier. Sasuke would then rush out the gate as he begins trying to catch up to Naruto. A day later, Naruto would be sitting in the hotel room relaxing as he's holding a Rasengan in his hand, working on his chakra control. Although Naruto has much better chakra control than the original due to his Ultra Instinct having been activated for his entire life, or half of it almost, Naruto has much to work on with the Rasengan, as Naruto is very good at it now, but he still has to perfect it, as Jiraiya had told him. Suddenly, as Naruto stops focusing on the Rasengan, it sputters out. Naruto would look up as he then senses something at the door. Vibrations, 2 of them, and Naruto's eyes would be in shock as he senses that they're strong. Naruto would play it coolly as he opens the door as he sees Itachi, Uchiha, and Kisame, wearing robes with red clouds on them. "Hello, you might be getting the wrong room. We didn't order any room service," Naruto would say coyly. Jiraiya would then suddenly have this weird inquiry as he decides he has to start heading back to the hotel room, feeling danger. Naruto would look up at Itachi and Kisame, and then as he says in a much harder tone, "If the two of you don't want to die, then I recommend you leave here. I'm not exactly in a good mood these days, you know." Kisame and Itachi would both laugh, saying that this kid was able to beat them. Suddenly, Naruto activates Ultra Instinct as he goes flying with a flying kick towards Kisame's head. Kisame barely looks back as he then gets hit in the head, goes flying into a wall. As Kisame's sword gets dislodged into the wall, Itachi would turn around saying this kid's a threat as he tries to land the Amaterasu. Now this is where it's interesting. As the Amaterasu and his eye connect exactly onto Naruto, Naruto moves out of the way. Naruto can dodge the Amaterasu. What the hell? Itachi would think, as the Amaterasu is undodgeable based on eye contact. Naruto would say, "You're probably thinking that attack can't be dodged, right?" Naruto would be saying this in a calm tone, as his hair and eyes are now glowing, as he begins to feel heat surrounding his entire body. Itachi would be thinking, he's hot, like a flaming ball of heat. Jiraiya would then begin to come back to the room. He sees Itachi and Naruto in a full-out taijutsu battle. Sasuke would suddenly come in as he tells Naruto to get out of the way. "Brother!" Sasuke would come charging at Itachi with Chidori, and just as the Chidori is about to hit Itachi, Itachi would grab Sasuke against the neck and throw him into the wall. This is when Kisame comes from behind, trying to hit Naruto with his sword, Shark Skin. As he then tries to hit him, Naruto would dodge out of the way as he then kicks the sword away, easily sending it flying. This is when Kisame would begin to get pissed off as he uses the Shark Bomb Jutsu. Naruto would easily deflect this attack, as he then uses the Rasengan and smashes into Kisame, sending him flying back, his organs actually being a bit damaged. "This Jinchuriki is so strong! Are they all like this?" Naruto would be standing there as he's telling him that there's no way that he can beat him, and that as long as he's in this power, no one can defeat him. Naruto would say this just as Itachi turns around. "Oh yeah? Yeah." As Naruto locks eyes with Itachi, Itachi would begin to try and use a genjutsu. This is when, for the first time in his life, Itachi had been outdone. What? Itachi would wake up as he's inside a white dream. There's no color, nothing, an empty abyss of white and silver. Where am I? This is the opposite of my jutsu, a dark void where I torture and can kidnap people for almost an entire month to break them. Itachi would think this, when suddenly silver chains begin to wrap around him. "No! What's happening?" This is when she appears. A white-skinned fair lady in a very fine silver dress would walk into the arena. As she walks into the white empty room, appearing out of seemingly nothing. "Oh, well this is interesting. Why are you trying to enter my domain? You must be one of these Uchiha I've heard about." As she begins to walk over, her silver lipstick and her pale blue eyes begin to lock with Itachi's. What are you doing to me?" Itachi would say, as she then holds her hand over his heart. "About here," she would say, and she then jabs her fist into Itachi's chest and rips out his heart. Itachi would cough up blood, as in real life his actual blood begins to pool out of his throat as he's coughing it up. What are you? What is this? I didn't even think that this Naruto had genjutsu like this." "Oh, this isn't a genjutsu, Itachi Uchiha." She would say this as the angel begins to pelt Itachi's mind, simply hitting his spirit energy with everything she has. Itachi's getting battered inside of Naruto's mind, as Naruto has locked eyes with him for the first time, the Mangekyo Sharingan being outdone by Ultra Instinct and the power of the Otsutsuki clan. Itachi's forced to the ground, where for the next month, the angel begins to seemingly work on Itachi. Itachi has now had his own genjutsu used on him, and as he wakes up from the genjutsu, he's shaking furiously, as well as in fear. Itachi would be shaking as he tells Kisame they need to leave now. He would drop Sasuke as Sasuke is wondering what's going on, as he couldn't get out of Itachi's grip. Itachi would run, picking up Kisame and his shark skin as he tries to escape. "Oh no you don't," Naruto would say, as he rushes towards them down the hallway as he throws a punch, the air pressure hitting the back of them as they go flying out. Jiraiya would then see the two escaping, as he then rushes back to see if Naruto's alright. Naruto would close his eyes as he goes inside of himself, realizing what he needs to do as he then hones in Ultra Instinct, pulling the flame back in. Naruto would be sweating, as the heat that had been surrounding his body had been hotter than anything he'd ever felt before. This is the first time he'd ever been seemingly this cruel before in Ultra Instinct. This is different, Naruto would be thinking, as he then pulls himself up, asking Sasuke if he's alright. Sasuke, who would not be afflicted with the Mangekyo Sharingan this time around, would tell Naruto that was awesome, as he saw Itachi shake in fear. Sasuke would be smiling as he tells Naruto this is the best moment of his life so far, as he thanks Naruto for that. Naruto would nod as he says that they attacked him, so it was their fault anyway. Naruto would then tell Sasuke they need to get out of here and to find Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya would come walking in as he asked Naruto what happened, and Naruto would explain that the Akatsuki had attacked him, with Jiraiya nodding, telling Naruto he had done well until he got there. Jiraiya would then tell him that they need to keep moving if they really want to find Tsunade. Sasuke would then go with Jiraiya and Naruto as he asked to accompany them. In this time, Sasuke, Naruto, and Jiraiya would then head towards the gambling town where Tsunade would be located. Both Naruto and Jiraiya had been walking for a while. After their run with the Akatsuki, Naruto wasn't so sure about how safe this trip could be, and even he was wondering if Lady Tsunade herself was alright. After, we see that Orochimaru and his henchmen had escaped. They had no idea of where they had gone, as well as what had happened to the Sound 4 who had taken him with them, or anyone who had escaped the Konoha Crush. Anyway, Naruto and Jiraiya have now finally made it to the gambling town, and as they would stroll on in, they would then see the pub that they would go to in the original. As Naruto and Jiraiya walk inside, we can hear the door creak as it slams behind them. Suddenly we hear a lady laughing as she hiccups after being drunk for so long. Yeah, that's a good one, Shizune. We would hear Tsunade saying, and as we then turn to the left to see Naruto's eyes locking onto Tsunade. Jiraiya-sensei, is this the person you were talking about? Naruto would ask inquisitively, with Jiraiya saying that this is actually Lady Tsunade herself. Naruto would then sit down at the booth with Jiraiya next to him, as he then would ask Jiraiya about what she was actually like, as all he sees is a drunk mess. This is when Tsunade gets onto that tangent about how she thinks about the Hokage position, as well as the third Hokage himself. This is what tips Naruto, as if you remember, Naruto had felt like he was responsible for, Hiruzen's death. And so he would take this personally, as he then stands up telling Jiraiya that he can't take her talking about the old man this way. As he then tells Tsunade that she should know that he's dead, and she would laugh, saying that any shinobi's going to die eventually. Naruto would stand up as he then tells Tsunade that he wants to fight her. He wants to see if she's really what a Hokage should be, as he's seen a Hokage fight. As you see Naruto looking into the third Hokage's eyes for the last time, with Naruto's face full of shock and sorrow, as we see Hiruzen take his last breaths. Naruto would snap out of it as he then tells Tsunade he's gonna fight her. Jiraiya would be interested in this matchup, as Naruto himself can keep up to pace with the two Akatsuki members at the same time, as well as he fought off Orochimaru and could battle with Jiraiya. As Naruto would step outside, he would then tell Tsunade that he's going to defeat her, as Tsunade would laugh at this statement, telling him that some kid like him is way too weak for him to do anything on her. She is a legendary Sannin, if he didn't know that. Naruto would then stand into that position, as he then holds his hands out, telling her he's ready for a fight. As he would then concentrate his chakra, flowing it all throughout him as it begins to overextend itself into the rest of his body. His hair would begin to change as it begins to flash, as Naruto then acts as Ultra Instinct Omen. I guess I'll give you the same test as Jiraiya-sensei then. If you can land a single hit on me, you win. Naruto would say as he walks towards Tsunade calmly, but if you pass out before I am touched by you one time, then I win. Suddenly, Naruto would teleport forward as his fist is jabbed in Tsunade's gut. Tsunade would cough as she sees blood come shot out from her face, as she feels the punch throughout her entire body. A perfectly landed hit, right into a direct pressure point, which could actually have shut down that chakra line. What the, she would think, and she uses her medical chakra to reignite that as well as heal her injuries. This kid's no joke, she would think, as Naruto's standing there again walking forward calmly. What's with his eyes? As she looks into Naruto's eyes, his eyes are dark silver, with an emptiness around them as if though he's a husk of a shell. Naruto would suddenly be behind Tsunade as she begins to turn around, her eyes looking directly at Naruto's face before he kicks her on the side of the head, sending her flying into the building next to the village. Jiraiya would shout to tell Naruto to keep them down to the minimum, when Naruto would look back at him, giving a look of to stay out of his fight. Tsunade begins to take this seriously as she then throws a punch at Naruto. Naruto easily dodges out of the way of this punch, and Tsunade is now getting frustrated that she can't actually touch this kid. Good night, Naruto would say. He then comes flying down with a kick directly into Tsunade's back. Tsunade would have used this to counter, as she turns around with her own kick trying to hit Naruto. Naruto's body would bend out of the way mid-air, as he uses his own power to move out of the way, dodging her attack. Wow, this guy's really good at dodging, but his attacks feel weak. Naruto would keep walking forward. He tells Tsunade that he's only using around maybe a half of his full power on her. If she really wanted to defeat him, she would have to go all out. Tsunade would then power up, as she then punches the ground, throwing Naruto's balance off. Irrelevant, Naruto would say, as he jumps into the air. What is he thinking, she would say, as she then jumps forward, saying that if he's in the air, he has no footing, which means that it's game over. As he's about to land a punch directly into his gut, Naruto would then create it, the Rasengan. As Naruto creates the Rasengan, he would use this Rasengan to drift across Tsunade's arm, much like Goku would do with what would have done with Kale and Caulifla during the Tournament of Power. As he then flies past her, he would then use the Rasengan as he's turning around and says, "This is the end," as he slams the Rasengan to Tsunade's back, sending her flying down to the ground, knocking her out almost instantly. As Tsunade is now on the ground, passed out, Chizune would run out to grab her master, as Naruto would close his eyes as his hair turns back to gold as he falls to the ground. "So Jiraiya, you think that she can become the next Hokage?" Naruto would say as he walks towards Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya would nod, saying that he caught her off guard, as she hadn't actually thought that he was going to be that powerful. That's your thing, kid, is that when you fight an opponent, they always are going to underestimate you. Naruto would sigh at this as he tells Jiraiya that if everyone keeps underestimating them, then they're probably not going to make it to the next fight. Jiraiya would laugh, telling Naruto that's some confidence right there, with Naruto smiling, as he actually hadn't had anyone say that about him before. Most people just think I'm a monster, he would say, as Jiraiya would pat him on the head, telling him he's not a monster. Naruto and Jiraiya would go to the inn for that night, and Jiraiya would tell Shizune that he would meet up with Tsunade to talk about business in the morning. In the morning, Tsunade would wake up as she has a massive bump on her head. "Oh, that hurt," she would say, as she would then ask Shizune what happened last night, as she couldn't remember a thing. "Oh, well, you kind of got stomped by the 4th Hokage's kid." "The 4th Hokage's what?" she would say, as she opens her eyes groggily, asking more about what happened last night. "Grr, I got beat by some brat," she would say. "Well, he was quite powerful, actually. He dodged almost every single one of your blows quite easily, and he even managed to outmaneuver you mid-air." Tsunade would be quite crass about this, as she isn't happy that she was defeated by a 12-year-old. "Oh, I'm gonna go fix that," she would say, as she then installs all of her mods. Would then power up, as she says she's gonna give him a real fight. As Tsunade then would meet up with Jiraiya, as he had told Shizune where to meet up, she would demand that she wants a rematch of Naruto. "You want a rematch of a 12-year-old because he won against you while you were drunk." This is what Jiraiya would say, with Tsunade standing there, almost dead face, as she realizes the absurdity of it all. She would sigh and ask what he really wanted, when he would explain more about the position of Hokage now that she was sober. "I guess I have to. I did actually technically lose that fight, and I did say that if I had lost that I would go back and be the Hokage, according to Shizune. Ugh, what a pain." Jiraiya would look at Tsunade and ask if she has any other business she needs to attend to. She would look at him and then say nothing as she looks away, thinking about her deal for Orochimaru. She'd tell him that she'd meet up with them at the end of the day, with Naruto and Jiraiya being set up to meet her. This is unknown to Jiraiya or Naruto, however, but Tsunade was planning on meeting up with Orochimaru to cancel the deal, and she would then go to the ruins. Jiraiya and Naruto would be walking past just like they would have in the original, when they would hear an explosion as all the rubble and ruins would have been smashed to bits. Naruto would jump into the air as he tells Jiraiya that there's 2 of them, 12 o'clock. One of them appears to be Tsunade. Jiraiya would nod as he then tells him to get into battle formation, as the 2 of them would split up and rush off into different sides. As Orochimaru and Tsunade are fighting, suddenly Naruto would mirror Tsunade's movements, as he would now be mirroring Tsunade's shadow almost perfectly, as he's standing directly behind her, matching her with every speed and attack against Orochimaru. In fact, neither of them notice that Naruto's there, as he's in such perfect synchronous attacks that it's almost impossible to determine whether he's behind her or not, unless you could see him from behind. As Jiraiya watches this, he'd begin to laugh, which would blow his cover, as Kabuto comes flying out of nowhere attacking him. This is when Naruto would then break out of his synchronous movement with Tsunade and say, "Get out of the way," as Tsunade would move back. "What? You missed me, Orochimaru?" Naruto would say as he then screams, "Rasengan!" as he slams the Rasengan directly into Orochimaru's gut. He would then power it up immediately into a massive Rasengan, causing Orochimaru to get sent flying backwards as he smashes into a rubble wall. "Tsunade, I'll help with this guy. However, Jiraiya can fight Kabuto alone," as Naruto and Tsunade would actually fight Orochimaru in this version. This is when Orochimaru would get more ticked off that this kid's here, as he then activates and creates his jutsu by summoning his snake jutsu. As he would do this, Naruto would then tell him that's child's play, as he would then jump forward, jumping into the air and flying up as he then prepares an attack. Naruto would create 2 Rasengans by his feet, as he then begins to spin them, spinning in the air like a top. As he then slams both Rasengans with 2 flying kicks, he would then say, "Flying kick Rasengan," as Naruto's chakra control is so good he can even use it in his feet, as Naruto is just displayed. Naruto would send the snake flying backwards with Orochimaru on top of it. "Damn this kid," he would say, as he then tells him that he's either taking his arms back with Tsunade's help, or he'll do it alone, as he then begins to turn to its snake-like form and begins to slither away. Kabuto and Jiraiya would still be fighting, with Kabuto using his medical blade. Just as he's about to stab at Jiraiya's face, Jiraiya would prepare to block it, when suddenly Naruto would grab his hand out of thin air and tell him that his master's fleeing if he wants to chase after him with his tail between his legs. He'd grab Kabuto by the throat, pick him up, and throw him towards where Orochimaru was running, with Kabuto rolling in the dirt. "Damn you, Naruto Uzumaki," Kabuto would think, as he gets up and begins to run off in the other direction. "Should we follow them?" Tsunade would ask, with Naruto and Jiraiya shaking their heads saying there's no point, and asking what she was doing meeting up with Orochimaru. Orochimaru offered me something that I had to listen about, even if I was going to decline it eventually anyway. He said she would think about her lover as well as her younger brother who had died during the last great ninja war. Never mind. "Is Shizune okay? I didn't tell her where I was going." "Yeah, she's fine. In fact, we told her that we were heading up here anyway, before we were going to meet with you." Tsunade would then go down with Jiraiya and Naruto, as they meet up with Shizune and then begin to head back to the Leaf Village. As Naruto would make it back to the village, some time has passed, and Tsunade has now fully healed everyone who had been attacked by the Akatsuki, with Kakashi as well as Sasuke now being fully recovered. Especially Kakashi, who had more time now to be worked on than since Sasuke maintained minimal damage due to Naruto's interference with Itachi's battle. But as now Tsunade would begin to work on, Lee, as Rock Lee's leg was still damaged by Gaara in one of the last few parts. Lee's recovery would be slow and steady, as he's just about to be prepared for that surgery. Sasuke, who would be ready and waiting, would tell Naruto he needs to meet him on the roof now, as Sasuke's curse mark is beginning to overpower his mental stability, as well as his willpower. "What's going on, Sasuke?" Naruto would ask, inquisitively, as Sakura would also pop up asking what's going on. Naruto would walk to the roof calmly and tell Sasuke if he wants to talk about something they can do it downstairs, with Sasuke saying nothing as he continues walking. Naruto would narrow his eyes as he asked Sasuke if he really didn't want to come up here to talk. Sasuke would turn around and he says they're going to talk alright, with their fists, as suddenly he tells Naruto to get ready, as he then begins to jump into the battle. "What the?" Naruto would think, as Sasuke hadn't been this unstable last time he had met him. What must have happened, Naruto would think, as he easily dodges out of the way of all of Sasuke's punches without even going to Ultra Instinct. "Damn you, and you're dodging. If I could just get a hit." Sasuke continues swiping at Naruto as he uses kicks, punches, chasing Naruto all over the roof, as Naruto easily moves away from all of Sasuke's attacks. "Sasuke, you're just too slow. That's all. I've been used to guys much faster than you, or even anyone else in our Genin League." This would only infuriate Sasuke more, however, as with Naruto trying to tell him it's a warning, he would take it as a threat. "Are you threatening me?" Sasuke would say, as he gets more into a more offensive and animalistic approach of attacking, fighting even faster and faster against Naruto. Naruto would finally have to resort to actually fighting back, as he grabs one of Sasuke's punches, their first physical contact being made, and then swipes a punch towards Sasuke, hitting him directly in the upper arm by his shoulder. "Ow," Sasuke would think, as he then tells Naruto that they're going to get serious now, as the two rush towards each other, getting into taijutsu, flying through different clothing sheets as they continue punching at each other, with Naruto sustaining less damage than Sasuke. "Let's finish this," Sasuke would say as he creates the Chidori while he's up in the air. "You're damn right," Naruto would say, as he creates the Rasengan. As Sasuke and Naruto begin to rush towards each other, Rasengan and Chidori in hand. This is when Kakashi would come rushing in, as he would see the two of them fighting. Naruto would see Sakura just about to get in the middle, when he then activates Ultra Instinct almost instantaneously. Instead of Kakashi being the first one to stop them, Naruto would deactivate his own Rasengan as well as activate Ultra Instinct in a mere instant, grabbing Sasuke's Chidori with his raw hand and protecting Sakura with his other. "We can't do this while there are other people around, Sasuke," Naruto would say, his eyes and hair completely white and silver as he went into full mastered mode. Sasuke would look at him with horror as he sees his Chidori touching Naruto but not giving any damage. Naruto would throw Sasuke at the water tower, causing it to burst and explode with lightning, as Kakashi would say that was impressive. Naruto would deactivate Ultra Instinct, saying that was risky, and that Sakura could have been badly injured if they had both attacked her at the same time. She was even in the blast radius. Sakura would apologize as Naruto tells Sasuke he should be the one to apologize, with Sasuke now being more scorned and angry than ever, would run off as he tells Naruto that he doesn't want to talk to him, as he then jumps off the roof of the hospital, jumping down the walls, as he heads back to where the old Uchiha used to live. Kakashi would follow him and try to give him the advice he had given him in the original, with Naruto staying behind and making sure Sakura was alright. Sasuke had made up his mind, and later that night, his sound would come. As the 4 sound ninja have arrived. We're the sound 4, they'd say, and our master has been waiting for you. Sasuke would go with them gladly, as Naruto's sleeping at night, unaware of it completely. As Sasuke puts down the picture of Team 7, taking his things with him, as he leaves the Leaf Village, Sakura would be standing out, as her and Sasuke would come into contact. She would have that same speech about going with Sasuke, as she tells him that she wants to go with him, and that she doesn't want to go on her journey alone without him. Sasuke would knock Sakura out and place her down on the park bench, just like he did in the original, as he then would leave with the sound 4. In the morning, Naruto would be awake as he puts his hoodie on, when suddenly he would hear a knock at the door. Shikamaru and Sakura would be standing there, with Sakura's eyes all red. "What's wrong?" Naruto would say. "It's Sasuke," Shikamaru would say, as Sasuke's left the village. Naruto would be shocked as his eyes open wide, with now veins beginning to show, as he never thought that Sasuke would ever do something so drastic. "I have to go get him," Naruto would say. Wait, Naruto!" Naruto would jump out of his building, as he would then begin to rush out of the Leaf Village. "I'll handle this alone, Shikamaru. Tell everyone that I can handle this." Naruto would run out, as he then activates into full Master Ultra Instinct. "Sasuke, just hold on. I'm on my way." As Naruto begins to run, this is when he'd run to the first of the Sound 4 member. "I don't have time to deal with you right now," he would say, as Zoro tries to create the mud wall. He would easily punch through the mud wall himself, him now beginning to feel anger, as he slams into Jirobo with a full power punch. "Sorry about that," he would say. It had to be done, though. As a whole, a gaping, dent was formed in Jirobo's chest as he's knocked out, feeling some severe internal damage, actually. He continues running forward when he'd inevitably run into the flute girl as well as the guy who can use spider webs. He would easily take them out with 2 Rasengans to the chest directly, telling both of them that they're down. "I need to find him." This is when, however, he would finally meet a worthy opponent. Suddenly, bones would begin to protrude out of the ground as Naruto's instincts would tell him to jump. Why would I jump, he would think. But just as he thinks this, he jumps into the air anyway, as suddenly several thousand bones would come shattering out from underground. "Well, aren't you here fast?" Kimaru would say, as he coughs, his sickness beginning to affect him. "You're strong," Naruto would say, as his senses are saying danger. Kimaru would begin to get into a fight as he shoots bone arrows, extremely fast towards Naruto. This guy's even stronger than Tsunade was, maybe even Jiraiya. As Naruto continues to dodge out of the way, he would easily begin to pummel Kimaru, as he then would continue to fight with more than full strength. "Massive Rasengan!" Naruto would slam a ginormous Rasengan directly into Kimaru, as Kimaru is sent flying back as he would be taken out and, die on impact. As Naruto has now taken victory. As he continues rushing forward, he wouldn't even be caring about what's behind him as he continues running. The rest of the genin who had been rushing from behind were now going to meet up with Naruto, as they see that he's already taken out almost all the Sound 4 members. This is when Naruto's running up onto that hill, that faded valley, when he hears laughter. Sasuke be laughing a demented laughter as he turns around, his hand over his eye, slowly removing it until Naruto sees what is only can be described as an abomination. Black markings are all over Sasuke's face as the curse mark is spread. One of his eyes, which are usually either the red Sharingan or the dark black of the Uchiha, have gone completely yellow. "What's happened to you, Sasuke?" Naruto would say, as he then tells Sasuke this isn't like him. "Well, how do you know what's like me anymore, Naruto?" Sasuke would say this in an ominous tone, with Naruto beginning to take a step forward. "If you take another step forward," Sasuke would say, "then I'll be forced to kill you." Which, even if I wanted to, I'm sure could be sorted very easily. Naruto would not be impressed as he continues walking forward. Naruto would then tell Sasuke, "I'm done with this. We're going home." As Naruto deactivates Ultra Instinct, not worried about anything, suddenly he'd be shocked as he just realizes how much stronger Sasuke is. As Naruto looks down, his blood beginning to leak from his body, we would then see that Sasuke has already stabbed Chidori directly into Naruto's chest. Naruto's eyes are filled with shock as he looks directly into Sasuke's empty, blank, expressionless face. Sasuke gave no inclination or of any movement that he'd be stabbing his Chidori into Naruto's chest. As Naruto's eyes look further down, he sees that Sasuke's hand is inside of his chest cavity as he sees blood for the first time ever come from him, really. So this is what true pain feels like, he would think, as he can feel himself burning. It's almost tingly, he would think, as he finally falls to the ground after Sasuke pulls his arm out. Naruto would immediately begin healing as soon as Kurama's chakra as well as the Angel's chakra begin to work on him. Sasuke would say, "Oh no, you don't," as he begins rushing towards Naruto at a fast speed. Naruto, who's now not off guard anymore, blocks the attack from Sasuke as Naruto is sent flying backwards by a little bit. Naruto, who's now gathered his bearings, decides he has to go all out against Sasuke, and Sasuke isn't holding anything back against him. This is when Sasuke comes from directly behind Naruto, his curse mark stage 1 already activated. As he chops down, Naruto would easily block this attack as he then counters with his own, punching Sasuke in the gut, sending him flying across the valley. As Sasuke hits into the stone edge, his neck is slightly twisted at a weird angle, as he then falls to the ground, pulling himself up while his entire body's shaking, with that single blow being almost enough to take him down. Naruto would tell Sasuke there's no point in them doing this, while Sasuke stares at him with complete rage and malice. He continues to tell Naruto that he will die, as Naruto walks forward telling Sasuke he's not going to go easy on him. Suddenly, Naruto and Sasuke both power up, as Sasuke goes into his full power form, which creates those wings on his back by going to stage 3 curse mark. Naruto would then rush forward in Ultra Instinct, Master Edition, as he continues rushing down the side of the cliff, as each step puts him closer and closer to impact of Sasuke. Sasuke would activate his Chidori, the Onyx Chidori, with Black Lightning, as he then rushes towards Naruto. Naruto would then have a flashback of him and Sasuke fighting back at the academy, with him dodging all of Sasuke's blows. Now Naruto and Sasuke are continually battling each other, as Naruto bullies Sasuke. Sasuke throwing an attack with Naruto easily dodging and countering. Sasuke throws a punch. As he does so, Naruto would grab the punch with his front hand, turn to the right as he then pulls his other hand into a palm strike, stabbing into Sasuke's arm with a blow so powerful that it shatters Sasuke's arm. Sasuke would be in complete pain as he feels his entire right hand and all the way up to his shoulder, all of the bones begin to turn into dust. Sasuke can't feel his entire arm as Naruto isn't holding anything back. Naruto would suddenly create the Rasengan as he then slams into Sasuke, Sasuke's body twisting as he feels his internal organs begin to bleed. Sasuke gets sent backwards as the curse mark begins to heal all of his injuries. Sasuke would know this is an uphill battle, as Naruto is far more powerful than him, being able to take on one of the 7 deadly swords of the mist alone, as well as being more than Jonin level. Naruto would continue walking calmly towards Sasuke. This is when Naruto begins to feel his body begin to heat up. I've been using it too much, he would think, as Naruto realizes that during his fights with the Sound 4 and getting all the way to Sasuke, he'd been using Master Ultra Instinct way too much. As Naruto feels his stamina actually going down, he would then tell Sasuke he has to finish this quickly, as Sasuke would tell him he has the same plan in mind. Sasuke would create a fireball jutsu, sending it towards Naruto. Naruto would hold one hand out as he then slashes in the air, creating a wave of air pressure that slices the fireball in half, not even using a jutsu. Naruto would tell Sasuke this is pointless and that he's taking him back to the village. He won't let Sasuke get into the clutches of the same man who had failed to take down, the one who had taken down the 3rd Hokage. He refuses to let his friend go down that way. As Naruto walks forward, step by step, Sasuke begins to shake with fear, as he has no chance against Naruto. Naruto won't even throw an attack, as he suddenly comes in face-to-face contact with Sasuke. Sasuke's perspective is looking at Naruto like a mountain, something he can never hope to climb. Sasuke would begin to cry tears as he falls to his knees on top of the water, Naruto simply standing there as he looks down, with pity almost, as he looks down at his own friend who had fallen so far into the darkness. As Sasuke is on his knees in the water, he can feel himself beginning to sink as his chakra controls begin to lose its power, and his stamina is completely running out. His curse-marked state would begin to disappear as Sasuke has no energy left in him. Naruto would be running out of stamina too, as the attack that Sasuke had initially landed on him, being one of the only fatal attacks that Naruto had ever experienced, was almost fully healed now by Kodama's chakra, which was luckily enough to fix him just like it was in the original. Naruto would hold a hand out and extend it to Sasuke as he deactivates Master Ultra Instinct. This is a mistake, as Sasuke knew that he couldn't beat Naruto in this form. Sasuke would look up as he tries to jab at Naruto with Chidori. Naruto, who could feel this malice as well as the airwaves touching all around him, would be disappointed as he moves out of the way, chopping Sasuke in the back of the neck as he falls into the river, completely unconscious. Naruto would pick up Sasuke as he begins walking back towards the village. However, this is when a new battle would come. Suddenly we would see him, Orochimaru himself, having arrived. Quickly having known that Naruto would be too powerful for Sasuke to evade, he had switched his body as fast as he could as soon as he had left the Leaf Village the first time, as after the important battle of Tsunade to try and heal his arms, he had given up on that plan, and had decided that even if only temporary, he needed a body that could withstand using his arms in order to battle this kid. As Orochimaru then walks down, jumping into the valley below, the rest of some of the Sound Village would actually be on the roof area above. Naruto would sigh as he places Sasuke down, and then would create a Shadow Clone. The Shadow Clone would protect Sasuke while Naruto then himself activates Ultra Instinct. You'll never be able to defeat me, Orochimaru. As Orochimaru and Naruto begin walking towards each other, the true battle of the final valley of the end begins. Suddenly an explosion would be heard as Naruto kicks off at max speed, his rage beginning to show through as he has an almost creepy look of disdain on his face, him looking almost like a villain. As he rushes towards Orochimaru, he doesn't deny that he feels some sort of hatred towards Orochimaru for his own failure of himself protecting the third Hokage and watching him die right before his eyes. You killed the third Hokage directly in front of me. That was your biggest mistake, Orochimaru. As Naruto lands a flying kick directly into Orochimaru's arm, Orochimaru will be sent flying as he lands onto the side, using his snake escape jutsu, where he transforms into a snake and then dips out of the attack that he was going to be in. He then negates all the damage into the snake he had summoned, which would then cause it to be instantly KO'd. Naruto would rush towards Orochimaru with a barrage of attacks. Now, suddenly, waves of Sound Ninja would come flooding into the valley, as Naruto himself doesn't know if he can handle all of these enemies at once. No, I can do it. He would push all of his mind at the brink of itself as he empties everything, becoming truly one by using all of the Angel's Chakra into full mastered Ultra Instinct. As suddenly he is taking on hundreds of opponents at the same time, he begins spinning, whirling kicks and flying with Rasengans as well as Shadow Clones going everywhere. As Naruto is taking on thousands now of Sound Ninja who are all flooding the valley attacking Naruto, Naruto will continue battling them as he punches, kicks, and does anything he can to evade their attacks, jumping into the air and teleporting out of the way of several hundred kunai sent towards him. Orochimaru, he'd think, as he suddenly turns back to see Orochimaru trying to get Sasuke from Naruto's Shadow Clone. I don't think so. Suddenly, Rasengan would be implanted into Orochimaru's back as he's sent sprawling onto the ground, sent into the river as a huge explosion can be made. Orochimaru would summon his giant snake as it swims up the river, trying to dive itself at Naruto and devour him whole. Not this time. He created a massive Rasengan with a ton of chakra and slams into the snake, sending it flying into Orochimaru's forces, as all the Sound Ninja, including Orochimaru himself, are sent flying to the opposite side of the valley and crashing into the stone walls. Suddenly, almost like thunder, an earthquake would grab the earth as it begins to rattle over Naruto and Orochimaru's power. Even back at the Leaf Village, they can hear this mighty battle, as Naruto continues rushing towards Orochimaru and the Sound Ninja. I'm glad I brought many forces with me. This kid has gotten even more reckless, as well as powerful than last time, he'd think, as Orochimaru remembers his battle against Naruto back in the Forest of Death. However, I will claim Sasuke's body. I need the power of the Sharingan, and some kid with white hair isn't going to stop me. As he says this, he had rushed against Naruto by using his own snake jutsu to slither towards Naruto at fast speeds. He then wraps his way around Naruto, as Naruto would then easily teleport, almost moving away from him, as Naruto turns around, kicking the snake into the ground. He'd pick up Orochimaru's body as he begins to twist in his hands, Orochimaru trying to transvert back to his original form. As Orochimaru uses the substitution jutsu, Naruto would easily backhand him from behind, as Naruto slowly turns around, his eyes steely and filled with an embrace that feels like a crushing mountain. As he turns around, walking towards Orochimaru, Sound Ninja would rush at him from all sides. He easily takes them out without even seeming to move, as after images of Naruto move from side to side, taking all of them out. Orochimaru would then rush towards Naruto in a desperate attack, as Kabuto and Orochimaru are now fighting him together. Naruto using one hand is blocking Kabuto's attacks, as well as Orochimaru's on each side, using kicks to attack back, as Kabuto and Orochimaru are losing stamina. He's so hot, Kabuto will be thinking, as he's beginning to sweat as he rubs his forehead. Naruto's body's heating up more than ever, as he's overused Ultra Instinct. He feels himself burning up, as the Angel's power, if you haven't watched, Dragon Ball Super, the power of Ultra Instinct causes the body to use a ton of stamina, as well as heat it up to massive amounts of degrees. Suddenly the ground, the water itself begin to burn, as the entire valley would begin to turn to steam. Naruto's heat at this point would almost remind us of what if Naruto had sunshine had, as Naruto's body is heating up even hotter. Naruto created Rasengan, and this time it begins to become pure white. Mastered Instinct Rasengan. Suddenly, several hundred Rasengan would surround Orochimaru and Kabuto. As Naruto holds both hands together, he then silently pushes them together. As he does this, all of the Rasengans would converge on Kabuto and Orochimaru, creating a giant explosion of white light. All of the Sound Ninja were taken out as their bodies begin to float on stream, with Orochimaru and Kabuto's doing the same, with Orochimaru barely clinging to consciousness. Naruto would fall to his knees as he's completely passed out, and his eyes are hollow. He falls to the ground out of all of his chakra and energy, seemingly completely gone, as his mind is in a different place. This is when Kakashi and the rest of the team who had come to find Sasuke in the original would find them at the Valley of the End, with Sasuke about beginning to regain consciousness and Naruto out for what have seemed to have been hours now. Naruto and Sasuke be recovered as they take them back to the Leaf Village, while the Sound Village had actually been completely almost wiped out by Naruto single-handedly, as Orochimaru hadn't expected him to be able to be so powerful. Naruto wouldn't wake up for 3 months. As 3 months passed with Naruto, still nothing. Jiraiya would come to visit him every day now, and Sasuke would have been awoken 2 weeks after they'd originally been recovered, and going to visit Naruto as well, with his curse mark now having been resealed while he's been detained for now. Sasuke would have seen Naruto's power, and he decides that after seeing that he had taken out, from what he heard from Kakashi, almost all of the Sound Village and Orochimaru, then maybe Naruto has more power than he could have ever gained from Orochimaru. As Sasuke would then take a seat, looking at Naruto, he'd be thinking about all of the things he wanted to say to him. Naruto's eyes would still stay closed, though, as his hair had still stayed the same color of white. Inside of Naruto's mind, we see 2 sides, one completely white and one of dark. On each side, one a dark figure of a fox, towering giant over Naruto's consciousness, and the other slim, elegant, and deadly, like a poisoned rose with red flowers of which carried blood. Naruto would see the angel, her pure white eyes and hair completely different from her demonic-like personality and tendencies. As Naruto would see the both of them, he would sit in the middle, not knowing what he should do. Am I a fox of the darkness? Do I give in to my desires and feel only emotion? Or am I an angel, pure and undestruct, with nothing that can harm me at all? Naruto would sit in the middle, deciding this for 3 months, shaking back and forth as he is getting pulled from both the dark and the light sides. Naruto would feel a hand on his shoulder, as now we see this person being Minato. Minato would hold his hand from Naruto on behind, with Naruto not turning around, but only hearing a calm and soft voice. It's nice to meet you, Naruto. I never expected that I'd actually be able to enter this type of seal. I don't know if this will use up the power that I had stored in here for a later date, but that time will come when we get to it. Naruto wants to turn around as he asks who he is. Minato would introduce himself and say, well, it seems only natural to me that a father should know his own son. He would say this as Naruto turns around, his eyes locking to his own father's. Suddenly, the two sides of dark and light would then begin to morph as it just becomes an empty gray room. "You're the fourth Hokage," he would say, as Minato would help Naruto up and they begin to have a talk. "Naruto, when we and your mother sacrificed herself now, years ago, 12 or 13 years now, isn't it? I'll be turning 13 soon, actually," Naruto would say calmly. 13 years, huh? Minato would think. "Well, when we created the seal 13 years ago, we had originally thought that you would be the one to master the Nine Tails power. We never expected that you would have such a curse carried along with it, and we had never used the Reaper Death Seal in order to actually seal a tailed beast before, so we didn't know anything like this would ever happen. For that, I'm sorry." Naruto begins to cry as he begins punching at his dad over and over again, telling him why would he even do that to his own son. As he begins to cry, we see Naruto on the ground, his hands, as his tears begin to drip from his face. He tells Minato everything. The villagers, how they treated him, the emptiness inside that he felt, his emotionless husk of a body that he had lived in for 4 years before he had found a way out of this cursed existence of Ultra Instinct. "I had no idea what to do," he would say. "I never knew what I should do." Naruto's voice would become now more crackly as he doesn't know what to say. He stutters more as he's lost his confidence, as Minato just gives Naruto a hug, silently, as the two now feel each other's warm embrace. Naruto would say goodbye to his dad, as Minato tells him he knows he'll see him again. Suddenly, the light in the room began to fade out, as Naruto's mind would begin to wake up. Sasuke is still sitting there when suddenly Naruto would speak with a hoarse voice as he says, "Sasuke, is that you?" Naruto his head wouldn't move as Sasuke would look down, seeing Naruto with his eyes barely open, too weak to even move. "It's me. You're awake. You shouldn't move," Sasuke would say, as Naruto is completely bedridden from not having done anything for 3 months. This is when Sasuke would go to get Lady Tsunade as well as Jiraiya, who would come into the room and ask Naruto what happened. Naruto couldn't say very much, though, and so he's extremely tired after what had taken place during the final valley at the end of the final valley battle against Orochimaru. He told Tsunade and Jiraiya everything that happened, including how far he had delved into Ultra Instinct this time. His body had heated up so much that he had evaporated the entire river. He then tried to tell them more, but he begins to cough as he tells them he needs to sleep, before passing out almost instantly. Jiraiya and Tsunade would be impressed with how much Naruto had accomplished, taking down one of the legendary Sannin and many of his forces in one shot. Sasuke would also be amazed at Naruto's tail after he had been knocked out by Naruto, and he wished he could have actually seen it. This is when, now, we would see a few more weeks would have passed. Naruto is now fully recovered and has had rehab, and his body's back up to tip-top shape. This is when Jiraiya would tell Naruto that he wants to take him on a little journey, and he tells Tsunade this as well, to teach Naruto more about his own power so he doesn't have to rely on Ultra Instinct as much. Naruto would be ready for this and excited to go, and this is when the idea he has pops into his head. He would ask Jiraiya-sensei if he could take Sasuke with them, as he doesn't feel comfortable leaving Sasuke here after what had happened before, and he thinks it'd be fun if the two of them could go together after what had happened at the final valley. Jiraiya would agree to this, and Sasuke and Naruto would leave Sakura behind, as she would train with Tsunade while Sasuke and Naruto would follow Jiraiya, leaving the village for the next 3 years. 3 years have passed, as now Naruto and Sasuke are grown up pretty much, with Jiraiya and them in a field far away from the Leaf Village. We see Sasuke and Naruto on opposite ends, both of them creeping through the tall brush, while Jiraiya sits there calmly, in a perfect stance, waiting, listening to nature and trying to feel the energy. Suddenly, Sasuke and Naruto try to jump Jiraiya, as Jiraiya takes on the two at the same time, with neither of them using either Sharingan or Ultra Instinct. As the two continue to battle against Jiraiya, Jiraiya would block and counter the two of them, as he's now taking them more seriously than he had when they were kids. Sasuke and Naruto have grown even closer now, as they become more than just friends and would consider each other like brothers. Over the past 3 years, both of them have gained new outfits, with Sasuke looking more in his gray robe outfit that he has in Boruto. Forgive me for my sin of saying that. But Naruto now has the same jacket that he would have in the original Shippuden, as he, Sasuke, and Jiraiya have now finished their training for the next 3 years. "I guess it's about time we head back, huh?" Sasuke would say. Jiraiya and Naruto would nod as they begin their trek back to the Leaf Village. Now they've finally returned. We see them walking with Naruto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya rushing back to the Leaf Village, with Jiraiya calmly walking and Sasuke chasing behind Naruto's tail as he's running up into the Leaf Village. We're finally here, Naruto would think, as he jumps onto the side of the building, climbing to the top of it. He looks upward as he stretches, looking around and seeing what had changed in the village since he'd left. Wow, they sure built a lot more since the last time I'd been here. Sasuke would pat him on the shoulder, telling him that of course it would look like that to him, with Sasuke pointing out all the new buildings one by one, with Naruto standing there dumbfounded. The two of them would then slide back down to the bottom below, where we see Sakura in shock as she thinks, Sasuke? Sasuke would see Sakura, as well as Naruto, who'd jump down, greeting her. Sasuke would follow close behind, as Jiraiya would now finally make it. Actually, we were heading to Lady Tsunade's office now, as we need to speak with her about some things. Jiraiya was referring to Naruto's abilities and what he had found out and tested over the 3-year gap. As Jiraiya, Naruto, and Sasuke would then head to the Hokage's office, Jiraiya would knock on the door before opening it. Tsunade would turn around, seeing Jiraiya, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura enter the room. "Oh, you're all back. Finally," she would say. She would ask Jiraiya how it went, with Jiraiya smiling, saying that it went very well indeed. Tsunade would want to test that their training had gone well, and she would call Kakashi in, as Naruto and Sasuke both say hello to their previous master, Kakashi. Kakashi would greet the two of them, as he then lets them know that he'll actually be their test instructor for today. As Kakashi would then let them know that they'll be heading out to a deeper forest this time than the one they had attended a few years back. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would scamper out of the room as they rush around, jumping down the stairs as they get to the bottom of the Hokage's tower. "What do you think we're going to do?" Naruto would ask Sasuke, with Sasuke punching him in the shoulder, telling him that they're probably going to be doing some sort of test like they had done when they were Genin. As they get to the actual forest itself, Kakashi would then tell them that they'll be doing the bell test again, their second time. "We'll see if you can actually take the bells from me this time," Kakashi would think, as Naruto, Sasuke would both nod, looking more serious. Sakura would also try her best to be serious. As the three are then getting into a stance to get ready. Your mark," Tsunade would say. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, she would blow a whistle, as Kakashi also gets serious suddenly, with Naruto and Sasuke both blitzing towards him at fast speeds. Sasuke would pull on the black handle of his Kusanagi sword as he slashes at Kakashi. Kakashi would pull a kunai out and block this, while Naruto would then move in from behind Sasuke's shadow. Massive Rasengan. Naruto would create a shadow clone behind him as he then smashes a humongous Rasengan into the tree where Kakashi was. Kakashi would have leaped upwards, grabbing his legs, wrapping around a tree, and pulling himself into the air, locking blades of Sasuke still. Sasuke, as well as Kakashi, would now be entering a sort of blade battle, as the two are slashing at each other as fast as possible, with Sasuke's speed increasing every swing. Naruto would now be charging an attack as he tells Sasuke to be ready. Naruto had remembered his attack before from when he had battled against all of the Sound and Ninja, as well as Orochimaru and Kabuto back in the Valley of the End. He called this technique now the Rasengan Wall, as he creates this trap by creating multiple Rasengans, connecting them with webs of chakra, and creating it around his target. "Sasuke, get out of there now." So this is when Naruto would say, as Sasuke would then use the substitution jutsu to get out of the range of the attack. Naruto then hold both hands together as he creates the final hand seal. As he makes the final tiger hand seal, all the Rasengans would then crash into Kakashi, or Kakashi's shadow clone, as he had heard Naruto say to get out of the way. A fairly large explosion can be heard as Naruto's Rasengans come crashing together into one humongous explosion. Kakashi would say that's impressive with the trapping technique, and telling Naruto it's a unique way of utilizing the Rasengan. Naruto would smile, saying that's not the only trick he's learned, as Naruto would then tell Kakashi to get ready for this, as Naruto then closes his eyes. Naruto would then enter the one-tailed, nine-tailed state. Now, you guys might be wondering what's going on here, but Naruto himself is not much stronger than he was in the original, and he actually has a handle over just a small percentage of the Nine-Tails power, and he can actually turn on and turn off the one-tailed state at will. So he basically pulls a little bit of Kurama's chakra and adds it to his own. The one-tail state surrounds Naruto as a cloak of red Kyuubi chakra surrounds him. When I'm in this mode, I can actually increase my speed, agility, attack, as well as defense. He would look up at Kakashi as his eyes are now red, his teeth slightly sharpened. However, in this mode, he thinks back to Ultra Instinct with a small flashback. I can at least control myself. He would then rush towards Kakashi, jumping on all fours as he dashes at Kakashi with a slash, covering his nails with a thick layer of QB chakra. As he slashes, this chakra would extend, almost making his range longer, cutting Kakashi's jacket as Kakashi barely gets out of the way. This is when Sakura comes from behind, throwing a punch into the tree Kakashi's on, causing him to shake as he falls off of it. This is when Kakashi would then be jumped on by Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke all at once, each grabbing and locking him in at a certain part, with Sasuke taking Kakashi's right shoulder and arm, with Sakura taking the left, and Naruto pulling Kakashi's legs backward into a leg lock. When all three of the teammates have now successfully captured Kakashi in such a way, this is when Sasuke would use his right foot to pull the bells out of Kakashi's jacket as he kicks them away, with him and Naruto jumping as they lunge to grab them. "You actually did it," Kakashi would say, as he says that team attack was really well coordinated and they did a really good job. Especially he's impressed with Naruto and his mastery of the Nine Tails chakra. I wouldn't say, and it's mastery, Naruto would say, as he hesitates, looking around, him remembering just a tad of his battle when Sasuke and Jiraiya had to subdue him when he went into Three Tails mode. Naruto would then tell Kakashi that he's just doing his best, and that if he can continue to grow like this in the future, then he'll even get better as he goes. Kakashi would nod, telling him that's a good mindset, as they've now completed the test, with Tsunade rather impressed with Sasuke, as well as Naruto's intense growth, not having even seen Sasuke use his more powerful Chidori, or his secret technique, the Kirin, the lightning dragon he can use, if you didn't know. Naruto and now Team 7 would then report back to their duties as they get back home and would sleep for the night after finishing everything else they had to do that day. The next day and some other days would pass when a message would be sent to the Leaf Village that the Kazekage has been kidnapped by the Akatsuki. Naruto would immediately volunteer as he says that it's his job to help subdue the Akatsuki as they're going after him and his fellow Jinchuriki, so it's his responsibility. Tsunade would agree with this, saying it would look better if Naruto went anyway, as Naruto being a Jinchuriki would make sense to want to help a fellow Jinchuriki. So, Team 7 would have Naruto, Sasuke, as well as Sakura, with Kakashi along with them, heading out to go to the Sand Village. As they head out, they would then be rushing for the next few days, as they're all jumping from tree to tree until eventually they reach the desert. They'd have to take a break a day in, as they have to rest in a cave from the large sandstorm coming their way. But after that single day, they'd finally arrive. Sakura would be greeted with Kankuro being injured, and her job as a medical ninja finally being useful for once. I know, crazy. As she has to actually do something instead of let Naruto or Sasuke handle it. With Sakura actually being useful and using medical ninjutsu, helping save Kankuro, Naruto and Sasuke would go off on their own, with Kakashi following close behind. As the two of them say that they can take care of the Akatsuki themselves. They've been training for this for 3 years. Especially Sasuke now, who wants to prove himself that he's not weak, even though Naruto had beaten him back then those 3 years ago. As Naruto and Sasuke have been running for a while now, they'd eventually rush into some of the traps that Sasori had made for them. Naruto's instincts, as I already had mentioned in a previous part, have increased to the point from his Ultra Instinct use that he can feel airwaves surrounding him, so he can sense these traps almost seconds before they happen. Using this technique that Naruto has access to, he and Sasuke would easily get out of the range of all of the Akatsuki, or should I say Sasori's traps. As Naruto and now Sasuke have made it to the cave with the Akatsuki, they would have Sasuke utilize his ability of the Sharingan. "Sharingan!" Sasuke would say, as he then activates the third Tomoe Sharingan, peering at the cave wall, seeing if he can see anything through the rock. As Sasuke appears and seeing several chakra signatures all surrounding what looks to be Gaara's chakra. "We need to get in there now," he'd say, as he can tell that the one's tails has already almost been completely drained from Gaara. Naruto and Sasuke having rushed right away means that Gaara isn't completely drained yet, though almost all of the One Tail's chakra is gone, with Gaara almost on the brink. As Naruto jumps into the valley below, he tells Sasuke he'll take care of the boulder, as Naruto would then pull a fist back. He closes his eyes as he activates a little bit of the Kyuubi's chakra to give him more power and strength, as he focuses his energy all into his one arm, the energy of the Nine Tails now only covering his right arm. And a smack! He would punch at full force directly into the rock, as cracks begin to form across the entire thing before shattering into small bits. "How is that?" He would ask Sasuke. I'd say a 4. The one you had done back during our 3 years of training was way better. Naruto would stick his tongue out and pull his eye down, telling Sasuke he's just jealous, with Sasuke laughing and asking if he was really thinking that he was jealous of him. Sasuke and Naruto would turn around as the Akatsuki are standing there now, dumbfounded with Naruto and Sasuke there. The Nine Tails? This is what he would say, as we then see that Naruto and Sasuke have arrived. Gaara would now fully have the One Tails extracted, as Naruto sees this before his eyes. No! He would think, we were too late. Naruto's eyes would be shaking, as he's shocked seeing now that Gaara's been taken down. Sasuke, let's make this done quickly, he would say, as Naruto's tone changes. Sasuke knows he's serious now, as Naruto walks into the cave, telling them that they're going to die for what they've done. Deidara would quickly grab Gaara, as he tries to escape using his clay bird, while Sasori confronts Sasuke alone. Naruto would chase after Deidara, telling Naruto to handle the other guy, with Sasuke nodding, activating his Sharingan, telling him that this will be quick, and he'll come after Naruto next. Naruto would nod, smiling he'll take care of this guy, before he turns around and his face is serious again. As Naruto speeds up, he begins rushing across the water, using the Naruto run, as his speed increases every step. Deidara of the Akatsuki. Me and Sasuke had to study all of you Akatsuki that we know for during the past 3 years. You're from the Stone Village and your abilities explosions, he would say. I think I'm the perfect person to neutralize you, permanently, he would say, as he would then jump onto the side of the rock wall cliff. Deidara would ask him if he can even catch up to him, before suddenly he turns around seeing that Naruto's gone. We hear the light blitzing of energy, as we turn around with Deidara thinking that something is really warm. Instead, in front of him, he sees heat waves bouncing off of Naruto, with Naruto staring down with an intense look at Deidara. Deidara would open his mouth wide, but before he can even say anything, Naruto's fist covered in the energy of Ultra Instinct would punch Deidara in the chest, sending part of Deidara's organs flying backward into the river below. Naruto, who is now an Ultra Instinct, stares down at Deidara with his cold, white, silvery eyes. Naruto would then say this to Deidara. You took one of my friends. That was your first mistake. He would then kick Deidara down to the river as the clay bird falls to the ground, with Gaara still being taken by it. Naruto would rush over as he basically teleports to the bird, grabbing one of its legs and ripping it off of its body. Your second mistake was underestimating me, he would say as he walks over, with each step making the ground shake, as the chakra that is surrounding Naruto is even more pure white than when he was a kid. Naruto has gained some sort of mastery over Ultra Instinct, as he can actually speak fully even when he's in this enraged state. Didn't Itachi or Kisame even tell you what I did to them when they tried to capture me years ago? Naruto would say this as his teeth are now grinding together. Deidara would be now almost crying as he's trying to get away, with him saying to leave him alone, monster. As he's trying to crawl away, Deidara trying to throw explosions at Naruto. Naruto's body seems to flicker through each explosion as if though it's not even touching him. How dare you? How dare you kill one of my friends, he would say, as he looks at Gaara's body one more time. Oh, and your final mistake was confronting me alone, he would say as he holds up a hand, creating a beam blast, which is pure white energy, as he erases Deidara from existence, causing Deidara's entire body to be incinerated. Deidara would be gone, nothing, not even a body, as Naruto turns around, walking back towards Gaara. He deactivates Ultra Instinct as the river, which was bubbling previously under his feet, now returns back to its normal cold self, as the entire valley stops shaking. Sorry about that, Gaara, he would say, as he lifts Gaara carefully out of the wreckage from the clay bird. As he walks away, we see that now all of Deidara's clay has begun to melt as it becomes one with the river. Deidara is truly gone this time. We see go back to Sasuke and now Sasori's battle, as the two are fighting fairly evenly, with Sasuke's Sharingan being the perfect counter to see all of the area around him with all of Sasori's puppets. Naruto would finally arrive back, as he sees Sasuke just about to finish off Sasori. Sasori would tell them the information about his confidant that is working for him, that knows about Orochimaru as well as some of the other Akatsuki, before he's stabbed through his heart canister by Sasuke. Sasuke and Naruto then head back to the village with carrying Gaara, when we see Lady Chiho as well as Sakura and Kakashi having arrived finally. Lady Chiho would sacrifice herself for Gaara, as she gives her life for his, re-giving Gaara his life, as he opens his eyes seeing Naruto and Sasuke standing there. Naruto, Sasuke, he would think, as he sees the two of them. Naruto would nod, saying that they're there, as he looks at Lady Chiho, now fallen to the ground. Naruto would quickly hold his hand up as he creates a Rasengan, breaking apart the ground and then putting Lady Chiho into it, before covering it back up, saying that she deserved a proper burial. As all the Sound Ninja would then erect a stone for her tombstone, which is rather conveniently near the Sand Village itself, as now all of the shinobi would from the sand have retrieved the Kazekage. Now, Sasori would have told Sasuke that information, and he would then tell this to the rest of Team 7, with them now planning for an expedition to go and find this confidant, this spy, near the Grass Village. Kakashi wouldn't have used his Mangekyo Sharingan, so that wouldn't have been revealed yet. This would mean that Kakashi will be able to go with on the next mission, though, so... as well as the confirmed death of Deidara due to Naruto's hands, putting Naruto in the bingo book for 2 confirmed kills of S-tier ninja, being what we know as now Deidara as well as Zabuza. Anyway, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, along with Kakashi, would head back to the Leaf Village as they'd successfully completed their mission. As you all know from a few parts ago, Naruto had actually accessed Ultra Instinct and completely almost wiped out the Sound Village as he battled and mastered Ultra Instinct against Orochimaru, Kabuto, and all of his cronies. As Naruto had basically single-handedly taken out Orochimaru during that fight, Orochimaru and Kabuto would have been one of the only few people to survive as they escaped from the river, pulling them downstream with it while they were unconscious. Anyway, back to the present. Naruto, as well as Sakura and Sasuke, would have received the information from Sasori before he had passed on to the next world about his spy who was still working for Orochimaru, who had been working on rebuilding the Sound Village over the past 3 years. Anyway, Sasuke is pretty ticked off at Orochimaru, so this information would get to him as he tells Naruto that he's going to be the one to take Orochimaru out to prove that he's gotten stronger than him, and that he didn't need to go there. Naruto would understand this, as when they get back, he would tell Sasuke he'll leave it to him, putting his trust into his friend. Anyway, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would be on probation for a few days after they had caused some serious damage to the Akatsuki, as well as helped the Sand Village out, so they were given some rest time, basically. Anyway, after that week or two was up, the whole of Team 7 was pretty much ready to go. However, because of the touchiness of this subject of Orochimaru, Danzo would also want to be sending someone from his side in. This is where we would get Sai coming in to assist Danzo with his plans of meeting up with Orochimaru to exchange their research. Tsunade would send with Yamato to watch Sai, as well as him and Kakashi together would be watching over that. So this would be a 6-man team, really, with 2 squads of Kakashi, Yamato, Naruto, and Sasuke, Sakura, and Sai. Naruto would be included with Kakashi as well as Yamato, because Naruto at this point's almost above Sannin level, as he beat Orochimaru and several hundred other ninjas. So Naruto's level is higher than most of the Akatsuki, actually. So Naruto's become pretty famous in the ninja world already, just because he's known as the White Flash, which is kind of funny because his father was the Yellow Flash, and it's because of his teleportation and speed of Ultra Instinct. Anyway, Naruto's reputation would put him on the team with Yamato and Kakashi, while Sai and Sasuke and Sakura would be on the other team, who would probably be going in to watch from the sidelines. Anyway, as the 6 of them are getting ready to go, Naruto would be introduced to Sai for the first time. As Sai would see him, Shikamaru, as well as Choji and Sasuke walking around town, going out to get something to eat. He would do the same thing he'd do in the original by testing them with his puppets of his ink, with Sasuke easily taking them out with his Kusanagi blade, slicing through them like paper, which they are. Naruto would easily pin him, as Naruto uses his wave tracking of air motions and points directly to Sai, saying he's got this. Naruto began walking towards Sai, as Sasuke would also cautiously approach from behind Naruto with his Kusanagi blade out, wondering if this is a friend or foe. As Naruto just walks towards Sai, Sai would create a few more tigers as well as other animals as they rush towards Naruto. Naruto would use a single hand as he slices with chops, cutting them all and turning them back into ink, splattering at his feet. As he walked up to Sai, he asked what was that all about, with Sai telling him he was just testing him, as he thinks that Lord Danzo had instructed him that Naruto is extremely dangerous. Naruto would sigh as he asks who he is. So he wouldn't be really frustrated, as, like I said before, Naruto's a lot more calm and analytical in this timeline, just because of certain events in his past. So him and Sai are actually very similar. Sai would respond with his cold, empty tone, but Naruto would completely understand him, as he tells him he gets what he's saying. Sai and Naruto would actually be more close to being friends more easily, as Naruto actually understands what it's like to not feel any emotions and to have to pretend to be like that. So Sai and Naruto have a very interesting connection, I think, in this timeline. Anyhow, they would part ways as Naruto says it was nice to meet him, with Sai nodding as well, feeling something weird when he talked to Naruto. He wouldn't quite know what it quite was, but we would know that it was something called companionship or friendship even. Anyway, the next day would pass by, as now they would be meeting together to get onto the team that would be going to meet the assailant that they'd be trying to catch down from Sasori's spy. Anyway, as they'd go, they'd meet up at the gate with Yamato, Kakashi, and Naruto being Team A, and Sakura, Sasuke, and Sai being Team B. Sasuke obviously won't be pleased with the fact that he was placed on Team B, as he considers him and Naruto to be equals, is what he wants to think at least. Anyway, Sasuke would eventually accept it after Naruto tries to convince him, telling him that this will mean he'll be closer to Orochimaru, which will be his target. Naruto would be wondering actually how Orochimaru would be doing, not in a concerned way or sympathy or anything, but he's wondering how he survived his attacks, as he has little memory of what had happened after he had secured Sasuke at the Valley of the End, but he had basically lost all memory of that time when he was just fighting and fighting and fighting, as he had gone fully into instinct. Anyway, Naruto didn't know if Orochimaru had any serious bodily injuries or if he had to switch bodies again or anything, so he didn't know what he would look like. Anyway, the teams would head out as they'd each go on opposite directions of the sides as they take different ways to get there. During the separation, Kakashi and Yamato would be split up on two teams, with Kakashi going along with Naruto and Sai, while Sasuke and Sakura would be on a team with Yamato. Sai and Naruto would talk for a little bit on their way, with Sai asking Naruto, with Naruto asking Sai different questions about each other. Sai would eventually open up about his brother, and Naruto would see the pictures that he'd painted as well, complimenting Sai on his artwork, as he asked if he could try. Naruto's artwork wasn't exactly great, but it wasn't terrible either, as Naruto, when he was younger, did a lot of more creative things and artistic things to express himself, as he was terrible with words, for one, and well, his emotions were always locked inside of him due to Ultra Instinct's complete hold on him as a kid. Naruto would tell Sai about his childhood and how everyone in the village had looked down on him because he was the freak, the kid with white hair. As he would tell them about this, he would tell Sai about how he felt about it, but he couldn't say anything. Sai would sit there asking what he means, with Naruto explaining how he had felt before and the emptiness that he had inside him. Sai would be actually surprised by this, as he tells Naruto that he's always felt like that all the time. Naruto breathed out in exasperation, as he tells Sai that that's not how you're supposed to feel all the time. Emotions are like a rampaging torrent of waves, always changing, being pulled in different directions by the moon or the sun. As he tells Sai this, he feels oddly poetic, as he then snaps out, telling him that he doesn't know too much about that as well, though, and he tells Sai to just do his own thing. Sai would consider Naruto's words, as he then nods, thinking through them. He would tell Naruto to consider what he says, as then the journey would continue as Kakashi and then would move on. After a few days of travel, they'd eventually make it to the outskirts of the grass village, where they'd be waiting for the spy from Sasori. Yamato, who is wood style, would create the puppet body, as he would then use a transformation jutsu, telling Naruto to stay in the shadows nearby in case there needs to be an extraction, which made sense strategically, as Naruto has the fastest speed among all of them. Naruto would then move to the other side of the river across the bridge as he sits in a tree, concealing his presence, as he waits in the leaves, looking down at the bridge as suddenly someone begins to approach. Yamato, it's about to start, he would think, as Yamato began huddling out in his transformation form into Sasori's puppet body. We would see a figure in a cloak. Little would we know it would be Kabuto, as Kabuto begins to whisper to Sasori the details that he needed. However, suddenly, Kabuto would reveal his cloak as he throws it off himself and then uses his chakra slicer, trying to slice Sasori in half. Yamato would be shocked by this, as he doesn't think that his transformation has any flaws, with him jumping back and returning back to Yamato's form. There's no way that's Sasori's true form, Kabuto would think. What? This is what he would think, with Yamato being surprised. He would turn to Naruto, as Naruto blitzes out of the tree, jumping at full force, the tree actually shaking as Naruto uses his full leg strength. As Naruto shoots it towards the bridge, grabbing Yamato and throwing him to the across the other side of the valley of the bridge, he would land on the side with Yamato, eyeing Kabuto. Kabuto would look at Naruto in shock as he feels PTSD shake through his body. Naruto would stare at him with rage, as he then looks up telling Sasuke to go. Sasuke would take this opportunity to release all of his anger at Orochimaru as well as Kabuto to prove that he's stronger than them. Suddenly, the Kusanagi blade would rip open, as a slice of silver would cut clean through the air, as a slight shine of silver would slice through it, as he slashes at Kabuto falling over as he feels blood on his stomach. Kabuto would begin to choke on his own blood, as Sasuke would turn about to finish him off. This is when we suddenly see a ginormous snake crash into Sasuke from Orochimaru, as Orochimaru stands there. Sasuke, I had been waiting for you for some time. However, it appears you lost to that boy, he would think, as he stares at Naruto, his bones beginning to feel rage, as his hands begin to grit themselves, ringing together as he begins to grind his teeth against each other. Naruto Uzumaki, he would think, as he'd been humiliated by a genin. A 12-year-old had beat him in battle, along with his entire army. If anyone's going to kill him, it's going to be me, Orochimaru would be thinking, as he's never been so angry at a single person his entire life. Naruto would not even flinch at the amount of malice coming at him, as he tells Orochimaru that it's Sasuke's turn to prove himself, and if Orochimaru survives the fight, then he'll take care of him and finish off his miserable life afterwards, which is what he should have done at the Valley of the End anyway. Orochimaru would spat, as Sasuke then slices towards Orochimaru. You think Sasuke can beat me? He could have if he'd come to train with me and become more powerful, but in this weak form, there's no way he could. This is when suddenly Sasuke would then slice, telling him to shut up, cutting into Orochimaru's neck, as Orochimaru would use his snake abilities to shed his own skin and go back into another form. We could have been master and teacher, Sasuke, he would say. Shut up! Sasuke would say as he slices again with 5 more chops, with him getting faster and faster after each swipe. Sasuke would activate his 3 Tomoe Sharingan, tracking Orochimaru better, as he throws a blade cut down, with now Orochimaru using his arm and transforming it into a snake, wrapping it around the blade and cutting it and ripping it away from Sasuke's arm. As the blade's thrown to the grass, Sasuke engages into hand-to-hand combat, with Orochimaru and Sasuke faring pretty equal to each other. Kabuto would try to get up, but the moment he tries to intervene in the fight, Naruto's hand would be right next to his neck, telling Kabuto that if he doesn't want to die, then he shouldn't move a single muscle. Kabuto would stand stock still, as he has nothing he can do while he sees that Naruto's there. He would think, what can I do? There's no way I can get any help in time. We don't have anyone who can take Naruto and Sasuke down together, he would think, as he's calculating things in his mind that he could do. As Orochimaru and Sasuke's fight's going on, it is pretty apparent that Orochimaru's stamina has taken a severe dip after his fight with Naruto, as he's beginning to breathe heavily from all of Sasuke's ferocious attacks, as Sasuke is continuing to pelt him with his own kicks and punches, with him eventually beginning to use jutsu. Flame style, majestic destroyer flame jutsu. As he creates a magnificent flame of wall of flame, Sasuke's burst of flame would go flying towards Orochimaru like a dragon. As the flame begins to pierce into Orochimaru would begin to feel his skin burning. He would try to shield it by creating his walls by using the summoning of the 7 walls he used against Naruto when he went into Four Tails mode in the original. However, it was too late by then, as Orochimaru's body is beginning to get scarred from the flames. You've gotten better, Sasuke, he'd think. Sasuke would tell him to shut up, as he's just here to die. As Sasuke then uses his masterful of his ultimate jutsu, the jutsu he'd use to kill Itachi. Naruto would smile, he says he's pulling it out now. As he looks at Sasuke about to use his ability, Sasuke would then summon the storm clouds. As the clouds begin to come in, Sasuke would then create the hand seals to create it. You see that, Kabuto? Naruto would ask. What, there's clouds rolling in? This is Sasuke's ultimate technique. The Dragon of Lightning. Kirim. As Sasuke says this, a lightning dragon would come crashing down from the sky and slam into Orochimaru, as Orochimaru begins to feel pain arc across his entire body. No, not like... He would look at Kabuto in shock as he's about to die. Orochimaru, with the last of his strength, would create one more clone of himself, which rushes towards Naruto. Naruto would be shocked, as he didn't think that with the last of his chakra he'd try to not defend himself, but instead go to him. As Naruto prepares to counter this attack, he would jump out of the way, but instead of going towards Naruto and fulfilling the hatred of malice he can sense from it, the clone grabs Kabuto and jumps off the bridge into the water below. Naruto's about to go after them when Kabuto, as well as Orochimaru's clone, would escape. The clone would disappear, however, as original Orochimaru would actually die from the Kirim, as his body falls to the ground completely lifeless. Sasuke has ended the demon that had been invading his life for the past 30 years. Naruto would be proud of Sasuke, as Sasuke is breathing heavily, having used a lot of his chakra in killing Orochimaru, with now Kawato having escaped, however. With Kawato escaped, that means that some of Orochimaru's research would have lived on, but Sai would have failed his opportunity to actually get in on his mission to contact Orochimaru, as Naruto and Sasuke had finished him off way quicker than he would have imagined they would have been able to. Sasuke and Naruto would then head back, with Yamato and Kakashi being extremely impressed with their combat skills. Naruto had watched Sasuke the whole time, and was telling him he did an amazing job, telling Sasuke to look how much stronger he's gotten. If you beat Orochimaru that easily, think about what you can do against Itachi now, he would say, as he remembers Itachi from when he tried to cast a Genjutsu on Naruto, and Naruto's automatic detection of his Ultra Instinct had reflected the Genjutsu back at Itachi, which is a unique ability of Ultra Instinct that I added in this, which I thought was pretty cool. Anyway, Itachi should still be damaged from his own infinite Mangekyo from those years ago, as he wasn't doing so well even back then, Naruto would think. Sasuke, there's no way that you can't beat Itachi now. Sasuke would be very happy, as Naruto says this, with him asking Naruto if he really thinks that. Do you really think that I can beat him? He would ask, with not exactly sure confidence in his voice. Naruto would nod very fast, telling him there's no way he can't. As Sasuke feels happy, the teams would begin to head back, with Sai feeling unfulfilled from his mission. Anyway, Orochimaru has now been taken down and killed, so he'd have to report that back to Danzo. Naruto would see as Sakura finally appears out of the woodwork, finally commenting in after 6 days of being silent as a rock, not having done a single thing like usual. So, Sasuke, how did you learn about that? How did you learn how to create that dragon? Sakura would ask, blushing, with Sasuke basically just answering the question with no interest at all in her or what she was asking. Oh, when I was training with Naruto and Jiraiya-sensei, Jiraiya was helping me learn more about nature transformation, while Naruto was working more on his chakra control on how to create his Rasengan wall. Naruto would laugh as he says that he could have used that against today and show off a little, but he decided to let Sasuke use his move. Naruto's Rasengan wall is basically where he uses lines of chakra from the puppeteer type jutsu, but instead of using them to control a puppet, he actually connects multiple Rasengan to create walls of Rasengans, which he can manipulate at will like a wave. He uses it to trap opponents as well as create massive explosions and such, like what he did against Orochimaru back in the Valley of the End. Anyhow, everyone's now made it back to the Leaf Village, with them having successfully defeated Orochimaru and learned about the information they had needed to about his research that they wanted. So, that ends the arc for where they had originally met Sasuke up with in the original. Back now at the Leaf Village, something new would be brewing, as 2 more members of the Akatsuki would be deciding on their attack to try and receive and take the Nine Tails. As you may recall from last time, the 6-man team of Kakashi, Yamato, Sai, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had all successfully completed the mission of finding more information from the spy about Orochimaru and what was going on, with Naruto having watched as Sasuke would have finished his demon off, successfully killing Orochimaru now earlier than he would have originally. With Orochimaru having been dealt the final blow, and Naruto, Sasuke, and the team returning after seeing Yamato escape, Sai has failed his mission to the Foundation, this meaning that Sai had failed Danzo, with Sai not successfully being able to link up and gain the information from Orochimaru he had needed, and, well, this version not having to assassinate Sasuke since Sasuke wasn't a rogue ninja in this timeline. With everyone returning, however, Sai would be punished by the Foundation and Danzo, and Naruto and the rest of the gang would not see Sai for some amount of time. With Naruto and Team 7 now having returned to the village, little would they know that a new threat would be emerging quite soon. With both Hidan and Kakuzu on the way, Naruto, as well as the rest of the Konoha 12, would be preparing for the Akatsuki's arrival. Or, not so much preparing, I would say, as they'd be expecting it due to their previous Akatsuki encounters. With Naruto and everyone beginning their training individually, Naruto would begin working on perfecting his Rasengan ability of the Rasengan Wall, which was a technique he created with Jiraiya-sensei over the 3-year gap, if you didn't remember. The Rasengan Wall, basically, the way it works is Naruto uses chakra control to, similar to the Puppet Master Jutsu actually, create threads of chakra between Rasengans, and he creates different layers of Rasengans to create a spinning wall of Rasengan, which he can use to trap and basically trap enemies to make a large explosion and capture them in it. So it's more of a capture technique than the normal Rasengan, which is based on just an attack. So anyhow, this would be something that he'd be working on, as Naruto has not used any nature transformations yet, and Kakashi would recommend him to do so, along with Jiraiya, of course. With Naruto practicing and learning how to use nature transformations and learning about his nature, Naruto would learn that he actually has a wind nature, and he would learn that wind nature is actually the perfect type for attacking jutsu, due to its ability of just being a generally strong offensive type of jutsu. So Naruto would begin training with Kakashi as well as now Yamato, who would help him with his training. Kakashi would then tell Naruto about the secret of the shadow clones and how Naruto can use multiple shadow clones at once as long as he's not using Ultra Instinct, which will drain his stamina way faster to train in almost multiple times the speed that he normally could. Naruto would begin doing this as Naruto would then attempt to use the shadow clones. At first, this wouldn't show as many results as he would have hoped, but after doubling up the number of shadow clones to around 1,000 clones, Naruto is finally starting to see some results. As Naruto looks down to the palm of one of his clone's hands, he could see that the leaf has a straight cut across it, as Naruto would then realize about how his chakra, or more specifically the technique that he had learned on how to take his chakras and grind them against each other like tectonic plates in the earth. After Naruto had now talked to Asuma with his help and him explaining wind nature, as that's one of his natures that he can do, Naruto would feel more at ease as he begins learning it much quicker, which was more used to him, as him being more analytical had always been able to figure things out before, but this type of training had been something new to him. With Naruto now learning how to do the wind transformation of chakra energy much faster, Kakashi and Naruto would be impressed as Naruto masters creating his first ever wind-style technique, with Naruto now combining the Rasengan in its basic form, as well as using wind transformation to turn the Rasengan to pure wind energy. This would end up with Naruto creating the first ever wind Rasengan, which would basically be the normal Rasengan, but it would have now more sharper edges, if that makes any sense. So it has less explosive power and more piercing power, if that makes sense, I hope. Naruto would be practicing using this and would decide that he needs to make it stronger in some way. And he would also work on trying to create a more range-oriented jutsu, as Naruto's close combat was fine, especially with Ultra Instinct as well if he activated it, along with the Kyuubi's chakra. But even with Rasengan Wall, his distance is only extended about 6 meters, really, unless he goes into full Ultra Instinct mode, in which he can create much massive, longer chains of it. With Naruto now testing his reach with the Rasengan Wall, he would inevitably end up hitting a literal wall of him not being able to extend any more than 8 meters. He would be a bit frustrated as Naruto sees that this is as far as he can go without using any of his power boosts or anything. So Naruto would decide he needs to work on a completely new technique after figuring out for a while. Instead of focusing on his already developed techniques, he would begin work on the new Rasen Shuriken, as we all know from the original anime. With Naruto realizing that if he can use one other shadow clone, this would help him greatly in mixing the chakra together, as Naruto himself is much smarter in this timeline, but even he has a hard time controlling this much chakra into condensing into one single shuriken of the Rasengan type, especially with how much chakra control is just used in the regular Rasengan. With Naruto now working and mastering this every day for the next few weeks, this is when the Akatsuki would begin to strike. With now what you know is Team Ino Shikacho, as well as Asuma having gone on the attack first, and Asuma having fallen to Hidan through the attacks, Shikamaru would be devastated, as he would be in a complete depression after finally escaping from the two immortals, seemingly. With him having to now come up with a plan, he would consult Naruto, who would stop from his training for a momentarily as he goes to talk with Shikamaru, as Shikamaru would then tell Naruto what's going on, with them having actually been able to flee the Akatsuki after they'd reached them outside the village by quite a few miles. With the Akatsuki now on their way to the Leaf Village, they'd say they have to confront them again and soon, and he has to come up with a plan to defeat them, but they're seemingly unkillable. Naruto would think about this for a second, as he asks why they can't just split them apart or use some sort of atomization technique. With Shikamaru thinking this over, he'd say that even when Hidan's head was completely cut off, he was still able to move. It was crazy. With Shikamaru now working on a plan, he would ask if Naruto's going to be available to help them with this mission. After all, it's the Akatsuki, and they're here after the Nine Tails. Naruto would nod, saying he should be ready in a day or two, thinking over his training, and asking if that's enough time for him to meet up with them before they have to leave, which should be very soon. They'd say to catch up with him as soon as he can, after he finishes his training, with Naruto going back to it immediately. as Inoshikacho, along with now Kakashi, and would be heading out. They'd fight Hidan and Kakuzu in the forest, with them jumping around and averting all their attacks, as Kakuzu and Hidan are trying their best to take down all 4 of the shinobi, with Shikamaru now luring Hidan away and using his original plan that he would have to seal Hidan and take him out. Naruto would now be able to finally create the Rasen Shuriken, as he's now completed the technique and is ready to use in battle. Naruto would jump down from his high waterfall training area he'd been using to master his chakra control even to a further degree. He would jump down and then begin running out of the village as he decides to meet up with the others. With Naruto now on his way, with him finally making it just to finish off Kakuzu in time, Naruto would jump out of the bushes just as Kakuzu is about to go into his final attack, with Naruto eventually chucking the Rasen Shuriken directly into Hidan, as Hidan's body is beginning to be completely deatomized by this attack, with the wind chakra actually piercing every single cell of his body and disabling it, causing Hidan to be completely destroyed. As Hidan's body falls to the ground, completely gone, as Naruto has literally hit every single cell in his body at the same time. Naruto's new Rasen Shuriken would be deemed an S-tier jutsu, which is meaning that it's incredibly powerful and would be basically very dangerous. Naruto would be instructed to try and not use this technique, as Tsunade would say, with Naruto's hand having been injured even a little bit from this attack. With Naruto looking down, realizing that this attack actually injured him, he'd be shocked, as his body had never been able to injure him undeliberately before. With Naruto realizing that this technique must even have some sort of hold over Ultra Instinct, as this chakra must be so powerful that not even that can be able to cancel it out. With inside Naruto's body, the angelic chakra beginning to anger as it's felt pain for what hasn't been a very long time. Naruto would continue now working on the Rasen Shuriken, but now that Hidan and Kakuzu had been defeated, and now that Shikamaru has attained his complete destruction of the members who had actually killed Asuma and he had avenged his teacher, now everything had begun to go back to normal slowly. However, this wouldn't last for long, as the peace in the village would be disrupted very soon, as Jiraiya had been missing for a couple weeks. We can see that Jiraiya had left a note for Naruto saying that he'd be leaving the village to investigate a very specific member of the Akatsuki, who is only known as Pain, as well as someone called the Angel. This would get Naruto interested, as he remembers the Angel from inside of the seal, along with Kurama there. What about an angel, he would think as he looks at the note, more in depth as he wonders what Jiraiya Sensei could be hiding. Jiraiya would be now in the Rain Village, sneaking around and trying to gather more information, and eventually taking out some Chunin and using his jutsu to interrogate them. With the Chunin basically telling Jiraiya everything that they could know, Jiraiya would finally have enough information to actually be able to take care, hopefully, of Pain. With him realizing that the rain over the village is a type of jutsu allowing Pain to know where everyone is inside of this radius. Jiraiya's investigations would never be heard from back from the Leaf Village, however, as the only message that we would ever see from Jiraiya ever again would be in burned markings on the back of a toad. The old toad that he had with him as he had gone to Sage Mode for the final time to show us one of the coolest ever endings for a character, as Jiraiya would sink into the murky depths, thinking of his students, being Konan, Nagato, Yahiko, and Naruto, as well as Minato and all those before them. With Jiraiya now closing his eyes, realizing what had happened to him, as well as what was going to happen to the shinobi world, he'd pass on into the next life, forever. As Naruto would suddenly feel a strange feeling immediately hit him in the back of the head, he wondered what happened as he turns around, feeling a brush of wind and a leaf blowing past him. Outside of the Leaf Village, however, as you already know, Orochimaru has already been killed by Sasuke, who was now at the actual village himself, instead because he was defeated and taken back to the Leaf Village by Naruto. With Naruto and Sasuke being together already, there was really no need for any of the stuff to happen yet with Itachi or the Team Heavy from Orochimaru's place. But those characters still do exist, and so I shall cover what has happened to them. With now Orochimaru being truly gone, we now know that Kabuto is in charge of Orochimaru's previous forces and organizations, with Kabuto having already transmuted Orochimaru's cells to himself, turning himself into the white snake that we know him from during the war arc of Shippuden. We can see that he already has created his own team of sorts, with all the same members being of what we would know as Team Heavy from the original. Their mission, however, be slightly different, as instead of going after the Akatsuki or going after Itachi like Sasuke would have been interested more into doing and when he was the leader of Team Heavy, with Kabuto now leading the Sound Forces, he'd begin working on growing his armies, as he's already preparing to start the next great shinobi war, and everyone underneath him is understandable of this as well. With Orochimaru's forces growing every day, this is when Kabuto would leave his team in charge of managing all the different bases, as he would have to go on a journey by himself to a certain cave in order to learn the sage jutsu required in order to have enough chakra for a certain technique that he'd been willing to learn, something called the Edo Tensei. Anyway, back to the Leaf Village, Naruto would have felt that strange sensation with Sasuke patting him on the back asking him what's up. Naruto would say it's nothing, as he and Sasuke would walk away, going off to train in the woods some more. With Naruto wondering when Jiraiya-sensei will ever come back, as it's been so long since the last time he'd even seen him since that note he left. Tsunade would suddenly be calling Naruto, as Shikamaru would run out into the forest to get him. "What's wrong?" Naruto would ask, as Shikamaru looks out of breath and worried. There's something the Lady Hokage needs to tell you." As Shikamaru would take a breath, he would then look Naruto in the eyes and say that Tsunade said it was something about Jiraiya-sensei. With Naruto's eyes now widening as his pupils would become smaller, he'd tell Sasuke he'll catch up later, with Sasuke holding down telling him to wait up, as Naruto jumps and would full sprint towards the Hokage's office, with him hoping that Jiraiya's okay, and that there's just some strange news about the Akatsuki that he's picked up that is incredibly worrying. Nothing that has bad could have ever happened to Jiraiya, right? Right? Naruto would be concerned as he's thinking all the scenarios in his mind. As he opens the Hokage's office, bursting open, hoping to see the red cloak of Jiraiya there with the news, he would only see Tsunade, with her hands in her face, and a toad with some strange markings on his back. "What? Where's Jiraiya-sensei?" he would ask. "Jiraiya boy is gone." This is what the old toad sage would say. What are you saying?" Naruto would ask, with the look in Naruto's eyes beginning to slowly dawn on the realization. Tsunade would look up as her eyes are actually brimming almost on the edge of tears before she wipes them away, telling Naruto that Jiraiya isn't coming back. Naruto would be shocked as the news hit him like a truck, with him opening the door and walking backwards, as he then slowly closes before running down the stairs and running off into the village, as he runs to that place that he had known. As Naruto sits on the swing, yes, that swing, but in the tree in front of the academy, he'd be sitting there completely shocked, now having heard the news, with Naruto beginning to swing back and forth, hoping to himself that it's wrong, that it's a lie. There's no way Jiraiya could be dead, right? Naruto would be shocked to the core, as he had never expected something so sudden, so out of nowhere. What happened? He would think. Was it them? He would think as he sees the note. Did they kill Jiraiya? Naruto would be furious, shocked, scared, and most of all, completely lost, as Naruto has no idea where to go from here. Naruto is, for once, dumbfounded, as Naruto would go to the store and buy a popsicle for himself. As he sees the two popsicles, as he rips it in half, remembering himself as a child and Jiraiya sharing one with him, Naruto would place the other one beside himself, as he then eats the popsicle by himself. We suddenly see 2 feet walking up. We see Sasuke standing there and sitting next to Naruto as he eats the other popsicle that he had gotten. "Thanks for the food, by the way," Sasuke would say, as he eats Naruto's other half. "I was gonna eat that, Naruto would say, slowly, with Sasuke saying that he heard from Shikamaru what happened after Naruto had ran off. Sasuke would then be the one to deliver the speech to Naruto this time, and I think it would be a lot more meant to like Naruto, as we can see the two bonding more. Sasuke would hold his fist over Naruto's heart and pound it as he then hits Naruto's chest. He would then look at Naruto and tell him that Jiraiya wouldn't want him to be like this, especially after their years of training together. Naruto would be not saddened as he looks up and asks Sasuke how he's not depressed by this, after Sasuke was Jiraiya's student too. Sasuke would look down as he then frowns, saying that He knows that people die, as he has his own memories of the Uchiha massacre. He remembers the eyes of the one who killed his entire family, Itachi. He then would close his fist, clenching his knuckles, as he then opens his eyes, saying that the only thing he's ever known in order to get those feelings out has been revenge. Naruto had saved him back then, but it didn't help him stop feeling that he needs to get as a revenge on Itachi for killing his family. And now that feeling that Naruto has, that hatred and remorse and pain, that's the pain of loss. And this would be the title of this episode, The Pain of Loss, as Naruto would look up shocked, as Sasuke would talk with him using his own talk no jutsu, and tell Naruto that's okay to feel this feeling. And he tells Naruto that as long as someone's there to drag him out of the darkness, then Sasuke will be there for him, just as Naruto was. Naruto and Sasuke would give each other a hug, as Naruto would say, "Thanks, Sasuke," with Sasuke then punching him on the head and saying that he should get back to work, as if they're going to beat those guys who beat Jiraiya-sensei, with Sasuke standing up now looking more pumped up, then they have to better get started. Sasuke would be actually more upbeat than Naruto, as Sasuke has lost before, and with the loss of Jiraiya-sensei, his master, Naruto and Sasuke would both be pushed to actually train harder. As the two of them would be summoned by the Toad Master, he would say that Jiraiya had instructed him to take Sasuke and Naruto to the land of the Toad Sages, for the two of them to actually begin their learning on Sage Jutsu. Both Naruto and Sasuke had been summoned by Fukasaku, the frog, the old frog that Jiraiya had with him along with his wife, who had both been helping Jiraiya by helping him with keeping in his imperfect sage mode before he died from his injuries. Anyway, Fukasaku would summon Naruto and Sasuke, with the two of them being sent off to go train to learn Sage Mode, to become a sage and learn Sage Jutsu. With Naruto being the one who had actually inherited the Scroll of the Toad Sages, which meant that Naruto would be, when he reverse summoned, would be sent back to the land of the Toads, Mount Miyaboku. Sasuke, on the other hand, would have actually learned the Falcon Summoning Jutsu Scroll. With this meaning that Sasuke would, in fact, instead of going to either Mount Miyaboku or Ryuchi Cave or Shikotsu Forest, which are the three known sacred places that we know characters can learn Sage Mode, much like what I've done in the past with What If Naruto was a demigod, instead of this time, Sasuke would in fact be Sasuke would have his own training location, being the Junsuina Cliffs, which is where his reverse summoning would take him, where Sasuke would begin training to become a Falcon Sage. With Naruto, of course, going to Mount Miyaboku, and him curious as to where Sasuke had went, with the Toads now explaining to him that Sasuke would be off on his own training with the Falcons, while the Toads would continue training Naruto. Naruto and Sasuke would now both be away from the village as they begin their training of Sage Mode. Focusing on Naruto's end first, Naruto would now begin his training. Just like Naruto did in the original, Naruto would be introduced to the oil that Mount Miyaboku alone has flowing through it, that disintegrates anywhere outside of its climate. Naruto would begin training with this oil as he takes his hand and is about to touch the oil. As he does so, he feels his hand beginning to morph shape, which makes Naruto jump as he pulls his hand back before it goes back to normal. With Fukasu telling Naruto that if he were to fully immerse himself in the oil, he'd fully transform into a frog. Naruto would be shocked by this as he then reacts and quickly rubs his hand as the oil would then dissipate. With Fukasaku then telling Naruto that their first training will actually begin with Naruto trying to learn about nature energy. Naruto would perk up as he listens, asking more about it, while the old Toad would then explain to Naruto about what nature energy is. Nature energy is the energy of things like plants and living animals around you. This type of energy can now combine with your own energy of your spiritual energy, which is what's used to make ninjutsu, as well as the energy used for your taijutsu and your physical movement, your physical energy. With Naruto now working on learning about nature energy, Naruto this time would have a much tougher time trying to actually use nature energy, as when Fukasaku actually gets on his shoulder to try and help him with what he used to do with Jiraiya by actually pulling the nature energy in for him, he would both get Kurama as well as another presence, even stronger. This presence would cause Fukasaku to see a pair of two silver glowing eyes, which would make him get pushed off of Naruto at such a high force that he slams into a tree. Fukasaku would be shivering as he felt the cold glares of something like a god upon him. Naruto would be confused as to what happened and ask what actually just happened, with Fukasaku saying that that method won't work with Naruto, meaning that Naruto had to find what nature energy is all on his own. Naruto would train for 3 or 4 days at a time, with him still not being able to grasp it, as it feels like the energy just leaks out of his body. However, eventually, by him using shadow clones to master it, Naruto, with his shadow clones, would eventually get the hang of absorbing the nature energy. With Naruto now practicing by getting on top of those stone tablets on the spikes, Naruto and Fukasaku would climb up. With this exercise, Naruto being a pro at, this is easy, Naruto would think, as he realizes that he can keep his balance perfectly set. This is rather impressive, Fukasaku would think, as without Sage Mode, most humans, their natural instincts are what prevent them from being able to do this immediately. Naruto's Ultra Instinct that I've talked about in previous parts, which has affected his normal instincts as well, has caused Naruto to have a hypersensitivity to even airwaves. However, for some reason, even though Naruto can sense this nature energy, it's rather hard for him to absorb, with him not knowing that Ultra Instinct itself is powered by nature energy. So whenever he absorbs it, it's basically just fed to the angel that's sealed inside of him already. Naruto himself would actually come up with a way to circumvent this, though, as he realizes that all of the energy is converging into his seal, as he feels the seal actually loosening, with the angel working on untightening it along with Kurama so she can release more of her chakra to control Naruto's body. Naruto would ask Fukasaku if he could tighten the seal using the key, which he would do, which would also annoy the angel as well as Kurama, who've been working on it. Naruto would then ask for another strange question. He would ask if Fukasaku could create another seal on him. Naruto would create a second seal on him, just above the seal he already has, as he would then focus on converging all the nature energy he gathers into the second seal he has on his body. This seal would take the nature energy and act as a sort of conduit which would store it for him. As he stores the nature energy within this, he would view it like a glass of water, as he pours it in without spilling too much over the edge, as it's perfectly balanced. This would be when Naruto finally awakens it. Sage Mode. The corners of Naruto's eyes would begin to change as an orange pigment surrounds them. As Naruto would open his eyes, suddenly a black line would be across them as he's accessed it, perfect Sage Mode. Fukasaku would congratulate Naruto on doing this, as he would then continue working with Naruto on keeping his balance, which Naruto's already a pro at. With Naruto now, instead of training on the Rasen Shuriken at nighttime secretly with Sage Mode, would instead be working on unlocking something else. As Naruto slowly unloosens the seal for the seal of the fox as well as the angel within inside of him, he would feel a rage of chakra stirring within him as he then close his eyes and enter the seal. After several days of training like this, Naruto has gotten a handle on using perfect Sage Mode now. Anyway, back on Sasuke's end, we can see Sasuke training with the Falcons, with his training being slightly different than Naruto's. Unlike the Toads having the oil that helps with absorbing nature energy, Sasuke would instead be diving off cliffs in his free time, with falcons surrounding him so he doesn't fall all the way to the ground. With Sasuke feeling the nature energy like streams of chakra through the air with the falcon style of Sage Mode, with several days of this intense training, Sasuke would have, for one, lost any fear of heights he may or may not have had, with him also gaining the ability to access Sage Mode. The way he would have done this, as I've already mentioned, is through air currents instead of using oil, as well as him just taking in the air from the cliffside instead of being on the mountainside. With Sasuke having finished his training with the Falcons as well as Naruto's training with the Toads, the two of them would be heading together. Sasuke would then head to Mount Miyaboku as the Falcon, his summon, and would fly him over to Mount Miyaboku, where he would drop down with Naruto still working on training. Naruto would see Sasuke as he stops and gets up, telling Sasuke he's all ready to go whenever Sasuke is. Sasuke would nod, asking if Naruto's been able to master Sage Mode, with Naruto closing his eyes for a second before opening them, with the red-orange pigment surrounding his. Sasuke would close his eyes as well as he opens them, with a blue pigment surrounding his own. I like the color swap, he'd say, with Naruto and Sasuke's general colors being flipped, with Sasuke's red Sharingan and Naruto's cool head and Ultra Instinct. Naruto would smirk, telling Sasuke that was unnecessary. Sasuke would sigh as he tells Naruto they need to get back to the Leaf Village as soon as possible. With both Naruto, along with his two elder Toads, along with Ganakichi and the three Toads, Sasuke would actually bring some of the Falcons with him as well, as the two would both at the same time use it. Reverse Summoning Jutsu! With the two pressing this jutsu down to the ground, the black of the actual jutsu itself would surround them on the ground as suddenly a puff of smoke would happen. Back at the Leaf Village, pain has already started his assault, as the village has just been destroyed by the almighty push, completely wiping out the village. With everyone screaming as they're being surrounded by broken buildings, Kakashi would have lost his life just as he would have in the original. Suddenly, we would hear Sakura screaming. As she shouts out, Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto and Sasuke would suddenly appear on the battlefield, as a ginormous puff of smoke would explode out of nothing, with Naruto standing there along with Sasuke, both in Sage mode, with Sasuke and Naruto both having different methods to maintain it. Naruto having left shadow clones behind him Mount Miyaboku, with Sasuke using his own method, which I'll get back to later. Anyway, as the smoke clears, Naruto would ask, Sasuke, where are we? Can you see? Sasuke would close his eyes as he opens them, activating the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, with him looking around as he scans around the area, seeing different chakra signatures, before telling Naruto that this is indeed the Leaf Village after confirming Tsunade's chakra. Naruto would be shocked as the smoke clears, where he sees nothing but a crater of what used to be their home. Sasuke would now tighten his fist, as Naruto feels some rage bubbling within him. Naruto would tell Sasuke that they're going to beat these guys, right? With Sasuke giving Naruto a fist bump and saying, hell yeah. As Naruto and Sasuke would now be walking down, both of them have their sage garments on, with Naruto having the sage cloak being red and with the black markings on it, and Sasuke having his own, but his being blue with black. We would see the two of them walking down, as Sakura would be shocked she sees her 2 teammates from Team 7 standing there. They've gone really far past me, haven't they? She would think as she sees the 2 of them, both powered up in perfect Sage mode. With Pain saying that just because there's 2 of them that won't make a difference, their master Jiraiya had fought against them the same, and both of them will now fall as well. And they'll be taking the 9 tails. Sasuke would pull out his Kusanagi blade, as he tells him he won't let that happen, with him activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu he would use, as the Amaterasu would blast towards the 6 passive Pain, with the first Pain, the Pain that's able to absorb chakra, would be absorbing the Amaterasu with the Rinnegan. Naruto would then rush in, as Sasuke would be supporting him from behind for now. With Naruto's increased skill in taijutsu, Naruto would use his ability in taijutsu to combat the Pains, with their first plan being able to take out the one who can absorb chakra. Something Pain doesn't actually know about in this time is that Naruto, just like himself, actually has the ability to sense every degree around him, meaning that Naruto himself also has the eyes in the back of his head. Immediately a Pain would be moving towards him, but Naruto would have sensed it himself as he uses his right leg to kick out hard with an upper kick that would kick this Pain directly in the jaw, being the one that can create technology, sending him flying into the air. Sasuke, now! Sasuke would use one of his new Sage Jutsu as he creates it, his own long-range technique mimicking that of the Rasen Shuriken, but this time using the Chidori's evolved version. Chidori, 1000 Falcons! Suddenly, a long Chidori began to spread from Sasuke's hand, as now that Sasuke can use nature energy, he can extend this Chidori as far as he needs to, by using the surrounding nature energy to extend it, until it becomes long, much like a lance. Sasuke would jump forward as he slashes into the air, cutting the Techno Pain in half. With this Pain now falling to the ground in pieces, Sasuke would deactivate his Chidori, as he tells Naruto to take him out. Naruto would create a ginormous Rasengan, as he then smashes down 2 shadow clones, pushing this Pain to the ground. Immediately the healing Pain would then summon the King of Hell, which Sasuke would use Amaterasu on, deactivating immediately. Sasuke and Naruto's tag teaming would be annoying to Pain, as he would then use the almighty push to set the 2 apart. This would be when Naruto decides to get serious as he nods to Sasuke. Sasuke kicking up gear as he's now getting ready to use both Sage Mode and his Mangekyo Sharingan together. Naruto himself would also power up as he grabs his stomach and begins to twist it. This is when he unlocks the first seal, being the Angel's Seal. Let's do this, he would think. With a flashback to when Naruto was training in Mount Miyaboku, Naruto had been spending time talking to the Angel, which had been in the way of his progress. Naruto would have formed a pact with the Angel. Naruto would give over his body to the Angel during the fight for 1 minute. With this temporary unlock of the seal, Ultra Instinct would fully take over Naruto's body for what had been in many years, and Naruto would fall back into unconsciousness as Ultra Instinct fully takes over. The pigments surrounding Naruto's eyes, being red and orange, his signature colors, would have now swapped as the Angel's chakra is taken over, turning it into a dark black to contrast with the white, pure white of the Ultra Instinct. With a strange aura surrounding Naruto now, he would begin to pulse off his body, as Naruto's facial reactions, which had been filled with rage and anger, would have suddenly disappeared to Pain. His eyes would look hollow, almost like a machine, just like the corpses that Nagato had been using for his puppets. As Naruto would calmly walk forward now towards the Pains, Naruto would calmly pull his fist back, as he then pushes it forward very slowly. Suddenly, a burst of air and heat would come rushing from Naruto's fist as a full-on force of nature energy and just pure strength would smash into the Tendo Pain's skull, causing him to go flying away as he gets completely shoved into the side of the crater. With Sasuke and Naruto working on dispatching the other Pains, they'd be putting up a fight as they use the full capabilities of the Rinnegan to attack the two of them. With Sasuke taking on two of the Pains, with Naruto taking on two himself, and of course the healing Pain having gone off to help and heal the Tendo Pain, well it could, it would have desummoned the King of Hell before resummoning it to get rid of Amaterasu. With Sasuke using his Kusanagi blade to fend off the chakra-absorbing Pain, which had recovered, along with the Pain that could summon animals, Naruto would be fighting the other two Pains, being the human path along with now the Tendo path having recovered. With Naruto fighting against the both of them and Sasuke fighting his respective ones, Naruto and Sasuke would actually being able to handle this pretty well together, with both of them overpowering Pain, you could say dual-handedly. Naruto would be dodging every attack that Pain throws at him, with Pain even using the almighty push and Naruto dodging it. How did he dodge the almighty push, Nagato would be thinking, as Naruto's body would have bent over itself, flipping into the air and getting past the pushed barrier from the Rinnegan. This power, Nagato would be thinking, as he sees pure white hair and his eyes silver, would be overpowering the Rinnegan like it was nothing. He would think godlike, as he had always thought of himself as the closest entity being to a god because of the Rinnegan's prowess and power. But this is nothing, he would think, as Naruto's power is far beyond his in sensory capability and everything else too, with Naruto's chakra having skyrocketed to higher levels than Naruto was even if he had used the Kyuubi's power. In this version of events, Sasuke would be the one who'd be pierced by the chakra rods as his Sage Mode would then transfer and he would be able to sense where Nagato and Konan are. With Sasuke looking over to Naruto to see how he's doing, Sasuke would then tell Naruto and ask if he can handle things here, while Sasuke would go and try and find Nagato. Naruto would nod, as Angel still has a few 30 seconds left, and would tell Sasuke, "Get out of here, I got this covered." With Naruto now fighting off all four Pains, with the four of them all throwing attacks at him, with him dodging at ease. At this point, all six passive Pain are ganging up on Naruto, with Naruto dodging every single attack like it was nothing. This is too fast. Naruto's speed is already far beyond light speed at this point, and his body is so hot from the Ultra Instinct that it's causing some of the Pain's bodies to begin to burn up, as he can feel themselves melting. With Naruto taking on all six passive Pain with ease with Ultra Instinct, Naruto would decide to finish this off clean and quickly, and decide to attack. With a single strike, Naruto would easily slice off the head of the healer of the Pains, who would now be taken out permanently. Naruto would begin taking down each of the Pains with a almost mechanical-like movement, as he would finish off the Diva Pain rather easily. "This is for what you did to Jiraiya," he would say, as Naruto at the very end would fall out of Ultra Instinct due to the raw amount of emotion he feels, as he finally takes revenge on the person who killed his master. "Rasengan," he would say, as nothing but a cold glare from Naruto would be as this Pain would see, as Yahiko's body would be obliterated to dust from the Rasengan, thrust into his chest before he could even use the almighty push. With Nagato's final transmission from the chakra rods ending, Naruto would have become the hero of Konoha. With Sasuke nowhere in sight, Naruto had defeated all of the passive Pain that had actually attacked the village. The villagers would be cheering, as the ones who had survived would have seen Naruto's overwhelming victory over them, with this being one of Naruto's first ever, seen heroics. Sakura and Hinata would both be in tears as they see Naruto fall out of Ultra Instinct as he falls to the ground. He now would be the first person running down the side of the crater to go help Naruto, with Sakura and Tsunade being there shortly after. Naruto would pull himself to his feet as he's almost out of chakra and says he needs to find Sasuke right now. Sasuke and Naruto would meet up, with Naruto chasing after Sasuke and having to access Sage Mode by using one of his other shadow clones, which would give him enough nature energy to keep him going. He would thank everyone who had come down to see if he was alright, but says he needs to meet up with Sasuke now. After he and Sasuke had exchanged eye contact, Sasuke would have used his astral projection ability, which we saw at the beginning of Shippuden, which caused Sasuke to be able to enter Naruto's mind. With Sasuke having used his Sharingan like this on Naruto, Naruto and Sasuke could have exchanged a message, With Sasuke telling Naruto about what he had sensed and that there was someone controlling these bodies, and asked if Naruto could take care of the rest of them while he went to go find him. Naruto should meet up with him after he destroys them, with Naruto nodding at this point. Back to the present, Naruto, with Sage Mode, finally catches up to Sasuke, sensing his chakra, as the two would then enter into the tree, where they see Nagato's body attached to that ginormous metal figure, with Konan staying there as well. As Naruto and Sasuke would enter into the great tree with a paper door covering it, that from Konan, obviously, as they see Nagato strapped to his metal life support that's been keeping him alive all this time, his ribs streaking out through his skin looking papery and thin. The two would see Konan standing next to Nagato in a defensive position ready to defend him. Naruto and Sasuke would walk forward, as the two have already defeated all 6 of the Pains, with no hopes of them coming to save Nagato, with Konan being the last defense. Nagato would then begin to talk with Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke and Naruto would walk in together, as Naruto would begin to pull out the book that Jiraiya had left for him and Sasuke, that is. This would be the moment when Pain would begin having his talk about his ideals against Naruto's. Naruto would stand there silently while Sasuke is barely able to hold it in, as Pain would tell the two of them about his story, the story of him and his 2 friends, Yahiko and Konan. As you can see, we see 3 young kids, all 3 looking starved, as if they haven't had anything to eat in days. Rain keeps pouring down and down, as the rocky craters around them make it look like an even more desolate landscape. The 3 have barely enough food to survive, as they've been stealing and taking as much as they can from the abandoned villages. The last great shinobi war, the 3rd one, had ravaged the land of rain. And not just these orphans, but there are many other children out there who had either been killed already or had their parents taken from them by force throughout the war. The 3 had already taken hideout and shelter when Jiraiya Sensei had found them. Jiraiya would have trained them just like he had in the original, with him telling Nagato that he might be the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths, just because he had the Rinnegan, which was, legend had it said, the dojutsu of the old Sage of 6 Paths himself. Nagato at this point wouldn't have realized that Madara had given him the Rinnegan, but, Anyhow, Jiraiya would still be talking with the 3 and helping train them so they can survive on their own. While Jiraiya would be doing this, the 3 would be learning over time, as now all 3 had become masterful shinobi. Jiraiya had left now, and the 3 were on their own, but this time they had skills and could utilize chakra, and through the years they would eventually come to create their organization, the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki is going to be a peace organization that'll help bring peace to the world and make sure no one else has to ever go through what we went through ever again, Yahiko would say passionately, as they've obtained many new members by this point. This, of course, would be before the Akatsuki became a mercenary organization run by Obito and Madara, but that's not scheduled to be around for at least a few more years. Anyhow, Hanzo, the leader of the Land of Rain's shinobi villages, had decided for himself that the Akatsuki were going to become a nuisance for him in the future, and he would decide to take out their leader. Yahiko would be killed, and Nagato and Konan would be the only ones left alive. The Akatsuki would have been decimated at this point, with no hopes for the future of them ever being returned to the former glory that they had. We can fast forward a few years now to where the Akatsuki has become a strong mercenary organization under the lead of Tobi, or Obito, who has now taken its reins. Nagato at that point had already lost the will to fight back any longer, and so he had already collected the corpses of multiple shinobi that had become his puppets. His body had already begun now losing its strength as he had become nothing like a doll attached to his metal chair. We see Konan watching on as the Akatsuki would continue to go down in its former glory to become the mercenary organization hunting down tailed beasts it's become today. As we hear Nagato explain the story of how Pain had come to be, Naruto would just say nothing as he looks forward, an empty look in his eyes. Something about the contract that wasn't mentioned last time is that Naruto's emotions would have been exchanged as a form of currency with the angel to feed on, in exchange for the power of Ultra Instinct against the Pains. So Naruto at this point feels nothing but apathy for Nagato and Konan. Sasuke, on the other hand, would be enraged. I had that choice too once, he'd say. But Naruto had saved me. He would look over at Naruto, who was still staring straight at Nagato with an empty look in his eyes. The blue that is usually a bright spark is now an empty cyan, looking like the bottom of a deep ocean, a pool that no one can ever reach. Sasuke would look back at Nagato and Konan, as he would then begin talking about his past, using his own Tog no Jutsu against them. Sasuke would tell the two about his tragic past, and his brother Itachi, who had slaughtered and murdered every single one of the Uchiha, his fellow kinsmen, aside from Sasuke and himself. With Sasuke telling them about this, Sasuke would try and hold back tears as he remembers exactly what his brother had told him. Itachi at this point is still alive in the story, as Sasuke didn't go down a path of revenge, so the Taka wasn't ever formed. This means that Itachi is still alive at this moment. Anyhow, back to what Sasuke is saying. Sasuke would tell the two about what Naruto had done for him. Naruto didn't give up on me, he'd say as he looked up at them. And just because I had a dark path laid before me doesn't mean that I couldn't step onto the light one. You fell for your own petty revenge, just as I would have, he would say. And because of that, you want to take the whole world and put it under your rule just to make sure that no one has to go through pain? Pain is what forms people. If we didn't have pain, then some people would never exist to become who they are. If Naruto didn't experience what he had as a child, who knows if he'd be as strong of a shinobi now? Who knows if he could have stopped you and saved the world from your terror? He hasn't saved anything, Nagato would say. This cycle of hatred will continue forever. As Nagato would say this, Sasuke would tell him to shut up, as Sasuke would be looking at him now, his eyes having changed to Sharingan. Sasuke would then tell him that as long as there's people willing to fight against that hatred, people willing to stop in its tracks, then that cycle can keep going on and on for all he cares. But it will slow down. It's going to stop one day. And just because you want to take control and make it stop now, doesn't mean that it's going to. People will always kill other people. People will always be dying. That's the way of this shinobi world. Then why? Why don't you not let us take victory and use our plan to take over the world and fix it by using the tailed beasts as our weapons to force everyone to... That's not real freedom, Sasuke would say. That isn't the way people should live. Sasuke would stop talking, as he would then tell him, Naruto can't say this right now, but in our master's book, Jiraiya, he named the main character of his book a really cool shinobi, Naruto. Sasuke would look at Naruto as he puts a hand on his shoulder. Naruto's eyes would mildly look up as if though nothing but an ant had landed on it, with Naruto just looking at Sasuke with the same empty look. Sasuke would harden his eyes as he would then say that Jiraiya believed in Naruto, and he believed that he would be the one to save the world, to become its world's savior, the child of prophecy. Sasuke would say this as he knows full well himself about what Jiraiya had told him. Jiraiya had told Sasuke during their training while Naruto was sleeping that Naruto was going to be incredibly important to the world someday. Sasuke, who would still be jealous of Naruto at this point in time, would ask why it's fair and how come it's not fair that Naruto gets to be someone special. With Jiraiya laughing and telling Sasuke that everyone has their own little cog, their piece, a wheel in this world that keeps it moving. And Sasuke, he would say, I want you to protect Naruto because there'll be a time when he won't believe in himself and that he might need someone to rely on. And I think that person's going to be you, Sasuke. Me? Sasuke would say, as his eyes are shaking when he looks at Jiraiya. Jiraiya would smile as he nods and then pats his hand on Sasuke's head. Hey, I'm not a little kid, you know, Sasuke would say, as he looks away from Jiraiya. Back to the present, we see Sasuke and Naruto both standing before them. As Sasuke would say, believe in the two of them, that the two of them together will fight against the cycle of hatred, even if it slows it down just a little bit, just 1 inch less forward, to stop other people's suffering. But suffering is what forms people, Sasuke would say. If we didn't have any goals, conflicts, or anything in life, would that really be living? Sasuke would say, Nagato at this point would be convinced, just as Naruto had convinced him in the original timeline, as he would then look at Naruto and Sasuke, the two of them. He would decide to put his faith in the two, as he would then use the Rinne Rebirth technique. As he's using the Rinne Rebirth technique, Nagato would say something to Sasuke. Sasuke, I'm sure you're well aware of this by now, and I'm definitely aware after seeing Naruto, but Naruto has something different about him, something strange. We see flashbacks in Naruto's mind of his pains being beaten by Ultra Instinct Naruto, so easily like they were nothing. That power, he might not be able to control it one day, but if you can... Nagato would weakly reach for his eye as his hair is already beginning to turn white. Konan, if Sasuke truly wants to protect this world along with him, that boy there, Naruto would look at Naruto at that point, then he'll need more power. Konan would be shocked as he's saying, no, you wouldn't. He would nod as Naruto would tell Konan, once I pass away, I want you to give Sasuke one of my Rinnegan. The other I want to keep for myself, of course. I want to see at least one of my eyes through Sasuke's world. I want to see where the shinobi world goes. I want to see if all he says is talk or if he can truly fix this world, even a little bit. Sasuke would be shocked at this as he says, you don't have to. Sasuke would then be silenced as Konan tells Sasuke that if Naruto makes this decision, then it's up to Sasuke if he takes it or not. Let Naruto give him some help, because Naruto was the one who truly had his dream on saving the world. So letting him help just a little bit would mean the world to him. Naruto would pass away as the Rinne Rebirth technique is fully utilized, and Naruto would die. Sasuke would be shocked as she would then carve out the Rinnegan underneath Naruto's hair. I don't want to see that, she would say, as she would then close her eyes as she would then cover the hair back over the empty hole in his skull. You take it, Sasuke, she would say, as Sasuke would be given the Rinnegan. There's no way I could. You're going to take it, okay? She would say, as she places it in his hand. Sasuke would take the Rinnegan as he looks down, seeing the light purple hue. At this point, Naruto's beginning to return to his senses. He looks over at Sasuke. What happened? Oh! Naruto would grab his head as he feels a raging headache. Damn it, he would say. Did we win? Konan would look down as she nods, saying that you won all right, as she would take Naruto and walk out of the tree. Sasuke would look back and tell Konan that he's going to keep his promise, with Naruto being now up to speed by Sasuke. Sasuke and Naruto would now be the heroes of the Leaf Village, with Naruto and Sasuke then heading out. Sasuke would ask Naruto to do him a favor, as he would hold out the Rinnegan. I'm going to need this, I think, and I want you to be the one to. Sasuke would gulp as he then says that when he takes out his Sharingan, he wants Naruto to implant the Rinnegan in his eye. Naruto would be shocked as he asks Sasuke if he's serious. Sasuke would nod as he looks scared. You don't look... Sasuke would be immensely afraid, as he doesn't know what it's going to feel like or what's going to change if he takes this power. By force? Did he really earn it? Sasuke and Naruto would have this brief exchange as the two walk back. For now, I'm going to keep it somewhere safe. He'd pull a scroll out and seal the Rinnegan inside the scroll before putting it back to his side. Alright, let's go back, Sasuke would say. Sasuke's shoulder would now be over Naruto's arm, as the two are walking together with Sasuke hobbling, having used the majority of his chakra and energy just talking. Damn, he would say. I shouldn't have activated my Sharingan like that. That was pretty careless of me, huh? Naruto would smile as he looks at Sasuke, saying it's not a big deal, with the two friends now walking back together. Did you really mean all that stuff? Naruto would say, with Naruto looking over at Sasuke. You heard that? Well, I didn't really have any reaction to it at the time, but you know, it's super embarrassing to talk about people behind their back, Naruto would say, as he looks away from Sasuke. Sasuke would sigh. As the two are walking, we would see Kakashi run up on his two previous students. Sasuke, Naruto, he would say. The two were exhausted as they give a weak smile to Kakashi, saying they did it. With Kakashi walking back with his two students walking behind them, seeing the two walking together was a great sight for him, to say the least. As they come walking out to see the crater, they would see Sasuke and Naruto standing above it. The villagers would begin to cheer for Naruto and Sasuke, the heroes of the Hidden Leaf. Naruto and Sasuke would be thrown in the air as the two are now both heroes, with all of Sasuke's past transgressions with him trying to become a rogue ninja and escaping pretty much forgiven, and Naruto, his power now finally being accepted. Naruto is finally accepted by the villagers. Naruto would be extremely happy as his goal to finally become accepted had been finally realized, with Naruto and Sasuke both extremely pleased as the rebuilding of the village would begin. Naruto and Sasuke would now go into one of the tents alone, as Naruto and Sasuke would both look at each other, with Sasuke nodding. Naruto would take out Sasuke's Sharingan, as people can hear yelling coming from the inside the tent. Naruto would quickly reseal Sasuke's Sharingan into the scroll, as he then takes out the Rinnegan. He would take the Rinnegan and implant it into Sasuke's eye, as he would then hold his hand over it and use some chakra. Sasuke would also use chakra as they begin to connect the chakra pathways. I can see, he would say, as Naruto would pull his hand back. Sasuke would have in his left eye, so the same place where he would have his original Rinnegan later in the series, he would now have Nagato's Rinnegan. Now, before we move on, and I know this is going to happen, some of you right now are probably thinking, "Oui, but this why did you give Sasuke a power-up but not Naruto? Naruto should have the Rinnegan." And to that I'm saying, Ultra Instinct is overpowered in this what if. Basically, it makes him untouchable, and Naruto and Sasuke are a huge power disparity at this point. So giving Sasuke the Rinnegan isn't going to change much other than the fact that he needs the power boost so that he's equivalent to where he was in the original series with his Mangekyo by this point. Don't worry about it. Naruto with Ultra Instinct, I would say right now, is way stronger than Sasuke with Noa Tomoe Rinnegan. And I don't think that's going to change for at least a long time. Anyhow, moving on from that point, now that Sasuke has the Rinnegan, Sasuke would help by assisting using some of the Rinnegan's powers, like the Almighty Push, to help refill the crater in Konoha. Now, after Konoha was finally fixed, Sasuke would begin having a talk with Naruto. Because of Sasuke's help and Naruto's assistance, of course, in this time, along with Yamato and everyone, Konoha would be fixed and at least better on recovery much faster, so when those envoys come from the Land of Cloud, the village would have some resemblance to the older village, just because Sasuke's Rinnegan powers can be really useful when it comes to fixing and destroying stuff. Like, he could use the King of Hell to heal people and things like that as well. Anyhow, back to what I was talking about beforehand, Naruto and Sasuke would have this talk. Sasuke would look at Naruto and tell him that he doesn't want him to worry about him, but he might have to go somewhere for a few days. "Where are you going?" Naruto would ask, with a question in his tone. Sasuke would then tell Naruto that he wants to go and find Itachi, that it's time for him to finally put to rest what he had looked for so long. "This isn't you going down on your path of revenge again, right, Sasuke?" Naruto would say with a look in his eyes. "Because if it is, then I'll stop you, right now." Sasuke would look up at Naruto, no hatred shown in his eyes, as he tells him that he has to avenge his clan, and that it's not about revenge anymore. This goal will always haunt him if he can never attain the power that Itachi had. If he can never move past Itachi, he never will be able to get over this. Naruto would begin to understand as he thinks about how he had just reached his goal of finally being accepted by the villagers. "Fine, but will you be fine by yourself? Itachi's no pushover," Naruto would say, as he remembers what he had done to Itachi when he had gone Ultra Instinct against him and Kisame all those years ago. Sasuke would nod as Naruto and Sasuke give each other a fist bump. Sasuke heading out as he pulls a cloak over himself, looking kind of similar to now how he looks after this Fourth Great Shinobi War, with his hair now moved to the side to block his Rinnegan, so people can't see why or how he has it, since that would definitely make him a target for people to try and go after him. Sasuke would wave to Naruto as he would see them leave, with a watchful eye from someone that you guys might not remember, that being Danzo. Danzo is still alive at this point in the series because Sasuke has, for one, not learned about it, and two, Danzo would still not be dead because Sasuke never went rogue, so he didn't go after him. So Danzo would now be aware of Sasuke possessing the Rinnegan. This would be when Danzo would send some of the Anbu after Sasuke when he's leaving, saying he can't allow him to leave with the power of the Rinnegan, and they must attain it. In fact, Danzo would be willing to go himself as he and some of his own shinobi troop from the Root Force would go after Sasuke. Sasuke would not realize it at this point because he doesn't have his Sharingan or Rinnegan pretty much activated, since the Rinnegan's activated at all times, uses a ton of chakra, so he tries to use it as minimally as possible. As Sasuke would then go off after Itachi, Naruto would focus on what his own goals are. Where do I go from here? What do I do now? Well, the first thing I know is, I'm gonna beat the crap out of that angel, he'd say as he looks inside of his seal, with us seeing the angel laughing, as if though she was munching down on something delicious, that being Naruto's feelings from earlier. Naruto would be gritting his teeth, saying that she's so smug, with him deciding as he crosses his arms that he's gonna take revenge on those two, as Kurama and the angel are scheming again. Naruto would then for the next few days have nothing to do until that is the envoy from the Land of Cloud would arrive, with this being the envoy sent to begin talking about what they're going to be doing about the Akatsuki, as Killer Bee would have been attacked the same way as they would have, however, this time by Team Taka without Sasuke, and instead a member of the Akatsuki. Most likely Kisame would go with instead, so it'd be Kisame as well as Suigetsu, Jugo, and Karin. With those four having attacked Killer Bee and still having pretty much the same result, this would be when Obito would be displeased with their results. This meaning he would still want to show up at the 5 Kage Summit since they're still going to be going after Killer Bee, with Kisame's responsibility being on the line as he's going to be sent to Killer Bee instead. At this point, Danzo is going after Sasuke, like I mentioned earlier, so Kakashi would have been the one to take over as temporary Hokage, while Tsunade was still out of it. So Tsunade is still down for the count for now, just because Naruto and Sasuke got there at the same time Naruto would have in the original, so Tsunade would still have been affected like she would have. Anyhow, with Kakashi now instead of Danzo being sent to the 5 Kage summit as a request, this would be how the Leaf Village would respond, with Kakashi being honored to be sent, of course. Anyhow, as the 3 Cloud Shinobi had entered the village, a similar effect would happen with the 2 Cloud Shinobi searching for information. They'd eventually come across Naruto, who is supposed to be this hero of the Hidden Leaf. "So where's your buddy, Sasuke?" they'd say, the Uchiha. Naruto would look up at them and ask what they want, with Naruto wondering why 2 Cloud Shinobi would be in the Leaf Village for seemingly no reason. Naruto would stand up as, at this point the girl would be pissed off, thinking that Naruto's some kind of smartass, as she throws a punch at him. Naruto would easily dodge out of the way of this, as he would then say not to try and damage the buildings, as her fist almost comes into contact with the newly made wooden house that he was leaning against. Naruto's hand would gently wrap around her wrist, as his other hand would go underneath her elbow. He would then suddenly push up with extreme force, as he flips her onto her back, throwing her onto the ground, saying that's rude to attack someone you just met. Naruto began to walk away as she would then try and throw another punch at him, Naruto easily dodging out of the way, seemingly dancing around her attacks, as the other guy would be mumbling about how worried he was about any of the Leaf Village girls going after him. Karuga, on the other hand, would be raging as she keeps punching and kicking, with Naruto easily dodging, not even having to block or anything. She'd throw a flying kick towards Naruto's head, who would suddenly turn around as his eyes would meet hers. She'd suddenly jump back, she uses her hands and pushes her back in the air, as she felt an instant death. What was that, she'd think, as Naruto's eyes would go back to normal, with him smiling, saying she's actually pretty good. Naruto would then say it's his turn to ask the questions and ask why they're in the leaf, with her, regrettably, beginning to answer, as she would then tell him that they're on there for an envoy from the Raikage sending for a summit with all 5 Kage. Oh, well, old Granny's knocked out right now, he'd be thinking. I guess they'll have to send someone else. Naruto would laugh, thinking, maybe they'll pick me since I'm gonna be the next Hokage, before he then stops his fake laughing. Anyhow, they'll probably pick someone like a high-ranking Jonin like Kakashi-sensei or Guy. As the camera pans up, we now see Sasuke running through the woods. At this point, having realized that he's being tailed, he would decide that he probably needs to do something about it. But first, he needs to find Itachi. Where is he, he'd be thinking, as Itachi would have been sent somewhere by the Akatsuki. We see a short flashback from Sasuke and Naruto talking to Konan before she leaves, with Nagato's body and Yahiko's as well. She would then tell Sasuke one piece of information, as she would then tell him that his brother will be found in the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron, huh? He'd think, I wonder what could be going on there. As Danzo notices the change in direction Sasuke takes as he's now heading towards across borders to the Land of Iron. As Sasuke is heading unknowingly towards his destination, so is Itachi Uchiha, as his mission was sent with Tobi to disrupt the 5 Kage summit to give Tobi time to get in on the 5 Kage to declare war. We see Itachi and Sasuke's fates growing closer, as the wielder of the Rinnegan, Sasuke Uchiha, is coming face to face in battle against the Mangekyo of Itachi, his older brother. A quick recap from last time, since it's been a while, for those of you who've been watching the series, but, haven't really seen the last episode since it's been 2 months. But anyway, last time Sasuke was given one of Nagato's Rinnegan as a gift from Nagato, in order to give Sasuke a helping hand in building that new future he had talked to him about. Sasuke is now heading on his way towards the Land of Iron to confront his brother, Itachi Uchiha, and putting the Uchiha clan to rest once and for all. Remember in this timeline that Sasuke does not know about Danzo or Itachi's mission to protect the leaf, so he thinks that Itachi had abandoned the village and killed his entire clan, so he doesn't see Itachi as a hero. Meanwhile, Danzo and his Anbu Black Ops would be following close behind Sasuke, and Sasuke wouldn't be using his dojutsu, so he wouldn't be noticing them, and he doesn't have Sage Mode activated for obvious reasons as well. Also, Sasuke, notably in this timeline, has Falcon Sage Mode, meaning that he actually has Senjutsu, so that's a big difference as well in going into this fight. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, we see Naruto, Kakashi, and Yamato all also heading on their way to the Land of Iron, with Naruto and Yamato having been assigned to be Kakashi's bodyguards. Naruto having earned the trust of the villagers, having been known as a monster from a young age due to his ultra instinct, his creepily calm demeanor, as well as his just emotionless actions in general, would have been one of the things in this timeline that have caused Naruto pain, since he couldn't feel anything. So at a young age, he was much more similar to Sai than we would have seen in the original. Naruto, Kakashi, and Yamato are on their way to the Land of Iron to meet at the 5 Kage Summit. This would have been called on by the Raikage, who would still be looking for B, since B would be missing after the attack from the Taka, this time minus Sasuke, but as I mentioned last time, Kisame would actually have gone instead. But I'll digress. Enough of the recap, let's get into the actual story itself, starting off from Sasuke's side of things. Sasuke continues to travel through the forest, with about a day left of travel to get to the Land of Iron, to where he's supposed to confront his brother, Itachi, according to what Konan had told him. The Akatsuki's leader had assigned Itachi with a special mission. He was sent to go to the Land of Iron. Apparently in a few days they'd be holding a 5 Kage summit, and the leader of the Akatsuki wanted something from it specifically. Both Itachi as well as Konan's words would ring inside of Sasuke's head as he thinks about the battle to come. Another side effect of what I should mention is that in this timeline, since Itachi's actually been alive slightly longer than he would have been in the original, Itachi's illness is actually a bit worse as well. So Itachi is a bit more weakened than he had been when he had originally fought Sasuke, which kind of sucks, but it makes more sense because the time gap and Itachi's rapid decrease in health from that disease that couldn't be cured. Anyhow, Danzo and his Anbu Black Ops would be following Sasuke close behind, and Sasuke hasn't noticed them yet, but that would change soon. Sasuke would make camp for the night as he finds something to eat, with him then sleeping the night and then waking up early the next morning, knowing that today would be the day. Naruto and Kakashi and Yamato would leave actually this morning today, when Sasuke was just about to reach the Land of Iron. As Sasuke arrives at the place where the 5 Kage Summit's supposed to be held, he would eventually find someone waiting for him there. And that would be a figure with red clouds on their cloak, the black robe covering their body, as Sasuke would activate his Sharingan as he looks into the eyes, peering into them, directly of Itachi Uchiha. "Ah, so you've come, Sasuke." Sasuke would say nothing as he looks into his older brother's eyes. Itachi would then ask Sasuke a simple question. "Have you attained enough hatred, Sasuke? Has your power grown?" Sasuke would grit his teeth as he realizes, remembering in his head the promise he made to Naruto that he wouldn't fight on the path of revenge. Sasuke would smile as he looks at Itachi, saying that the Uchiha are long dead and nothing can change that. Killing you here won't bring them back, but it will avenge them, Sasuke would say. "Let's get this over with," Sasuke would say as he closes his eyes, entering into Sage mode. As he opens them, having obtained enough sufficient nature energy, Itachi would be impressed, saying that he's already mastered that skill. But has he mastered the ability he told him he needed, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Sasuke would smirk, saying he doesn't need it, as he pulled back his hair to reveal his other eye. Itachi would be shocked as he sees that Sasuke has acquired a Rinnegan. Sasuke's other eye would only be on the 3 Tomoe though, but the Rinnegan would definitely even out the fight. So in this version we have Falcon Sage mode, 3 Tomoe Sharingan plus Rinnegan Sasuke versus weakened Mangekyo Sharingan Itachi. And now, the fight would begin, as Sasuke would make the first move. Almighty Pull! As Sasuke holds his hand out, pulling towards Itachi, Itachi's body would suddenly begin to move towards Sasuke at a fast speed. Itachi would activate his Mangekyo Sharingan as he's flying towards Sasuke. Amaterasu! As Sasuke would watch as the Amaterasu is about to be revealed to him, Sasuke would then use his other ability, the Rinnegan, holding out his other hand. "I'll be taking your chakra." As the Amaterasu hits Sasuke, Sasuke would use the Rinnegan's power to completely absorb it, rendering it useless. Itachi would already be breathing heavily, as he'd used chakra on that and had been pulled by the Rinnegan's attack. "Wow," Itachi would be thinking in his head. "Sasuke is so strong now. Look at him. But I'm not going down that easily," he would say. Itachi would activate his Susanoo, something that Sasuke had not seen at this point. "What is that?" he'd be thinking as he sees the orange skeletal figure beginning to form around Itachi's body. Sasuke would move forward at blinding speed, the increased strength and speed from Sage mode definitely helping. As Sasuke would use his Rinnegan and Sage mode combined to make it appear as though he was flying. Almighty Push. As Itachi throws the attack, Sasuke would use the Almighty Push on himself against the ground as he goes flying up into the air. As he comes landing down, he would then use his Falcon attack that he had learned from the Falcons. Air Strike. As Sasuke comes down, he would activate some lightning, creating the Chidori, as he strikes down using Sage Mode's power, and putting some Senjutsu into the Chidori. Sasuke's Chidori would crack one of the Susanoo's ribs, as Itachi would be shocked. That Sage energy sure is powerful. Itachi wouldn't have time to think though, as he would then swing the Kotsuka blade towards Sasuke. Sasuke would say, "I thought I told you already. I'm not the same little kid anymore, Itachi. You sparing me was the biggest mistake of your life." Almighty Push. As Sasuke would then again use the Rinnegan's power, he would begin to feel the chakra drain, realizing exactly how much chakra Nagatomo has been using with this Rinnegan. Nagato's sure lucky that he's an Uzumaki. Without that large of a chakra pool, he could never have used that many attacks against Naruto when he was going all out against him. As the almighty push would cause the Totsuka blade to swing backwards, slamming into Itachi's own Susanoo, cutting it in half. Itachi began to fall to the ground and stagger, as Sasuke would take the opportunity and he rushes forward, saying, "This is the end, Itachi." Itachi would look up as he coughs up blood, seeing his younger brother as a young kid again, running forward, saying, "Big brother, please train with me. I want to learn the Shuriken Jutsu like you and father." As Itachi recalls these memories, he has no idea why, as he begins to cry. Sasuke would stop moving forward just as he's about to pierce Itachi in the heart with the Chidori. "What? Why are you?" Sasuke would be watching, as Danzo and his troops would be watching the fight from afar. Danzo would say this might be a good time to take Itachi's eyes, and Sasuke's as well, now that Itachi's done for. As Itachi's about to fall to the ground, passing out, Itachi would laugh as his tears streamed down his face, telling Sasuke that the one thing he's always wanted to tell him, "I have always loved." As Sasuke is about to hear these words, his pupils would flicker, but the moment that Itachi is about to finish his sentence, suddenly a shot to the heart. Itachi would cough up blood for the last time, as his eyes begin to fade, his Sharingan deactivating as he slumps over to the ground. Sasuke would turn around, sensing using Sage Mode, and realizing immediately where the shot came from. While Sasuke had been distracted by Itachi's words, Itachi's life would have been taken before his very eyes. And this is what would cause the reaction to awaken. The awakening of Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke, now with the Rinnegan, Mangekyo Sharingan, and Falcon's Sage Mode, would stand up as he puts Itachi's body to the ground. "I hated him for so long. My dream, the path I walked down, was all for this moment, to see his corpse lying on the ground. But why do I feel so empty? You stole it from me," he would say, as Sasuke, using his Sage Mode, would have felt the energy coming from that shot, the intent to kill from the Anbu member. Sasuke looks up towards the direction from where the shot had actually come from, the jutsu that had been used from the air bullet that had killed Itachi. It's almost like his eye contact made directly with the Anbu member, who would begin to shiver. As Sasuke would look up, his eye would fluctuate between that of the 3 Tomoe Sharingan and the Mangekyo, as it finally solidifies into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. Suddenly we would hear a scream of pain as Danzo would look backwards, seeing what happened, seeing the Anbu member had been hit with Amaterasu, as his body would fall to the forest floor, burning to ash. Danzo would say, "I guess it's time then," as Danzo would then step out into the open with many Anbu members. Sasuke would look at him as his eyes narrow, asking, "Who are you?" Danzo would simply begin to laugh, saying, "Thank you, Sasuke, for taking out Itachi for us. Oh, that would have been such a burden if we had to fight both of you at the same time. Now we can take all 3 Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan." Danzo would have a wicked smile as his eyes would have a disgusting gleam to them as he begins to unwrap his arm. "What do you mean?" Sasuke would say, as Danzo would say that he's one of the higher-ups of the Leaf, and actually he had been the one to help order Itachi to kill his entire clan, revealing all Itachi's secrets to Sasuke. He began laughing, saying that Itachi's death was meaningless, and that Sasuke just killed a hero of the Leaf who had been a spy in the Akatsuki for years, all to protect Sasuke. He had killed the entire Uchiha clan under the third and his own orders in order to defend the village. You're lying," Sasuke would say. "My brother was a monster. He needed to die. That is the right path. There's no way the Leaf would..." Sasuke would see images of Naruto telling him to come back with him, back at the final valley. "There's no way. No, that's not true." Sasuke's rage began to encompass him as a darkness would surround him. Danzo would laugh in glee, telling the Anbu members to strike, as Sasuke would scream, "That's a lie!" At this burst of emotion, Sasuke would create a new technique, utilizing the Rinnegan and his new Mangekyo Sharingan. Flame Push! Suddenly, as he uses the Almighty Push and its Amaterasu into one combined attack, this would create a wave of black flames, pushing out and burning all of the Anbu members as they get hit by the attack, being sent flying backwards into the forest, causing a raging fire in the woods. Danzo would have somehow survived the attack, as we see Danzo's arm revealed, covered in the eyes of his clan members. "Danzo!" Sasuke would shout as he tries to push forward. Danzo would move forward at blinding speed, as Sasuke would actually be able to track it this time. Sasuke with Mangekyou Sharingan has increased his visual prowess. He would track him perfectly as his eyes would lock with Danzo. As Sasuke unsheathes his sword, slashing, cutting Danzo in half, suddenly it'd be reversed as Danzo's back, alive again. Sasuke would realize that he's low on chakra and he's also taking damage. He needs to find a way to get out of here and then recuperate. Danzo would say that he won't allow him to escape. And if he does, then he'll take Itachi's eyes. Sasuke would now curse his position, as he decides he'll have to steal something from Naruto. Before he can follow through on his plan, Itachi would suddenly grab his leg, as Sasuke would turn around seeing Itachi barely clinging to life. Wait, I can... Sasuke would have to confirm a few things. I want you guys to remember that Sasuke is a very different person this timeline. After being with Naruto for so long and having lost at the final valley at the end, Naruto had changed him a lot, and Sasuke had gotten past a lot of his issues. So if there was an opportunity, a chance that Itachi actually wasn't the monster he always thought him to be, then he'd want to save him. That's how Sasuke is now. Sasuke is much brighter than he was in the original. And the only reason he needed to kill Itachi in this version was to get past that burden, past the path that had been blocking him for so long, the reason why he wanted to leave in the first place. Now seeing that Danzo's lies might be real, he would decide he'll have to risk it all on this, as he would then create the King of Hell, as he would grab his brother and hop inside. The two brothers began to heal, as the two would begin to recover their chakra to full strength. Oh no, you don't! Suddenly from the ground, 3 of Sasuke's clones would appear. Shadow clones to be precise, that Sasuke had copied the hand motion from Naruto to use. I can't make as many as Naruto can, Sasuke would say, but this is the best I can do to save time right now. Suddenly one of the clones would use summoning as a giant falcon comes flying out, screeching as it rushes at Danzo, clawing at it with its beak and talons. Danzo would be preoccupied just long enough, as suddenly the King of Hell would disappear, as the two stand there, Itachi having thrown off his Akatsuki robe. So you know, huh? Itachi would say. Sasuke would nod, telling his brother that, we can talk later. I'm going to get everything out of you. And if you try to run away, then I'll use Genjutsu and make you stay here. Sasuke would smile, seeing that his lie to make Sasuke stronger might have succeeded, but not in the way he had imagined it, as the two brothers finally stand together side by side for the first time in years. At this time, Danzo would have finished killing off Sasuke's clones he had left, as well as taking out the falcon that Sasuke had summoned, who would then be desummoned in order to escape and not die. As Itachi and Sasuke would now emerge from the King of Hell, having been fully recovered, Sasuke and Itachi would then look at each other, as the two would then fight together against Danzo. The battle will begin, as Itachi moves forward, activating his Mangekyou Sharingan, realizing that his illness has been cured. What was that? It's amazing, he would think, as he looks at Sasuke with his Rinnegan and Mangekyou Sharingan. Itachi would strike first, turning into crows as he flies towards Danzo with this Genjutsu attack, causing Danzo to be forced to move back, as one of Danzo's eyes would be then used up using the Izanagi. Itachi would actually know about this technique as Danzo recovers, telling Sasuke about the Izanagi while they're battling. Sasuke would then tell Itachi to get out of the way, so Itachi would get out of the way of the attack, as Sasuke would then use Kirin. Using his Chidori as well as his Rinnegan powers, the air and temperature began to change, as Sasuke, utilizing Sage Mode, would feel the nature energy of the air. True lightning style. Kirin, with the thunderclap. As suddenly the lightning would strike down, the dragon would arise from the clouds as it then charges down towards Danzo, chomping into him with a single bite, as blood would spurt. The Izanagi would be used once again as Danzo was beginning to wheeze heavily. Realizing that he's almost out of Sharingan, Itachi and Sasuke would continue to whittle him down, little by little, until eventually he'd be down to his final Sharingan. Itachi, he would say in desperation, you can't do this. You work for me, you work for the village. If you truly want to fulfill your job to protect the leaf, then I can't die here. I'm going to become the next Hokage, Danzo would say. It's not up to me, Itachi would say. Sasuke already made the choice to kill you. Itachi and Sasuke would both strike, with Itachi then activating his Susanoo and striking down the Totsuka blade, while Sasuke at the same time would enter using his Rinnegan and Sage Mode, would strike down using his sword, as the two blades clashed directly on top of Danzo, finishing him off for good. With Danzo finally dead and the Anbu members having all been disposed of, it was now just Itachi and Sasuke, both now worn down, breathing heavily, but with a smile on their faces, they took down the one who had been oppressing both them and their family for so long. Now that Danzo had let it out of the bag that Itachi was actually still an agent for the Leaf Village, Sasuke would have a lot of questions for him, and he would demand an answer. Itachi would begin to sit back down as he's breathing, realizing that his breathing has returned to normal, and it's like his illness is completely gone, which is pretty shocking considering that Itachi had gone to multiple medical ninja to try and get it fixed. So, seeing that Sasuke has a healing power this potent is pretty shocking. Anyhow, Sasuke and Itachi would then have a long talk, similar to what they had in the actual series after Itachi had died and come back through the Edo Tensei. But this time, Itachi's actually still alive. Meanwhile, the distraction that Itachi had caused fighting Danzo and fighting Sasuke in the Land of Iron had actually brought several samurai to the scene. Around 13 samurai would have been sent to go and scout out the area to see what the noise and what all the explosions were coming from. And as they arrived, they would then see the red clouds that Itachi had thrown off when he was about to fight Danzo. So they knew that the Akatsuki were there. Both Itachi and Sasuke would sense them coming, so they would get out of there as fast as they could before they continued the conversation. So, why did you do it? Sasuke would ask. Itachi would then go into details. He explained to Sasuke all of what was happening between the Uchiha and the village, and that Sasuke was just a child at the time. He couldn't kill him. That's the one thing he had refused to do. The one part of his deal with Danzo and the higher-ups of the Leaf that he had wanted to maintain was the life of his younger brother. You, Sasuke. Sasuke would be shocked realizing that Itachi had actually gone against the Leaf's higher-ups, saying that Sasuke to him was worth more than a fight between the Uchiha clan and the village, which could wipe out so many lives. Sasuke would look away for a second, but he would then turn back towards Itachi, saying, "Then why? All those times, anytime I'd asked you to train me or play with me or do anything, go out in the village, you'd always be busy. Why?" Itachi would explain to Sasuke that he was always working, and that he really wanted to be there for Sasuke, but he couldn't. And anytime he or Sasuke were to do anything together, Itachi would always be sent by their father to overshadow Sasuke. But even though that was the case, Sasuke would be surprised to learn that actually their father liked Sasuke better than Itachi. "That's gotta be a lie," Sasuke would say. "Father always praised you more than anyone else in our house," he would say, with Sasuke pouting. Itachi would laugh, saying that it's true though, before he looks back towards Sasuke and says that he's changed a lot. He would have expected Sasuke to not even been wanting to listen to him, let alone heal him, and now actually want to take him back with him. Sasuke would be looking at Itachi and telling him that no matter what the Leaf says, you will come back with me. This situation, Sasuke would be thinking. It's just like we see an image of Naruto talking to Sasuke at the Valley of the End before accessing his Ultra Instinct. "I'll bring you back no matter what. Even if I have to break every bone in your body." Itachi and Sasuke would be talking the entire time as Sasuke brings Itachi back with him, back home to the Leaf Village. "You know, Itachi, you don't have to fight anymore. For me, I can defend myself now," he would say. And maybe, Sasuke would blush a little bit, "maybe I can protect you as well." Itachi would smile, seeing what kind of person his brother had become, and that even without killing him, this rage that he had wanted Sasuke to have, this power he'd been trying to get Sasuke to be strong enough to attain, he gained it himself through the power of his friends, people pushing him forward instead of walking alone. And Itachi was honestly pretty surprised by that. Itachi would then ask Sasuke what happened with that Rinnegan and how did he get it. Sasuke would then explain everything about what happened with the fight with Pain and everything that happened after he and Naruto had actually fought against Kisame and him all those years ago. Meanwhile, back at the 5 Kage Summit, Kakashi, Naruto, and Yamato would just be about to arrive. As the two passed almost miles away, Sasuke and Naruto would look in the other's direction, with Sasuke feeling a brush of air against him, and Naruto feeling electricity almost make his hair stand on end. The moment would finally pass as if though time had slowed down for a second, as Naruto, Yamato, and Kakashi continue moving forward. "What's the plan?" Yamato would say to Kakashi. "Well, we're gonna be listening out to what the Raikage wants, since this was his summit meeting that he had to begin with." As Kakashi, Naruto, as well as Yamato would arrive, the three would enter into the great building where the host for the 5 Kage was to be held, by the Land of Iron. This would be the point in the story where the narrator would then explain about the samurai and the neutrality between the villages, and the Land of Iron not having a hidden village of ninja. But anyway, you already know about that, so let's keep moving forward and actually get into the 5 Kage Summit itself. Kakashi would be taking his seat at the table as the Leaf's representative for the Hokage since Tsunade is still unconscious. Now you might be wondering, why didn't Sasuke just use the King of Hell like he did with Itachi back when he was fighting Danzo and he just heals Tsunade while he and Naruto are there? And that'd be because what Tsunade had actually happened to her wasn't mostly physical, it was from chakra drainage and mostly mental. So she was unconscious from her own action in that, and so she couldn't be healed just like that and have her come back, since the backlash from losing all her chakra would still have occurred. Anyhow, back to the story. Naruto would have been given an Anbu mask by Yamato to temporarily wear while they were at the summit, saying that it'd be bad if anyone knew that one of the Jinchuriki of the Leaf was actually sent with the Hokage, since Kakashi was now the honorary 6th Hokage until the village was back in place or Tsunade woke up. Anyway, Naruto and Yamato stand behind Kakashi's chair, as the other leaders from the different villages would soon arrive. Lady Mizukage, the Kazekage, Gaara. Naruto would have been tempted to say hi, but Yamato would have grabbed his hand and Naruto would stay silent, since you have to remember Naruto is much more analytical in this timeline than he was in the original. The Tsuchikage and the Raikage would soon arrive as well. With all 5 Kage now having been successfully gathered together, the meeting could begin. The Raikage would immediately begin complaining about the Akatsuki and Orochimaru's group called Ataka having attacked Killer Bee, and they haven't even found him yet, so the 8 Tails might have been stolen. Raikage would be pretty pissed off, and the other Kage could see this, as the Kage would begin debating about the Akatsuki as well as what they're going to be doing about the situation. Multiple other nations have already had their Jinchurikis taken by the Akatsuki as well. Naruto would actually stiffen up when he heard this, but he would then calm back down, as he decides to take this information in mind for later. As the Tsuchikage begin to criticize Gaara for losing the One Tails, wondering how he was still even alive, all the Kage begin to fight, which was pretty much expected from Kakashi, Yamato, and Naruto's conversation from earlier. Kakashi would be pretty much quiet, just sitting there, thinking as almost a bubble would begin to form, almost falling asleep. The other Kage would suddenly snap at the Leaf Village's Hokage, as Kakashi would wake up asking what's going on, with the rest of them all beginning to get even more angry as they begin to argue. As the argument continues, suddenly this would be when the samurai leader Mitsune would come in and tell everyone to stop, saying that they're supposed to be Kage, leaders of their nations, and try and calm the situation down. However, as he would say that, something suddenly began to phase through the floor, as we see a man with an orange mask and a red cloak with clouds on it begin to laugh, saying, "Yes, you would think that the leaders of these villages would be wise, elders, people with actual experience knowing how to run such a village. But no, look at them, arguing like children. That's a member of the Akatsuki." The Raikage would say this as he enters his lightning cloak, then jumping up and be ready to attack the masked man. The Raikage's guards would hold him back, telling him not to intervene and not to put himself in any danger, as Naruto would then ask Kakashi if he's permitted to attack. Everyone in the room is incredibly tense, while suddenly the masked man would jump into the middle of the table standing on it, as every attack that people would throw at him would just phase through him. The man would tell them all that actually his true identity is that of Madara Uchiha. Everyone would be shocked as the room goes silent, the air changing. Naruto wouldn't get this as he then asks out loud, "Who's Madara Uchiha?" As the masked man would turn towards the sound of the voice, he would see someone in a cloak with an Anbu mask on. An Anbu member not knowing of Madara Uchiha? How far the Leaf Village has fallen, he would say. Everyone would still be tense, as Obito, Madara, would say that he is announcing that he is now having war with the 5 great nations, and that it'll be beginning any day now. "I will obtain the 8 and 9 tails and fulfill my plan. The infinite Tsukuyomi will become realized." Naruto attacks. He moves forward at lightning speeds, entering Sage Mode and pushing out the wall, causing it to shatter, as he throws a punch towards Obito. Obito would laugh as he warps out of existence, while Naruto would fly through his astral form, hitting the wall, his fist shattering it. As Naruto would turn around, the mask already beginning to light up, as Naruto is interested by this guy. Obito would disappear as he finishes using his Mangekyo Sharingan, phasing back into the other reality, and is successfully escaping from the 5 Kage summit. "Damn it," Naruto would say. "What's the big idea?" The other Kage would begin to get even more angry, with Gaara not saying anything, already pretty much recognizing who's under the cloak from that action, and also the voice. Kakashi and Yamato begin apologizing for Naruto's behalf, but the moment that everyone was starting to get angry at Naruto, the Raikage would have started laughing, saying he likes this guy, and he wanted to do the same thing. But one thing we do know is that B's alive. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki is still uncaptured by the Akatsuki. which means that he must be out there somewhere trying to get back to the Cloud Village. The Kage would begin to decide on how they're going to fight back and what would be going on with the Akatsuki and what their plan was. They're trying to attack all 5 of the great villages. They must have something up their sleeve, they'd be thinking. Little would they know about the Zetsu, the white Zetsu that Obito had begun work on many years ago. Or would they know that Team Taka and Orochimaru's forces had actually been combined together with the Akatsuki, as Obito had offered them a deal in order to get them on their side. That being that if they helped him fight in the war, then afterwards he would reward them each with their own village, which would cause all of them to be excited. Of course he was lying about this since he didn't explain to them the plan of the infinite Tsukuyomi, so they don't know that he's actually going to put them all in the dream world too. So Obito could get away with it pretty easily, manipulating them. Kabuto would also be working with Obito just like he had in the original, so the Edo Tensei plan would also be on the rise as well. With their deal being that after the war Kabuto can take Sasuke, even though Obito hadn't actually obtained Sasuke quite yet. Meanwhile, back at the Kage Summit, we see that the 5 Kage had already begun work on creating the allied shinobi forces, with Gaara being decided as its leader for the main unit that would be fighting the Akatsuki and their forces. As the Kage begin deciding what to do with the Jinchuriki, 8 Tails and 9 Tails, they decide first after this meeting they'll get in touch, but first they need to actually find the Jinchuriki. Naruto would take off his hood and his mask as he then says he's already right there. Both Yamato and Kakashi would sigh as they facepalm, while Naruto would wave with a blank expression on his face, since his emotions had been eaten by the angel in exchange for her power against pain, so he still didn't have those back yet. But anyway, Naruto would have been accounted for as the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, so they already have one confirmed. That was a risky move, Hokage, to bring one of the greatest weapons from the leaf here with you. Naruto would then say, as he tells the Kage, that if any of them call him a weapon again, then he'll beat their face in. Naruto would say this without any anger or malice, just almost like a matter-of-fact tone. And to be honest, it would kind of unnerve them, as they're a bit creeped out. Gaara would laugh, actually understanding the sentiment of what Naruto means, as he tells Naruto it's fine, but they really do need to think about what they're going to be doing with him and B, since first they need to find B, and they need to make sure that the Akatsuki cannot obtain their tailed beasts. Otherwise, they would have a whole nother problem of awakening the 10 Tails, which Obito had relayed some of that information about his plan during the summit, pretty much just like he did in the original. The Raikage would pretty much immediately head out after they're done with a bit of discussion, saying he wants to find B as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Killer B would be in his own battle, as Kisame would have taken advantage of the Kage being distracted by Tobi to try and take down the 8 Tails Jinchuriki while he's alone. So we see Killer B fighting now pretty much almost back to full strength after his little bit of chakra had been lost, that single tail like it had been lost in the original. Now that the Raikage was not preoccupied, he as well as his guards would then head out. Naruto would be following close behind with Kakashi and Yamato to try and find the 8 Tails, aka B. As B is fighting against Kisame, the loud crashes from the lariat, as well as Kisame using his shark bomb and shark prison, using all of his different attacks, we would see the battle between the 2 aqua beasts go underway, the shark versus the octopus. As eventually the Raikage and Hokage's groups would arrive, we see Raikage join in on a lariat against Kisame, who would realize as the groups arrive, including the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, that he couldn't take them all on, as Kisame would try and make his escape. In fact, he would do something very similar to what he had done in the original, as he creates a large ocean-like structure using his chakra. He would then create a water clone as he then hides inside of Kisame, condensing himself just like he did in the original to escape. As the group would easily take down the clone, seeing Kisame die, they would honestly think that they had taken down Kisame, as Killer B would claim the sword for himself, saying Samahara likes him anyway, as he would take him up saying, "One new sword for me, 1, 2, 3, as he grabs all of his swords. Yes, I'm doing the rapping part too, I'm sorry, but that's kind of part of Killer B's character. Anyway, Naruto and Killer B meet a bit earlier than they did in the original, with Naruto introducing himself calmly to the 8 Tails, saying that he's the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. Killer B wouldn't be really that interested in Naruto, so their connection would pretty much end there as they just introduce themselves. The 5 nations, on the other hand, would have something different in mind, as they would then decide to send Naruto as well as Killer B to the continuously moving island, the Turtle Island, that the Cloud Village is in ownership of. And so in the next week before the war would begin, Naruto and Killer B would both be sent to the island. But this time they wouldn't be lying to Naruto about him being sent on a mission, since he obviously knows about the war already. So instead they would try to appeal to his more logical side, explaining their plan on if they can keep the Jinchuriki away from the battle, then Madara would be unable to follow through with his plan on the infant Tsukuyomi and creating the Ten Tails. So it's vital to keep those two away. Kakashi put his hand on Naruto's shoulder, telling him he knows how strong he is. He saw it himself, but they can't risk anything here. Not to mention they don't even know about what Naruto's ability could do against that guy. Naruto would look down before he sighs, saying, "I'll go to the island, but I'm not going to stay there the entire war, Kakashi-sensei. When I sense something going wrong using Sage Mode, then I'm coming out. And then I'll end this misery and bloodshed with Sasuke. We'll take them down together," Naruto would say as he looks up. This would put the thought of where Sasuke could even be in Naruto's mind, which would distract him for some time. As Naruto and Killer Bee would arrive at their lodgings, they would then put all their items that they had brought with them into their rooms before they would begin to get ready for what they'd be doing for the next couple of weeks. At least that's what the shinobi were thinking they'd be doing. Killer Bee, unlike Naruto, was not present during the 5 Kage Summit and has no idea about the 4th grade shinobi war taking place. And Naruto has no reason to really tell him, and at this point Naruto's emotions haven't fully recovered yet, so he doesn't feel like he needs to go out now and help everyone fight. So Naruto's still following his logical and analytical side of himself, which means that Naruto and Killer Bee still haven't decided on where they want to be at during the war itself. So Killer Bee would just be relaxing and doing nothing, and Naruto would be exploring the island for some time and just adventuring around. And when he wasn't doing that, he'd be eating or sleeping. Eventually, Naruto's emotions would finally return, as the effect of the Ultra Instinct completely mastered from the Angel's power would have now worn off. Naruto would wake up that morning as a new glimmer enters his eyes. I'm back. That was a long one, Naruto would say, as Naruto pulls himself out of bed and then thinks about everything that had happened while he was knocked unconscious, pretty much. Since when Naruto's personality is switched out of his emotional mode, it's like an entirely different person. Naruto would remember everything that happened in the past few days. There's a war going on. Naruto would activate Sage Mode as he tries to have access outside the wall. But there's barriers. I can't sense any chakra outside this radius. Naruto would bust out of his room as he decides to walk over to Killer Bee's room, as he begins to ask Killer Bee on how he can master his tailed beast, having now remembered the info that Killer Bee is one of the only 2 known people to have fully mastered their tailed beast's power. So Naruto would be interested. If I can master one of these demons inside of me, then I'll be one step closer to my goal. Killer Bee would tell Naruto to buzz off, saying that he's busy right now. Get out of here. Naruto would sigh as he then asked Killer Bee if there's anything he can do to convince him to train him. This would be when Killer Bee would think of one thing, as he has an idea. He would hold his fist out to Naruto and tell him to place it against it, as Bee and Naruto would then place their fists together. Bee would begin to understand what kind of person Naruto was. Having only seen the analytical side of him these past few days, it's like Naruto completely switched. You're completely different now, Bee would say. It's like you got out of a funk or something. Anyway, Bee would then take Naruto to the Waterfall of Truth, and this would be when he would show Naruto what he needs to do to conquer the hatred within himself, in order to purify himself so he can conquer his tailed beast's hatred. Naruto would decide that he'll listen to this guy, thinking that Bee must be pretty strong if all these people here respect him, with Naruto having heard from the other Cloud Shinobi stories about Bee when he was younger as a child, as well as the missions that Bee had taken on. And so Naruto would wade across the bit of water between himself, the waterfall, and a small patch of land almost perfectly spherical, just sitting in the very center of the small pond made by the waterfall. So, as Naruto would then wade across the water, using his chakras, he stands on top of it before getting to the island. He would then sit down, just like when he had been doing his Sage Mode training, as he closes his eyes, focusing on the energy around him as he would then almost go into a sleep-like state. Suddenly, Naruto would look up, as he sees something coming out from behind the waterfall. Standing there would be a vision. No, it's real. Naruto would see himself walking out of the waterfall. As he moves, the waterfall itself would begin to bubble as Naruto would be shocked as he sees himself with pure white hair and silver eyes. As Naruto would walk forward trying to talk to himself, the Naruto who he'd be looking at would suddenly be in front of him as he tries to punch Naruto in the gut. Naruto would quickly try and block the attack, but it was impossible. Naruto would fall to the ground as the Ultra Instinct Naruto would continue kicking Naruto into the water, as Naruto sees the reflection of himself versus himself when he enters this state. Naruto would try to fight back, and as he does so, the other version of himself would only get stronger and stronger as he continues to easily beat this version of Naruto. Is that really all you've got? Naruto's other self would say as it falls out of Ultra Instinct, with Naruto all beaten and bruised. Naruto would suddenly wake up as he falls out of the dream, falling backwards into the waterfall, realizing that this wasn't going to be some easy task. Naruto pulls himself up from the pool of water, as B would ask him if he's okay, with the other Jonin who had accompanied also watching in a bit of shock seeing Naruto get blasted out of the middle like that. Naruto pulls himself up saying he's going back in there as he immediately walks back over to the waterfall and sits back down again saying he's coming back in, as he would then enter back into his mindscape, seeing the man that he sees before him, himself with white hair and silver eyes, and ominous heat pouring off his body. You really never give up, do you? This other form of himself would say. We want to kill the villagers. They treated us like a monster. Me. You've been out in the sun for too long. Let's switch again. It was fun beating those pains down, he would say, as a creepy smile would go across his face, his eyes flicking up towards Naruto's blue ones. Come on, remember what it was like when we used to share, back when we were little kids? Naruto would suddenly have a memory hit him, as he remembers himself being all alone in his house in the darkness, him feeling nothing. He wanted to be scared, he wanted to cry, but no tears would come, as it was illogical and there was no reason to do so. Naruto's emotions back then were locked off, sealed away, a part of himself completely missing. Naruto remembers those times and they were horrible. It was something worse than death, something being ripped apart from yourself, like your soul being split in two and then thrown to the other ends of the earth. Naruto would then rip out of that memory as he tells himself to shut up. We're not monsters, Naruto would say. The villagers accept us now. We save them from pain. Oh, sure. That's what they say on the surface. They thank you. They give us food and they act kind to us. Naruto would spat towards himself. The moment that the hatred version of Naruto had gotten angry, he'd already begun to fall out of Ultra Instinct, as the emotions were overpowering the angel's power, causing him to fall out of it, which would make him weaker. That's it, Naruto would think. Naruto would then begin saying that, yeah, he's right, the villagers did forgive them already. Now we're the hero of the village. Shut up! Shut up! Naruto's eyes would begin to turn red and black, as the hatred version of Naruto would create a Rasengan and charge forward. Just die! It's my turn! Naruto would catch the other one's Rasengan, creating a shadow clone, as the two would then fight fist to fist. Now we're evenly matched, Naruto would think, as both would immediately at the same time begin to enter Sage mode, as the battle would then go to a higher level. Naruto and himself would continue talking, as Naruto would stop fighting just as he was about to throw another punch. Naruto would look at himself, one filled with hatred. This is the emotions that he had bundled up inside himself for years. The emotions that had been ripped away, devoured on by the angel, devoured on by Ultra Instinct for so many years. It's almost like he had bite marks, as Naruto would finally notice on his skin, the teeth, the biting, the clawing from the angel, ripping his emotions apart. You were never there for me, the emotions would say to Naruto, as hatred's form of Naruto would begin to break apart, with himself going almost insane. Naruto would walk forward as the other one would begin to throw a punch. Naruto would take it to the gut as he would then put his arms around himself saying he was sorry. I wanted to be there, together. I wanted to face those hardships. I wanted to keep moving forward together. But you know how she is, he would say, as we could hear a laughing in the background from the angel within the seal laughing. As if almost on cue though, the seal both on their stomachs would glow with a bright white light, illuminating each other. The two Narutos would embrace, as Naruto tells himself that it's okay, that they're not a little kid anymore. They've moved on. They can keep going. Naruto would say to himself that he doesn't need his hatred anymore, but that doesn't mean he wants to get rid of him. Join me. Become part of me again. We need to do this together. Naruto himself, his eyes would turn back from the red and black as they began to go back to the blue color. You really mean that? Naruto would nod to himself as the two would take hands before he would smile at himself. Yeah, let's do it. As Naruto would embrace himself one final time, he would disappear as Naruto feels all the things he had wanted to feel all at once, like a wave of emotions rolling into him. Suddenly the angel inside of him would gasp, as she would be overpowered by Naruto's emotions for the first time in years, giving him complete control over her power. Naruto would realize, as he'd finally conquered the emotions inside of himself, this is when Naruto truly unlocks and masters Ultra Instinct. Suddenly inside of the seal, Naruto would appear, as the two Narutos have now become one. Naruto would feel much stronger, as the angel tells him that he can never beat her, one of the rarest summons of the Otsutsuki clan. Naruto would tell her to shut up as he runs forward, creating multiple shadow clones, bursting with Rasengans. Rasengan Wall! Naruto would surround her as he pushes her back into the Nine-Tails cage. The Nine-Tails would laugh, saying,
"Tsubaki, you're really getting overpowered by this brat? I thought you were stronger than that."
The Nine-Tails would shriek with laughter as the angel realizes what she's done. She's left her own half of the seal as she's entered the Nine-Tails domain, from Naruto pushing her that direction. The Nine-Tails would suddenly say, "Time to dig into your chakra," as he would begin to bite down the angel. She'd easily dodge it, accessing her own Ultra Instinct using her own power. However, when she's not feeding on Naruto's emotions, her chakra is weakened, meaning that Ultra Instinct would not be perfect. Naruto and the Nine-Tails would both be attacking her at the same time.
"It's time to get my own space in the seal. It's not big enough for the both of us."
Tsubaki would then say to the Nine-Tails, "Kuruma, no!" But just as she says this, it's too late. Rasengan Barrage! Naruto would slam all of the Rasengans he can into the angel, slamming her against the wall. "No, I'll always have a hold over you, Naruto. You can never get rid of me. I'm part of you. I've been part of you for years. Me and that fox were the only people there for you, remember? Remember? You can't do this to me. You can't! I'll be taking your power, angel." As Naruto would then lock away the angel inside the seal, we see the angel's body completely frozen in ice, deep inside Naruto's heart, where he had locked her away. As Naruto in the real world had just accessed full power Ultra Instinct, he now has access to all of the angel's chakra, thoughts, and abilities, as Naruto has complete mastery over his instincts, and he can feel emotions at the same time. Naruto now has access to true mastered Ultra Instinct. The Nine-Tails would laugh, telling Naruto, "Thanks for getting that annoying woman out of here. I've been dealing with her for years." "I'll be back for you, Fox," Naruto would say as he walks away. As Kurama would laugh as the cages behind the seal would then lock. Naruto would awaken in the real world as he looks down at himself, his hair now having turned pure white. His eyes now have risen from the dark blue they usually were to a mix between the white and blue together, giving his eyes the impression of that of freshly frozen ice in winter. As Naruto looked down, his power now having risen to skyrocketing heights. Everyone would be shocked as his chakra levels have skyrocketed because Naruto has now pretty much combined his chakra with the angels. The principle behind how this works is very similar to how Baryon mode works actually from the manga, if you guys know what that is. And basically Naruto combined his own chakra pool with the angels, combining their abilities and thoughts and emotions. That's why Naruto doesn't need to feed off his own emotions in order to access Ultra Instinct anymore, since he can willingly turn on the power himself now. Even with Mastered Ultra Instinct turned off, Naruto's hair will stay white and his eyes will stay that color, since he's basically permanently become fused with the angel and physical characteristics as well. "It looks like you mastered it," Buu would be impressed as he smiles, seeing Naruto having gained even higher chakra levels after beating his hatred. "I didn't think your look would change though," Buu would say as he now spins around Naruto looking at him. "Looking good, looking good." Everyone else would also be commenting on Naruto's new appearance. Naruto looked down to the reflection of the water before he realizes that his hair actually is white. He thought he was imagining it. "Now people are gonna say I look like a grandpa. Me and Kakashi Sensei are gonna look like we're related or something." Naruto would sigh as he then holds his chin up saying, "Alright, what's next?" as he pounds his fist into his hand, causing an actual air shock from behind the back of his hand and hitting into a tree, shattering it in half. "Oops," Naruto would say. B would then laugh, giving him a smile and a wink, saying, "Now it's time to move on to the actual part where he has to fight the tailed beast," as they would then head up to the temple where B himself had trained to master Gyuki. The first part of this step is taking the Nine-Tails chakra and fighting it. B would explain how he has to balance his chakra with the Nine-Tails, and that until he can assert dominance over the Nine-Tails, he won't be able to master its chakra. Naruto will gulp and nod, saying, "This is going to be the second task that I must complete if I'm going to be able to go out into the war." Naruto, now having gone back to his full senses, knows that he has to fight in the war, but he wants to protect everyone, so if he's going to do that, then he's going to need both the Nine-Tails and the Angel's power. As Naruto would gulp as he sees the stone mask, B would tell him to stick his head inside and try and look for a switch to see if he was pure of heart, and if it didn't, then it would bite his head off. Naruto would do it, and he'd pull the same prank as he would in the original, with him coming back out and Yamato being shocked, with Yamato seeing Naruto then coming out from the statue and not having a head, causing him to freak out. "He's dead," Yamato would be thinking. Naruto then pop his head out saying, "Just kidding," as Yamato would basically faint. Suddenly, a door would open into a strange white room. As Naruto enters, he feels all of his sensory abilities completely vanish from the outside world. This place is different. B would nod, saying that it sure is. This is where he has to master his training with his tailed beast in order to become a full-fledged Cherokee like himself. Naruto would then enter the room as he would then follow B's instructions again, with B explaining to him what he's going to need to do. Another difference I think I mentioned before is that in this What If is that Naruto never had to use the Nine Tails power against Pain, so when Naruto was fighting Pain, he purely relied on Ultra Instinct, making it so that Minato's chakra hasn't been released from the seal yet. So Kurama's chakra is still loose, Minato hasn't resealed it, as well as the fact that Minato hasn't even met Naruto yet. So Naruto and Minato's interaction hasn't really happened, which, as you could guess, means that Kushina would be the first one to meet Naruto in this timeline. As Naruto calmly enters that meditative state, the Nine Tails chakra begins to flow over half his body, causing one of his light blue eyes to turn red, as well as his hair now be covered with the orange chakra over the white, causing it to have a nastier look of the mixing of chakra, one of primal power and one of the angelic power. Naruto would re-enter the seal as Kurama would turn around, asking what that brat wants. Naruto would calmly walk forward. Kurama would notice he says that he looks different. Just because you got a makeover doesn't mean you're going to be able to beat me though, Kurama would say, as he would screech. Naruto would calmly look up towards the Nine Tails as he narrows his eyes, his pupils directly locking out the red Nine Tails, as Naruto would then say he doesn't need to beat him. I'm just going to take your power. Kurama would roar, saying, "Try it, brat," as Naruto would then unleash the seal. As Naruto begins to unloosen the gate just a little bit, the Nine Tails would rip out of it as the gate rips open. At this point, another chakra would try to grab the gate and stop it, but then a red chakra, seemingly out of nowhere, would grab the yellow one and return it back with it, as the two would then combine. Naruto would then be left alone to fight the Nine Tails, while the two chakras would intermix for a bit. This would have been Kushina stopping Minato's intervention, saying that this is different, and that Naruto has control over the Nine Tails this time. He unleashed that of his own free will, and to just watch the fight. Minato and Kushina would actually be able to catch up for the first time in a long time, and the two be happy to see each other again. Back to the fight, we see Naruto as he prepares to fight the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails would immediately begin to create a bijou bomb, as Naruto would stand as he begins walking forward, driplets of water vibrating off the surface of the seal, the stone having this little layer of water over it just like it did in the original. As Kurama would release the bijou bomb, blasting it towards Naruto. Instantaneously, just as the bomb was about to hit Naruto, we see time almost slow down, as time around Naruto would cease to move. The bomb stops moving just short of Naruto's face, as Naruto's eyes flick up towards it, seeing a reflection of himself in the bomb. Naruto would quickly create a smaller Sengon, as he would then skid over the bijou bomb itself, landing on top of Kurama's head in an instant. As time would then resume itself, Naruto's perspective at least, Kurama would be shocked as Naruto just disappeared in a flash of white light. As Kurama would then look upwards, he could feel something as he sees Naruto sitting on his head. "What's up, Fox?" The Nine Tails would then ram its head into the ceiling, and just as it was about to do so, time would stop again for Naruto, as he then gently slides down the Nine Tails' neck to the floor. The Nine Tails would headbutt into the ceiling as it says, "Ugh!" as it then falls down to the ground, having hurt itself. Kurama would roar, saying he thinks that he's real funny, don't you, kid? Naruto would laugh, saying, "Maybe a little bit," as Naruto would then create multiple shadow clones. Alright, let's get this over with. Naruto began powering up, his Ultra Instinct would then overlap with each other, creating a large aura, as Naruto then create a massive Rasengan. "You're going down, Kyuubi!" The Nine Tails would roar as it tries to make multiple bijou bombs, and begins blasting at Naruto, as Naruto runs with his shadow clones, dodging every attack, every slash from Kurama's claws easily. He would slam the Rasengan into Kurama, using white energy from Ultra Instinct, making it even more effective as he uses the pure Otsutsuki chakra from the angel. As he beats down Kurama, Kurama would begin to look thinner and thinner, as Naruto would suddenly have a link between their chakras between them, as Naruto began pulling. "What is this?" Kurama be thinking, as Naruto's chakra be easily overpowering Kurama's, using himself and the angel's power. Kurama would have his chakra stripped away, as he would then be resealed behind the bars, saying he will get him back for this, Naruto. As Naruto would suddenly begin to fall into a cloudy place. Naruto would land as it feels soft, as Naruto would now have entered a new mode. This new chakra mode, that of the Kyuubi's power, combined with the angels, silver and gold together, would create something new. Mastered Primal Instinct, as Naruto can now use the full power of the Kyuubi's speed, strength enhanced, plus his and the Kyuubi's instincts combined with Mastered Ultra Instinct. This power gives Naruto an unmastered speed, making it seem like time can almost stop for him. as Naruto is probably the fastest shinobi to ever live at this exact moment. Suddenly Naruto hears the voice of a woman as Naruto turns around a bit shocked. We see a lady with red hair sitting next to a man with blonde. That's the fourth Hokage. Then there's no way you're not the true form of the Nine Tails, are you? Naruto would be shocked, pointing at the lady. Minato would laugh and Kushina would get angry as the two would stand up saying that no, she was not the true Nine Tails form. But Minato would then say it was a pretty good guess. Kushina would punch Minato, telling him to knock it off. Not in front of Naruto. Naruto would be a bit surprised as he asked, How do you know my name? The two would then look at Naruto saying, well, I mean, it makes perfect sense for us to know our own son's name, right? A look of realization would cross over Naruto's face, as for a split second he would see something, a parallel world in his mind. A mind where he had been with these parents, these people who could have raised him, and they would have been a happy family. Naruto would walk forward as he then embraces both of them, pulling him to a hug, asking what happened to them. As the two would begin talking, all three would begin talking about their past and what happened that night on Naruto's birthday. Kushina would explain the Nine Tails and everything that occurred on the night of the attack in the village, and Minato and Kushina would talk with Naruto for what seemed to be hours. As Naruto would ask them so many stories, as the three would finally be together as a family. Their time was running out though, as the two's chakra was about to drain. The two would say how proud they were of Naruto, seeing how strong he was. Minato would compliment Naruto, saying he might be even faster than he is with his flying Raijin technique. Naruto would have a tear streaming down his face as he thanks both of his parents. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. Naruto now knows that he is the son of the fourth Hokage, and he has even higher standards that he wants to live up to. He wants to be a better Hokage than even his dad, and he wants to be as cool as his mom too. Naruto knows exactly what his parents are, who his past is, and he knows now pretty much all the information that he needed to. He's gained most of the goals that he's ever wanted. He's finally mastered the two powers inside of himself. He met his parents, he knows his past. All that's left is to become the Hokage, and he wants to end this stupid war as fast as possible. As Naruto is finally released from the seal, Naruto will wake up in the real world with actual tears streaming down his face as he enters his KCM Primal Instinct, combined with Ultra Instinct and the Kyuubi's Chakra mode, creating a white cloak of chakra around his entire body. Just like with Master Ultra Instinct, this cloak would have flecks of light and bits of blue particles coming off of the cloak itself from the angelic power. But when Naruto gets up, he looks completely different, now being completely covered head to toe in chakra. B would be impressed as he tells Naruto to test out his new speed, and Naruto would wipe away his tears as he says, yeah. Naruto would bound around the room, moving faster than light speed, as B would be impressed, whistling saying, that's a lot of speed and power, man. He would say he might even be faster than Bro now. Bro? Oh yeah, the Raikage. He's my bro, you know? Naruto would smile, seeing the image of Kushina and Minato that he burned into his mind. Yeah, I do know. Alright B, let's get out of here. I'm tired of hiding that info anyway. B would be questioning this. What do you mean? Naruto would then explain to B that actually while they've been stuck in here working on Naruto's training with the Nine Tails, out there the war's been happening. Why didn't you tell me that sooner, B would be thinking. Why didn't the Raikage tell you, Naruto would be thinking, as he didn't even know that B didn't know this information, and it's not like he would have asked. B would have been shocked as he would then tell Naruto to explain everything to him, with Naruto telling him all about what happened at the Five Kage Summit from what he remembers, with the Akatsuki declaring war. You're right then, we gotta get out of here. We can't be wasting any time, people could be dying, yo. Naruto would nod, saying he completely agrees. He really wasn't in the right headspace back then a few days ago, but he's back now at 100%, as Naruto pounds his fist to get into his hand. Let's get out of here. As Naruto and B would exit the room, several Jonin would then arise, saying that they can't allow the two to leave and to get back into the room. I don't think so, Naruto would say. I'm not going to hurt any of you either. B, take my hand. B would hold his fist up and Naruto would do the same as they lock fists, as B and Naruto would then go. Naruto, using his intense speed, would blitz past all of the Jonin with just a flash of light, as B wouldn't even know what happened, as it's almost like they teleported. Naruto would sigh, saying that was fast, as he cracks his neck. B would say yeah, as they look up, looking towards the sun. There's several barriers around here, I can tell, Naruto would say. Then let's bust out of here, B would say. The two would agree, as they'll take turns using different Bijou bombs, Naruto beginning to master the technique from the Kyuubi. Alright, B, you go first, I'll watch. B would transform into Eight Tails as he then shoots a Bijou bomb towards the wall, shattering one of the first barriers. Naruto would go next as he decides to enhance the Kyuubi bomb with some of the Angel's Chakra, turning the usually black and red energy ball into something of pure white with silver and black specks in it. As Naruto slams this version of the Biju Bomb into the wall, it would keep moving forward and forward faster and faster, like a meteorite as Naruto shatters 4 barriers before the chakra dissipates. Ultra Instinct is sure is something, Naruto would say. B and Naruto would easily rip through the barriers as they all escape outside of the island and into the real world. Naruto doesn't even need to enter Stage Mode anymore in order to sense nature energy, since now that he has Ultra Instinct activated pretty much all the time, Naruto would be able to sense the energy in the air in order to be able to dodge attacks such as that. Naruto could sense the emotions, the pain of everyone, as using QB mode he can sense those as well, the senses of hatred. Naruto with these combined attacks would know exactly where everyone is, telling B the plan. I'm going to create some shadow clones and send them to different battlefields. We're going to have to split up, B. Trust me. Naruto could sense something with extreme malice on the battlefield where Gaara was. I have to head there myself. Naruto would then ask B if he could take care of the Seaside group, since the Ten Tails would be attacking there most likely next. At least that's what his instincts were telling him. Naruto and B would then split up as they nod, with Naruto sending shadow clones to the other areas, each of them moving faster than light speeds, and Naruto arriving much quicker than he did in the original. Naruto would be the first to arrive, the real Naruto, at the site where Gaara and the main forces were. This would be where the Raikage, the third Raikage I should say, would be fighting. The one who was known to be almost indestructible from everything, and had only ever known to have a single wound and almost die from when he was fighting the Eight Tails. Legends had said that he had fought for 3 days straight without passing out, to allow his entire troops to escape. This guy's tough, Naruto would think. As Naruto would arrive on the battlefield, every shinobi on the entire area could feel it, Naruto's presence as they turn, seeing the flash of light, as Naruto's white QB cloak and Ultra Instinct mode would pierce everyone's senses. As Naruto lands next to Gaara, he would ask him what they need to do, with the Raikage still ripping through their forces. Can you? Yeah, I'll take him out, Gaara. The Tsuchikage as well as the Kazekage would focus on the past Tsuchikage, while Naruto himself would go after the third Raikage. Naruto would take him out in an instant, as Naruto, without even needing to use his own fingers against him, could use Ultra Instinct to find the single weak point the Raikage had, the exact spot where he had pierced himself all those years ago. As the Raikage charges at Naruto, Naruto would easily dodge his attack, as he then takes his hand without even covering it in chakra, and pierces it directly into his heart, with pure physical strength, taking out the third Raikage. Someone get him sealed now, Naruto would say. He won't stay down for long. Seemingly on cue, this presence that Naruto had been feeling would suddenly arrive, as a wooden box began shaking from atop a hill. You already know who this is, as this person had caused rumbles in the shinobi world itself, years and years ago. This man, Naruto's eyes would fluctuate as he can sense danger coming from all sides. This guy's strong. No, he's more than strong. He's unstoppable. Naruto would smile, saying this might actually be a challenge, as Naruto looks up towards the box as it falls over, him seeing someone standing there, that person with red glowing eyes and long dark hair being that of Madara Uchiha. Madara with his Sharingan would easily spot Naruto, as already being the largest threat on the entire scene of the battlefield. Madara would say that he'll take out the strong one, while you can focus on the weaklings. The Tsuchikage would nod, as well as the Mizukage, as the two would both go after the rest of the allied shinobi forces, having not been sealed quite yet since Naruto's arrival was unplanned this early in the actual timeline. Madara would arrive onto the field as he begins running towards the allied shinobi forces, particularly Naruto. Almost in a flash, Madara wouldn't even be able to track Naruto's movement. As Naruto appears, barely as a flash, you could see a blur of him. This guy's good, Madara would say. It's even hard to track him with my Sharingan, and I'm one of the most advanced of the Uchiha clan. His movements are so unpredictable, but so are mine. Limbo mode. As he would decide to use a Limbo clone against Naruto to try and kill him immediately, Naruto's body would move on its own, dodging out of the way of an invisible attack. What the hell? Madara would be shocked. He's never seen anything like this before. Someone without a dojutsu is able to see Limbo mode? And not even with a Rinnegan? That's impossible. How is he'd throw more attacks with Limbo mode? It's his body. It's moving completely on its own, independent of his thoughts. That it's incredibly powerful. If any clan ever had a technique or a Kekkei Genkai like that, I would have heard of it back in my era. Is it something new? No way. This has some sort of power laced with it else as well. This is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Excellent. If I can take him down, then we can fulfill the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan. I'm going to have to go all out. Susanoo. Madara would access his full Susanoo using his Mangekyo Sharingan, as his body wouldn't be up to strength as much as it used to be since he's still an Edo Tensei. But if he had his real body, he didn't even know if he and Hashirama together could take this kid out. Naruto would look into Madara's eyes as he says, "You're dead." Suddenly, a wall of Rasengans begin to form out of nowhere from under the sand as it begins to pelt and surround the Susanoo, crushing some of its bones as Madara would be fighting back. The two's battle would be legendary, as waves of chakra, majestic destroyer flame jutsu, dodged, Naruto throwing a Biju Dama towards him, as Madara blocks, slashing in half of his sword, as it clashes into the sand causing explosions. The allied shinobi forces would be impressed and watching in both awe, inspiration, and horror, seeing Naruto's battle against Madara, while they themselves fought the other two Kage who had been resurrected. Both Madara and Naruto would then enter into a taijutsu battle, as the two are throwing punches and kicks faster than anyone can even see, as Madara is barely able to keep up with Naruto's attacks, blocking and trying his best to dodge and attack back. Naruto is easily able to dodge most of Madara's attacks, but one of them would actually barely hit him, as Madara would lace his own fist underneath, covered again with some of the Susanoo, acting the Susanoo's fist and rib just as he's about to touch Naruto's fist. Naruto dodges out of the way, but he would get skidded just barely by the Susanoo's bone. "So you are tangible after all," Madara would say, smiling. "Then that means I can kill you." "You can try, but you'll fail," Naruto would say, as he throws Rasengan directly into Madara's chest, bursting the Edo Tensei corpse apart, as Madara would then reform, saying that was good, as the two keep fighting together. Madara's immortality versus Naruto's pure speed, dodging, stamina, chakra, and just overly high power in general would be a fight for the ages, as Naruto comes down with an axe blade kick slamming into the sand, causing a burst of dust, almost a storm in fact, to go over the entire landscape. After fighting Madara for around 30 minutes, Madara would even begin to feel himself tiring out, but why is that? The Edo Tensei should still be... Suddenly a snap, as they realize what's going on. Meanwhile, elsewhere we see Itachi and Sasuke having taken out Kabuto together. With Sasuke and Itachi combined using their Genjutsu ability, they would have put Kabuto under their control and would have then deactivated the ultimate power that was the Edo Tensei. Just as actually Nagato would have arrived with some of the other Akatsuki members at the scene, since this would be when Kabuto would have seen that Naruto was actually fighting and almost winning against Madara, which is an impressive feat itself. But now that he was deactivated, the Edo Tensei were destroyed, meaning that Madara would not have the infinite regeneration like he had when he had Kabuto controlling him. Madara would have quickly used his own Edo Tensei on himself in order to keep his soul binded there so he could continue to fill out the plan. But at this rate, if he can't get the Rinnegan soon, he doesn't know if he can even win against this guy. And even if he does take Naruto down with one hit, which sounds impossible anyway, then how else is he going to do it? How could he beat this kid? Could he seal him? He needs the Rinnegan for that. He might have to use a planetary devastation. Would that even be enough? Madara would then decide he'll try something else, as he says, "What about this?" Suddenly a huge meteoroid began to fly from the sky down, as Naruto would watch as the large rock begins to descend towards the earth. Naruto would use two long arms from the Kyuubi, extending its chakra as he grabs the rock, holding it up, as then third arm would extend, punching at Madara. Madara would get sent flying back from the attack and landing in the sand, feeling some blood as he coughs it up, and then that blood returning back into his body from the Edo Tensei, but much slower. His regeneration slowing down, Naruto would be thinking. Good. Suddenly, Madara would then say, "But what about the second one?" Suddenly, all of the Kage would appear at once by Naruto's side. Tsunade would have been revived and beat back, and Kakashi was now off his temporary duty. "Granny Tsunade, you're back!" Tsunade would look down to Naruto saying, "Let them handle this," and that it's time for their generation to settle their messes, as the Kage would hold up the rock with Naruto's aid, as they would then throw it back up into the atmosphere. Naruto would quickly send a huge Rasengan into the sky, shattering the rocks into pieces. Madara began laughing, saying that they're really all going to gang up on him like this. As if though on cue, suddenly, we see Obito arrive with one Rinnegan in his hand. Obito would still be wearing the mask at this point since Naruto hasn't fought him yet, since Naruto was so fast that he wasn't intercepted by any of the Edo Tensei on his way to the fights, meaning that Naruto's shadow clones would actually be preoccupied with other business on the battlefield, taking out Zetsu and fighting at different war sites. Anyhow, as Obito had arrived, he would give Madara the Rinnegan, with the two Madaras being in the same place now. I hope you have to forgive me, Madara, but there's been a change of plans. I've had to seal Kinkaku and Ginkaku's chakra inside of the Ten Tails Geru statue. It's become a bit faster than I had planned, but the Eight Tails attacked, and I don't think I could beat him on my own at this point, without any aid from our Edo Tensei. Kabuto must have failed. Madara would nod, saying that's true, and he would then say that this Rinnegan will change the battle, as he would place one of the Rinnegan to his empty eye, asking where the second one is. Obito would then say he doesn't know, saying that the other one was missing. He wanted to know that Sasuke had actually obtained a Rinnegan that had been given to him by Nagato and Konan. He would say he'd taken out the woman, though, that was guarding it, with Naruto remembering Konan had said she was going to be going with Yahiko and Nagato's bodies. You killed her, Naruto would say. We're going to take you down. Naruto and the Kage versus Obito and Madara would begin. The Divine Tree would begin to be placed as they had to speed their plans up even faster than they had hoped for. And as the Ten Tails arrives by using Obito's summoning, the Ten Tails beast would be Naruto's main priority. The Kage would tell Naruto to focus on the Ten Tails, telling him to leave Madara to them. Inside of Naruto's seal, the Kyuubi would be moving back and forth in rage, as Naruto would enter, asking what's going on. Kurama would be growling in fear, saying that Madara Uchiha had taken control of him sometime many years ago, and he hates his guts. Naruto would tell the Kyuubi and ask what his name was, saying that he's learned that the A-Tail's name was Gyuki on his way over here. So that means that he has a name too, right? It's kind of weird to call you by the number of tails you have. It's like if you called me 6 whiskers since I have 3 whiskers on each cheek. Naruto would point at himself. Kurama would laugh, saying that is a good point, but he would then introduce himself before he then remembers he's angry at Naruto. You took my chakra. I'm not gonna forgive you for that, he'd growl. So your name's Kurama, huh? Kurama would hiss as he tells Naruto to buzz off and get out of his seal. Naruto would unlock the seal as he tells Kurama that if he wants to fight this guy, then they should really work together. Naruto would hold his fist out, saying he won't take chakra from Kurama anymore, but he has to make a deal with him then, saying he won't do the same to him. Kurama would then be thinking about the Sage's 6 Pass and everything he's seen so far. This boy might be the next old man. He'd think of Hagoromo as he'd hold his fist out, saying, fine. Kurama and Naruto would sync perfectly, as Naruto then acts as KCM2 combined with Ultra Instinct, creating a longer cloak around himself. Sync with me, Kurama! Suddenly, the white fox would emerge, as Naruto would arise in its full Kurama form. This fox, usually in gold, would now be in bright white and silver, the black markings on its back making it appear even darker, as Naruto would be accessing Ultra Instinct in this giant mode. Naruto would tell Kurama that they can do this, as Kurama would roar, saying, yeah, let's do it, Naruto. As they run towards the Ten Tails, the battle beginning, as they would claw the Ten Tails, shooting Bijou blasts at it, and using Ultra Instinct to dodge its attacks. The Nine Tails moving faster than he'd ever thought he could before. With him and Naruto together, they were unstoppable. And Naruto was using Ultra Instinct to its fullest, attacking with every full power directly towards the target's weakest point as he punched the Ten Tails Geto statue in the eye, which had now emerged into the full Ten Tails but in a weakened state. The Divine Tree would be growing as Madara would be enraged, seeing that his plan was failing. This isn't going the way we want to. We have to retreat. I don't think so, the Kage would say as they begin to fight both Madaras at the same time. Tsunade would throw punches. Madara's Susanoo would be easily able to block it, but it would shatter one of the ribs. With Tsunade and the Raikage fighting together, it was going to be hard for Madara to defend. You guys might be wondering what happened to the scene where Tsunade and the Raikage confronting Naruto and B, but since this version happened much faster, since Naruto didn't take as much time in order to beat the Kyuubi and also the Waterfall of Truth, both Naruto and B would have left the area and gone back to the battlefield without even needing to confront the Hokage or Raikage. So they had already escaped to that point because they were so much faster. That's how Naruto arrived here on the battlefield faster than he could have or would have been able to in the original. As Naruto continues fighting the Ten Tails, it'd be apparent the levels of chakra difference, but Ultra Instinct's speed and stamina, which would have usually been the problem with Naruto not being able to maintain Ultra Instinct for so long, would have not been as big of an issue here, especially since now Naruto has Kurama and his own stamina combined, meaning Ultra Instinct's normal burn on both of their chakra wouldn't be as much. Naruto would be fighting the Ten Tails and would be severely weakening it, and Madara would already begin to see that he's losing. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Madara would decide this is the only plan he can take into action at this point in time, as he would tell Obito to take the rest of them out. Kakashi would arrive on the scene, as well as another 2 familiar faces. We see Itachi, Sasuke, and Kakashi all arrive, as Madara is just about to absorb the Ten Tails. I don't think so, Naruto would say as he rushes forward trying to hit Madara with a Rasengan. Before Naruto can land the attack, Obito would appear, grabbing Naruto and then warping out of time-space, getting into the other world. Before he could leave, Kakashi would also warp himself using Kamui, as the 3 would now be in the other dimension. Damn it, Naruto would say. Obito would say he'll be taking the Nine Tails, as he begins to pull on Kurama's chakra from Naruto. Naruto would dodge out of the way of this attack, as he slams a clawed fist into Obito's head, sending the mask shattering and flying away, as Kakashi appears. That's Obito. Obito would curse his luck seeing Kakashi arrive, as the two would begin. Kakashi would use his Kamui to let Naruto escape back to the battlefield, saying he'll handle things here, as Kakashi and Obito's battle would begin. As Naruto arrives back at the battlefield, something strange would have happened. The Ten Tails is gone. Madara's on the ground, and he's still the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. The Divine Tree's gone because Madara sealed it inside of himself to gain more chakra, since he was fighting Itachi and Sasuke together at the same time. And now we see someone else standing there. Someone standing over Madara, as Sasuke and Itachi are bleeding badly, with Sasuke grabbing his arm. Damn it! Who are you? There's no way that you're him, Sasuke be saying, with tears flowing down his face. As Naruto appears behind, he sees a man in a cloak, a black cloak with a strange chakra surrounding him. This energy would be pulsating, and the angel inside of himself, who was sealed in his heart, would begin to quiver with fear. Naruto would be shocked as he looks down at himself, seeing his chakra almost shaking. As Naruto looks up, the man would be carrying with him a golden scythe. And as he turns around, we see lightning coursing over his body. As the man would look up, as he deactivates his Rasengan, we see 3 whiskers on each side of his cheek, and both eyes looking different. As this man's ki it's godlike. This is... Who are you? Naruto would ask, as Naruto's are prepared to attack this man. The man of blonde hair and bronze-like skin would throw the cloak off himself as he carries his scythe piercing into the ground. This man would be extremely powerful, as he has the Nine Tails energy coursing through him at an even stronger rate. This man is... Who? No. There's no way you're... The man would smile as he says, "Pleased to meet you. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, son of Zeus, the demigod." One of our subordinates accidentally left something here that I should probably be grabbing. You don't mind handing that angel over, do you? Naruto would say. You're me? Naruto would ask, as Ultra Instinct covering his body would peer into this strange, older version of himself. Naruto would smile, saying, "Yeah, it's a long story, but why did you hurt Sasuke, and what did you do to Madara, and where's the Ten Tails?" Naruto would be shocked, as he's never even experienced this before. It is him, but it's not. Demigod Naruto would say that we can do this the easy way or the hard way, as he would create an ion sphere in his hand. "Let's get this over with," Naruto would say. Sasuke would yell up to Naruto, telling him, "Don't fight him, Naruto! He's too strong!" Demigod Naruto would hold his finger up to his lips, telling Sasuke to be quiet, saying he's looking forward to this. Naruto would swipe his hand, telling himself to knock it off, saying that if you really are me, then why would you do this? Why would you hurt Sasuke? Demigod Naruto would look into Naruto's eyes, as he tells him that this world, this entire reality, it's a fake existence to begin with. Can you not see that? Every action you've taken so far has been under the control of a higher-up god. Someone even higher than the pantheon that me and my father have been looking for. Someone who created this entire world, this entire reality, the multiverse, everything. We fast back a few years as we see a different timeline. The end, the final episode of What If Naruto Was a Demigod. Years have passed at this point, and this would be the time when Naruto had become a god, as I'd mentioned, and had attained more power. He'd now begun fully mastering his Rasengan, and as an adult he was even stronger. His scythe mastery over his godly weapon had increased as well, and this is to the point where he had almost become a godlike entity of his world. Hinata and Naruto were beginning to get into a relationship, and this would be when Toneri Otsutsuki would have attacked the planet. Toneri would have abducted Hinata just like he would have in the original timeline, as he had grabbed Hinata and fled back to the moon. This time Naruto would charge after him using his godlike power, as Toneri had access to then having to use Hanabi's instead, since he had taken both of them just in case, knowing that one of the gods was residing on this world. He would know he'd need the best power he had in order to take him down, as even the Tenseigan wouldn't be enough to fight Naruto in his Rasengan mode state. Naruto fighting Toneri would be using his scythe, slowing down time as he slashes at Toneri, almost killing him. "Where's Hinata?" Naruto would say. Toneri would laugh, pointing over there, as we see Hinata on the ground, almost completely bled out, as Naruto would quickly save her using his 6-pass power and his demigod abilities. Toneri would take this as an opportunity to escape to a different timeline using the Byakugan, the Tenseigan. The Tenseigan itself would have taken its own form when it entered this reality, as the two Toneris had merged. thus becoming a new Toneri with even greater power. Toneri in this version would have shattered some of his chakra to create the Angel Summoning, and with this, he would have sent the Tensegon's power combined with the Angel. This would have been sent down to Naruto. In this version, who wasn't a demigod, who wasn't the son of a god. This Naruto would then grow up to have access to the power of Ultra Instinct, an angelic power that was created from the god's abilities. And so Naruto would say, "That's why I have to take back that power and bring it back to the right reality before everything crashes down." "No, you can't do that. You hurt my friends," Naruto would say. "I'm not going to let you get away with this, even if you are me." All Sasuke could do is watch, as Demigod Naruto would teleport himself and Ultra Instinct Naruto to the final valley, the Valley of the End, as he says that he hasn't been here in ages, saying, "This is going to be the best place to fight for us." Naruto would charge up his full power, accessing KCM as well as Ultra Instinct, saying he's not going to make it easy for him. As Demigod Naruto would power up into his third level of Raijingan. Thunder clouds would ride overhead, as Demigod Naruto would tell himself, "This is your last chance. I'm really gonna like fighting with you, but I'm not gonna go easy on you. I wouldn't underestimate a god if I was you." Ultra Instinct Naruto would grit his teeth as he says he's not going to give up, and he's going to do everything he can to beat him, as the two would charge at each other in a brilliant flash of light. And that, my friends, is the finale to What If Naruto Had Ultra Instinct. If you guys like this, please make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and tell me what video you'd like me to do next, and thanks everybody for coming. I'll see all of you guys in the next What If. Not yet! I refuse! Naruto and Ultra Instinct would suddenly power up, as you see the white energy covering his entire body coursing, as Demigod Naruto was just about to slit his throat with a scythe, having paused time. That's not the end! I promised that I'd save them all. I conquered my power. I'm going to become the Hokage. You can't stop me! Naruto would slam a Rasengan into Naruto's divine chakra, as Demigod Naruto gets sent flying across the final valley, slamming into Madora's skull, as Madora's statue would fall to the ground. "That really hurt, you know," Naruto would say, as he charges his Rasengan and flashes forward, moving at speeds of lightning, slashing down with his scythe, and cutting time itself, as Naruto is now mastering and using his godly abilities. Naruto dodges this, as Naruto using Mastered Ultra Instinct gets out of the way, barely able to dodge the attack. "I'm not going to be able to keep up forever. I'm going to have to. There's no other way." The two Narutos charge each other, throwing a Rasengan and Ion Sphere respectively. Naruto charges all of the Angel's chakra, all of Kurama's chakra, all of the hopes and dreams of the people of this world. I can't let them die here. Naruto would act as something deep within himself, as Ashura would push through. Ashura's pure chakra. Ashura, the descendant from long ago, who had finally resolved this issue with his brother Indra. I can't die! As the two's power finally merges, becoming one, Indra's chakra would resynthesize with Ashura's, as Sasuke would finally arrive at the final valley at the end. Sasuke puts his hand on Naruto's shoulder as Demigod Naruto would be shocked. "What the hell? How did you—" We see everyone, all the Kage, all of the shinobi pushing Naruto forward, believing in him, as Naruto would create the largest Rasengan we have ever seen, compressing it further and further using Mastered Ultra Instinct's chakra control. Sasuke would tell Naruto, "I've been with you from the beginning. We can do this. We can beat this guy. I know we can." As Sasuke and Naruto combine their attacks, the Rasen Chidori, as the Chidori and Rasengan become one attack. The lightning element that Sasuke combines with the Rasengan, combined with Ultra Instinct, would create a massive spear of chakra, spinning and reverberating like a massive storm. Demigod Naruto would be in the charge with his Ion Sphere, charging godly divine chakra into it, as the two would begin to clash. All the hopes and dreams of this shinobi world, everyone in this reality rooting for Naruto, as Demigod Naruto pushes even further beyond. "I won't lose! I'm going to save them!" We see Demigod Naruto seeing back to Hanabi's eyes having been stolen. "Don't underestimate us! The power of shinobi!" Naruto would say. As Naruto, mastering his Ultra Instinct, his hair turning back to blonde, his eyes becoming back to the dark blue, would charge all of his chakra into this final attack, almost completely drained. Rasen Chidori! Sasuke and Naruto charge their attack directly into the Ion Sphere, as a humongous explosion takes up the entire group. Both Demigod Naruto and Ultra Instinct Naruto, as we see the two lying on the ground. Demigod Naruto begins to pull himself up using his scythe, as he begins cutting through reality, saying, I'll be back. When I recover, I'll be back. You may not see it now, but I'm going to save this reality too. I don't want everyone here to die. I'm not the bad guy here. You must find that Toneri bastard and kill him. You'll find out in 2 years' time. You'll see what I mean. Ultra Instinct Naruto would be passed on the ground, one of his eyes swollen, as the entire shinobi world would have been saved, as Demigod Naruto disappears into the void. What the hell was that? Ultra Instinct Naruto would be saying, as Sasuke would laugh, saying he had no idea, but it's okay now. As Naruto would have one last thought ringing in his ears, Toneri Otsutsuki, as the angel inside himself began to calm down after seeing Demigod Naruto disappear. A few months later, we see Naruto back at the village, his hair having returned to white and his hair and eyes now returning to that white, frosted look with light blue, saying that was a crazy battle, huh? Everyone would be nodding and saying that it was, saying that was really weird at the end, but the fourth grade shinobi war is over. Girls would be coming from miles and miles away, trying to find Naruto, saying he was a total hottie. Kakashi would be wondering why he didn't get so many girls, even though he had pretty much the same look, as he looks down with sadness, looking at his make-out tactics. Naruto would laugh, saying that today's the day they see him off, right? Kakashi would nod, laughing, saying it actually is, as we see Itachi standing outside the village gates. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would walk to the village gates as we see Itachi with Asaka over his shoulder, saying thank you to Naruto for everything, and Kakashi Lord 6 as well. Kakashi would nod, saying that it was him, Naruto, and Sasuke's combined efforts that cleared his name, and that he had committed many crimes while being part of the Akatsuki, so it was no easy feat. Sasuke would ask Itachi if he's really sure he can't come with him, with his eyes glimmering. Itachi would rock forward as he then flicks Sasuke's forehead, saying, maybe next time, but this journey of sins that he's created has nothing to do with Sasuke, and he doesn't want to take him down that road with him again. But he will meet him again, someday, as Itachi turns and begins walking down the road to redeem himself on the path of the shinobi. Sasuke and Naruto would head to Ichiraku Ramen, as the three would then reminisce, heading back to the training spot where they had first had their bell test all those years ago. If you guys really want to see the next part of What If Naruto had Ultra Instinct, you'll have to wait until the end of What If Naruto had Anti-Chakra to see again what's going on in this time, what's going on with the rest of these worlds, and what the hell are with that one Weeb's What Ifs. Anyway, I'll see all of you guys in the next one. Thanks for coming. Goodbye. It seems it's only going to get more fun from here.